professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Eyes in the Dark. Uncle Sawada, if we are all promoted to Chunin this time, will we be eligible to accept A-level missions? Obito asked curiously. The ninja who led Obito and the others to the designated entrance was Sawada Kazuya, whom Obito often saw in the mission hall. No, but you can accept B-level missions at will. Sawada Kazuya replied. A-level missions depend on the opinion of Minato Jonin. He has the authority to accept A-level missions. Isn't Minato teacher also in our team? Isn't his authority the authority of our team? Obito was a little puzzled by what Wada Sawano said. After becoming a Chunin, it's different from being a genin. You can accept missions on your own without Minato Jonin. Moreover, during the war, the responsibility of a Jonin is very heavy. If he has other missions, you have to do the missions on your own. Sawada Kazuya explained. The classification of ninjas is very simple. There are only upper, middle and lower. So Chunin actually has the qualifications to lead a team. As he said, Sawada Kazuya led them to the 44th entrance. Because there are other ninja villages participating, there are many people in this Chunin exam. Konoha has 27 teams, and the other ninja villages have 17 teams in total. After arriving at the entrance, Kazuya Sawada did not open the door immediately. He looked at his watch and found that it was 2 o'clock, and there was still half an hour before the exam started. Kazuya Sawada told Obito and the other two the start time of the exam, and then closed his eyes and waited for the exam to start. Since we can't get in now, let's discuss how to act in this exam first. Kakashi thought for a while and said, is there any need to discuss this? Let's find a team to snatch their scrolls and rush to the central tower. Obito thought that it would be fine to follow the rules. How to find it? Should I try my luck everywhere? Or should I go directly to the central tower and wait for others to come? Or should I make a big noise to attract others to come? Kakashi said lightly. The goal is definitely to snatch the scroll to the central tower, but there are many specific actions. I feel that Kakashi is very reliable in this regard. Nohara smiled softly. Obito decided to go back and make up for the knowledge in this area and become a ninja with plans and strategies. Seeing that Nohara supported it and Obito also acquiesced, Kakashi expressed his idea. On the first day, we will try to find enemies around. If we can gather all the scrolls of heaven and earth, we will go directly to the central tower. If we can't gather them on the first day, we will go to places with abundant water and food to find other teams. In the next 2 days, there are no stores in the Death Forest, and all logistical problems can only be solved by themselves. So Kakashi thinks that there is a high probability of meeting people in places with abundant food and water. If we don't meet anyone in the first 3 days, we will go directly to the vicinity of the central tower and ambush those teams that have gathered all the scrolls of heaven and earth. After speaking, Kakashi paused and continued, if you don't have any other ideas, then we will act according to this. Nohara nodded to show that she approved of Kakashi's plan, and Obito didn't say anything, which was automatically taken by Kakashi as acquiescence. You can go in, come over. When it was 2:30, Sawada Kazuya immediately took out the key and opened the iron gate and said to Obito and the other two, Uncle Sawada, after the exam is over, you have to pick a good A-level mission for us. After entering the Death Forest, Obito immediately turned around and waved to Sawada Kazuya and laughed. First, pass the exam well, and be careful of those Kirigakure ninjas. This Chunin exam is very dangerous. Sawada Kazuya answered while locking the door. Sawada Kazuya was not worried that Obito and his team would not be able to defeat those ninjas from small ninja villages, and ninjas from the same Konoha usually don't fight to the death. Only the Kirigakure ninjas from the same large ninja village are the most dangerous. After entering the Death Forest, the three of them began to act according to Kakashi's plan. Kakashi and Obito stood on both sides of the front, while Nohara stood in the middle 2 steps behind them. The three of them ran quickly to find other teams. The diameter of the Death Forest is 20 kilometers. It is difficult for more than 100 ordinary people to see each other if they run around in it, but in terms of the ninja's leg strength, the Death Forest is not particularly large. After about an hour of action, Obito and his three companions encountered the first team. Hand over the scroll. Since we are both Konoha ninjas, I won't fight you, otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't seriously injure your two teammates during the fight. The tall and thin Konoha ninja standing in the front said, I know that you are much stronger than me, Kakashi, but even if it is you, you may not be able to win a 1-on-3 battle. It is better to save your strength to snatch the scrolls of those small ninja village teams. He is 4 years older than Kakashi, but because Kakashi graduated before the 3rd semester, his actual graduation time is later than Kakashi, so he knows that Kakashi is a genius whose strength cannot be judged by age. But he thinks that even the genius Kakashi may not be able to beat the three of them together. After all, each of them has practiced 4 years more than Kakashi, which adds up to 12 years more. As for Obito and Nohara Rin, he ignored them directly. At first glance, they looked like newbies who had just graduated. Hey, why are you talking as if Kakashi is very strong? I am stronger than him, Obito couldn't help but say. He was a little speechless. 3 people fighting Kakashi together didn't have the confidence to say they would win, and they even wanted to hurt Kakashi who had defeated him in a single fight. Who are you? The tall and thin Konoha genin winked at his two teammates, and then asked Obito. The two companions of the tall and thin Konoha genin began to slowly spread out to the surroundings, surrounding Obito and the other two in a triangle position to prevent Obito and the others from suddenly running away. Uchiha Obito, Obito replied proudly. Never heard of it. The tall and thin Konoha genin shook his head hard. Obito felt his fist harden. You are the ones who should take the initiative to hand over the scroll. This guy is indeed no worse than me in terms of single combat strength. Kakashi changed his breathing rhythm and entered the state of thunder breathing and said. However, the tall and thin Konoha genin did not believe Kakashi's words. He quickly took out a kunai from his ninja bag and said, Kakashi, you will only make others think you are bluffing. He naturally did not believe Kakashi's nonsense. How could any silly-looking genin have the same strength as Kakashi? After saying that, the tall and thin Konoha genin made a gesture and immediately rushed towards Obito. His two teammates also quickly attacked after receiving the signal. Flame breathing, full concentration. Obito raised his breathing to the limit, inhaling a large amount of oxygen and combining chakra to increase his body. Whoosh! When the tall and thin Konoha genin rushed to Obito, he found that Obito's figure disappeared directly in front of him. Is Kakashi not bluffing? This thought immediately came to the tall and thin Konoha genin's mind. Bang! Obito, who used the razor to burst out at high speed, instantly appeared behind the tall and thin Konoha genin, and punched the tall and thin Konoha genin with all his strength, sending him flying backwards, and knocking down a big tree on the way backwards. What a fast speed! The thin and tall genin was very shocked. Bang! Bang! Before the thin and tall genin thought too much, he found that his two teammates were also knocked out like him. Hiss! The thin and tall genin stood up and felt the pain coming from his body and couldn't help but gasp. Oh no, I kicked the iron plate. The thin and tall ninja felt bad. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito took advantage of the situation to seal and use fire style. With the blessing of the breath of flame, he quickly condensed a 3-meter-high fireball. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Seeing that Obito still had an excellent fire style, the thin and tall genin's original idea of fighting was completely extinguished, and he hurriedly shouted, "We admit defeat. Give you the scroll. Don't fight. The exam has just begun, and there are still many opportunities. If you get injured here, it will affect the next exam." Obito spit out the unfinished fireball to one side and said proudly, "I've already said that I'm stronger than Kakashi, so you should remember the name Uchiha Obito. I'd remember it even if you didn't tell me." The thin and tall ninja sighed. When he first saw Kakashi and the others, he thought he was lucky, but he didn't expect that this seemingly harmless team didn't have a simple one. Here's the scroll. The thin and tall ninja took out a white scroll with the word written on it and threw it to Obito. Obito's excited expression immediately turned into disappointment when he found out that it was the scroll of heaven. This is a waste of time. It's the scroll of heaven. Obito sighed. It's useless to get a duplicate scroll in this exam. Only one scroll of heaven and one scroll of earth can be collected. Kakashi frowned slightly. Obito's sense of confidentiality was too poor. Didn't he directly tell the team their scroll information? You are also the scroll of heaven, so it's useless for you to hold two scrolls of heaven. Why don't you return them to us? The thin and tall ninja said with bright eyes. Two scrolls of heaven cannot be used to clear the level, but you can find other teams with extra scrolls of earth to exchange. Kakashi rejected the request of the tall and thin ninja. Two scrolls are better than one, although they are ninjas from the same village. This is the Chunin exam, and Kakashi does not want to return the stolen scrolls. I can exchange them with information. I have collected a lot of information about the candidates for the Chunin exam in the village. Even if it is not useful in the second round, it may be useful in the third round. The tall and thin ninja said hurriedly. It depends on whether your information is worth it. Kakashi did not agree immediately. Information is indeed important to ninjas. The tall and thin ninja searched his body and threw two small cards to Kakashi. Naruto, an ninja from the Nara clan, is good at shadow imitation, has a high IQ, and is very calm in battle. Inuzuka Midori, an ninja from the Inuzuka clan, is good at fighting with ninja dogs, and has a rather reckless personality. Kakashi looked at the tall and thin ninja with a little sidelong glance. There were small photos on these cards, and he was a little curious about how he got them. It's a good deal to exchange the unused scrolls of heaven for information. The tall and thin ninja saw that Kakashi seemed a little tempted, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, I need to confirm the accuracy of your information first. Kakashi thought for a while and read out the two Konoha genin he met in the first exam. If this information is correct, it will indeed be of great use, but if the information is false, it will have a negative effect. The tall and thin ninja quickly found the information cards of the two people mentioned by Kakashi and threw them over. After Kakashi looked through them and found that there was no problem, he agreed to the transaction of scrolls for information. Although they were all basic information, it was worth exchanging them with extra scrolls. Thank you very much. If you fail to be promoted this time, I will give you the information for free next time. After taking back the scroll, the tall and thin ninja said with a grin, then we will definitely not need it. We will definitely be promoted. Obito replied while looking at the information card. Then I wish you good luck. The tall and thin ninja quickly walked back with his teammates. He was worried that he would meet other teams if he continued to move forward. They were not in a very good condition now. Obito's punch was a bit fierce. After sorting out the information, Obito, Kakashi and others continued to move forward to find the next team. However, Obito and his friends who were moving forward did not notice that there was a half-black and half-white figure watching them in the dark. It was very painful today. You must not want to know what it feels like to eat something spicy and then have diarrhea. I can only say that it seriously affects my typing. In addition, let me talk about a misunderstanding about the blood mist. Some people think that the blood mist was created by Obito. In fact, it was not. In the comics, when Obito was recalling, there was a mist village Anbu who said don't underestimate our blood mist village when fighting with Obito. At best, Obito inherited the blood mist policy or promoted it, but he was definitely not the pioneer. Chapter 302 Uchiha Madara's understanding of Obito. Why did you choose Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Shisui seems to have better talent. In a dimly lit cave, Black Zetsu asked Uchiha Madara with a puzzled expression. Shisui is 2 years younger than Obito, but he has always been ahead in strength. This is because you don't understand Uchiha. Uchiha Madara's face, which was covered with wrinkles due to old age, showed a smug smile. You only saw the difference in their talents on the surface, but you didn't notice the love in their hearts. Uchiha Obito is a very special Uchiha. The love of ordinary Uchiha is hidden deep in their hearts, while Uchiha Obito's love is so much that it overflows, and he can share it with everyone who needs help, as long as this huge love is stimulated. he can gain the powerful power of the corresponding love. Uchiha Madara believes that the Uchiha who awakens love is the real Uchiha, and the talent of the complete form of Obito will never lose to Shisui. And Uchiha Obito's personality is also easy to train. This is also one of the reasons why Uchiha Madara chose Obito. This kind of person who believes everything he says is really easy to fool, as expected of you, Lord Madara. A sarcastic smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Uchiha Madara didn't care about Black Zetsu's expression. After all, Black Zetsu didn't look like he could smile well, and he began to talk to Black Zetsu about his plan. Obito and the others have practiced physical skills very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen commented as he watched Obito and the other two in the surveillance quickly turn the situation in his favor. This was the first time that Konoha and Kirigakure jointly held the Chunin exam, and Sarutobi Hiruzen attached great importance to it. Kirigakure rarely interfered in the affairs of the four major ninja villages on the mainland. If Kirigakure could be pulled in as an ally, then Konoha would have more capital to deal with the current chaotic situation. They usually practice very seriously, and I am not as good as them at this age. Minato, who was also in the surveillance room, sighed. Obito, Kakashi and the others gave Minato the feeling that they were both talented and hard-working. Obito had awakened the Uchiha Sharingan at a young age, and had even reached the level of 2 Magatama. Kakashi was very skilled in using ninjutsu, and had an extraordinary speed. Nohara Rin was already an excellent student, but compared to Obito and Kakashi, she was much more ordinary. Being able to teach students who are better than you can better reflect your teaching level, which shows that you, Minato, have great potential in teaching, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. If you want to say it, it's Muyu who taught well. Minato shook his head and said he knew very well that the current strength of Obito and the others was related to him. But it was more related to Muyu, because Obito and the others showed their ability to defeat the Jonin together when they were fighting for the bell. Minato, don't belittle yourself. Obito and the others have praised you to me a lot. Muyu smiled and made a commercial boast. Don't be modest. You all have merits. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and said with a smile. When he looked at the monitors again, he found an interesting team. This team of Kirigakure ninjas is quite bold. Do they want to attract all the surrounding teams? Muyu looked at the display screen, which was the team that Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame were in. They found a large open space, then piled many trees together and set them on fire. A raging fire started, and a lot of black smoke rose upwards. Muyu was not too surprised. The Kurosawa had just announced his scroll information in public, looking like he was asking for a beating. It was normal for him to do such a thing in the Forest of Death. After all, their team's combat power was really too much. In addition to Hoshigaki Kisame who had 7,000 chakras, Zabuza and Kurosawa were not easy to deal with either, and their panels were much stronger than ordinary Chunins. Muyu knew at a glance that this team was the Kirigakure team that came to cause trouble. Zabuza was okay, as he was relatively young, but Hoshigaki Kisame and Kurosawa were obviously not genuine. Kakashi will hold back Kisame, and Obito will deal with Zabuza or Kurosawa, and the chances of winning are very high. Muyu took a look at the positions of the two teams and found that they were very likely to meet, and then briefly analyzed the combat power of both sides. In a single-player battle, neither Obito nor Kakashi would be able to beat Kisame. Obito's fire escape was restrained by Kisame's water escape, and Kakashi was a little weak in hard power. Nohara Rin was not the key to victory or defeat, and it was automatically regarded as holding back one enemy. In terms of the overall strength of the team, Minato's class is the first in this Chunin exam. Might Guy and Kisame are both very strong, but their teammates are not at the same level. Although Obito can beat Kakashi, the difference in strength between the two is not particularly large, and there is also Nohara Rin, a nurse who can nurse and fight. Because there are always accidents in the Chunin exam in the original work, the cautious Muyu directly used the identification to check the panels of all students when explaining the rules of the examination room to ensure that there are absolutely no strong people disguised as candidates. Therefore, Miyu also knows the information of all students on the field. Miyu continued to look at the screen. A team of Kusanagi and a team of Konoha ninjas came to Kisame team one after another. It's really lucky. It's the team with the scroll of earth. If we defeat them, we will pass the exam. The Kusanagi saw that it was the team that had exposed their scroll information before. Heizi saw that the person who came was only a Kusanagi and showed a disappointed expression. It's just a small village ninja like Kusanagi village. There is no way to prove the strength. Kurosawa sighed. Hearing this naked discrimination against the ninja village, the three Kusakura ninjas all showed angry expressions. Asshole, don't underestimate our Kusakura. Compared with your big ninja village, we just lack some top-notch masters, the Kusakura ninjas shouted unconvincedly while taking out their ninja tools. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. The three Kusakura ninjas threw shurikens at Kurosawa with all their strength. Kurosawa, who had long anticipated their attack, dodged immediately, making the three people's attacks miss. While dodging, Kurosawa also threw shurikens at the three people to counterattack. If this is the extent, don't blame others for looking down on you. Zabuza drew out the long sword on his back and rushed towards the three Kusakura ninjas. Swish! Zabuza grasped the timing very well, and a Kusakura ninja who was dodging in a hurry was directly cut off an arm by him. Yoshimura. The two teammates who escaped the disaster saw this scene and shouted angrily. However, Kisame didn't give him too much time to worry about his teammates. He rushed towards the two men with chakra bursting from his feet. What's with this power? Is this guy really a human? When the fists and feet collided, the two Kusanagi felt Kisame's great power and their faces changed instantly. Even though it was 1 against 2, Kisame still easily suppressed the two with physical skills, and Kurosawa took the opportunity to stab a Kusanagi to death with a short blade. Then the Kusanagi with a broken arm naturally couldn't fight Zabuza with one arm, and was killed in 2 strokes. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. In less than 3 minutes of contact with Kisame's team, the Kusanagi team was completely wiped out. So strong. Fortunately you were cautious and let us watch first. Inuzuka Midori saw the 3 Mist Clan killing 3 Kusanagi like cutting melons and vegetables. Since these guys dare to be so arrogant, they must have certain abilities. Those who dare to be so arrogant without abilities usually don't live long. Naruyashiro said calmly. They were also the Book of Heaven, so when Inuzuka Midori saw them, he wanted to go up and grab the scroll, but was stopped by the cautious Naruyanshai. Retreat by a detour. There is still a lot of time. The first day has just begun. There is no need to rush to collect the scrolls of heaven and earth. We have information about Naoya, so there is no need to take risks. Naruyanshai decided to take his teammates to take a detour. Aburame Naoya arranged insects in the wooden house where the scrolls were collected, so they obtained the scroll information of most teams. You only dare to hide in the dark and peek? Then you are not as good as those grass ninjas just now. At least they are very brave. At this time, Zabuza spoke to the area where Naruyanshai and the other two were hiding. Oh no, we've been discovered. Naruyanshai glanced at the position of Kisame and the other two and frowned immediately. He found that Kisame and the other two had vaguely blocked some of their retreat directions after the battle. Naruyanshai previously thought that they were looking for other teams to arrive, but according to the current situation, they may have discovered them while they were still fighting. Retreat. Naruyanshai immediately reminded his teammates and then flashed to the back. Since you're here, don't rush to leave. Kurosawa threw several kunai at the Nara saltwater team, then burst out chakra and chased after them. Kisame and Zabuza also rushed over at high speed to block the Nara saltwater team from evacuating. Nara saltwater was not very fast to begin with, and he knew that he would be caught up sooner or later, so he simply stopped in a place with dense shadows of trees. You have already collected the scrolls of heaven and earth, so you can go directly to the middle tower to complete the exam. Fighting with us is meaningless. Are you sure you want to take risks for a meaningless thing? Nara Saltwater said solemnly. At this moment, he was ready for the battle, but it would be best if he could avoid this battle. After all, he was really not very sure. That's right, Midori is not a vegetarian. If you chase me again, Baimaru will bite you. Inuzuka Midori followed. Woof woof. The little white dog on Inuzuka Midori's shoulder shouted ferociously. Although Aburame Naoya did not speak, he silently released the insects to show his determination to fight. How can it be meaningless? Isn't the so-called exam to prove that you are better than others? As long as I beat you all, I will be the best, Kurosawa said with a cruel smile. Narayu's idea is fine under normal circumstances, but they are not here to take the exam seriously, so they are not in a hurry to complete the exam. The ninjas of Konoha should be stronger than those grass ninjas. Zabuza pointed the sword that was still bleeding at Naruto. At this point, Naruto knew that this battle was inevitable. Diarrhea is really uncomfortable, I wrote and stopped until it was almost 3 o'clock before I finished. Chapter 303, Minato's Class vs. Kirigakure's Strongest Team. Shadow Imitation Technique. Naruto quickly formed a seal, and the shadow under his feet rushed towards Kurosawa, who was closest to him, and merged with Kurosawa's shadow. At the moment when the shadows overlapped, Kurosawa noticed something was wrong with his body and lost control of his body. Whoosh! Naruto controlled Kurosawa's body and threw a short blade towards Zabuza. Zabuza, who didn't trust his teammates, immediately noticed Kurosawa's attack and swung his long sword to cut off the short blade. Insect Wind. Aburame Naoya used chakra to control the insects to form an insect whirlwind and rushed towards Kurosawa. Shadow imitation technique is relatively rigid in controlling the enemy. It is not a good choice to control the enemy all of the time to attack. The best choice is to control one person and then focus on the controlled person and kill him in seconds. Tonga. Inuzuka Midori burst out chakra to make himself spin at high speed and rushed towards Kurosawa. Damn it! Looking at the attacking black insect whirlwind and the spinning whirlwind of people, Kurosawa's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this timid Konoha team was not only strong but also very decisive. Water Prison Technique. At this critical moment, Kisame attacked. A thick stream of water swirled around Kurosawa, forming a water ball with no dead angles, blocking the first wave of attacks for Kurosawa. Naruyashiro's expression remained unchanged, and he controlled Kurosawa to walk forward, hoping to use the water in the water ball to suffocate Kurosawa to death. Although he had no feelings for his teammates, Zabuza didn't want to fight 3 alone. He took advantage of the gap when Inuzuka Midori and Aburame Naoya attacked Kurosawa and used the instant body technique to slash at Naruyashiro. Naruyashiro had to give up control of Kurosawa and quickly took out a kunai to block Zabuza's slash. Clang! Zabuza's long sword slashed at Naruyashiro's kunai, making a crisp sound of swords colliding. Swish! Zabuza swung his long sword like an emotionless killing machine without any drag. Every swing of the sword was aimed at Naruyashiro's fatal spot, and soon beat Naruyashiro back step by step. Naruyashi looked at his 2 teammates with his peripheral vision, without setting traps in advance. His ability in single combat was average, and he needed his teammates to break the deadlock. However, his teammates were not doing well either. Inuzuka Midori and the ninja dogs could only barely hold back Kisame, and Aburame Naoya was unable to resist the furious Kurosawa. Although there seemed to be no obvious disadvantage at the moment, Naruyashi knew that if they continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated, because each of them was weaker than the opponent. As a ninja, I am still too reckless and should stay away from such abnormal phenomena. Naruyashi sighed in his heart. If they had taken a detour when they saw the black smoke, this would not have happened. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Inuzuka Midori's body quickly retreated and hit the tree hard, breaking the tree. Seeing this, Baiwan gave up the attack and hurriedly ran to Inuzuka Midori to protect her. This guy has a shark face. Did he become like this after practicing some advanced animal-like ninjutsu? How can he be so strong? Inuzuka Midori was a little skeptical about life. Although she is a girl, she has always been the strongest among her peers because of her practice of animal-like ninjutsu and exercise since childhood. However, when she was fighting with Kisame, her strength was completely crushed. This made Inuzuka Midori wonder if Kisame had practiced animal-like ninjutsu related to sharks, and had reached a very high level. He didn't look like a human anymore. Naruto and Aburame Naoya were also exhausted from defense. Although they knew that Inuzuka Midori was in critical condition, they could not spare time to help Inuzuka Midori. Kisame ignored Inuzuka Midori's words and continued to walk towards the fallen Inuzuka Midori. He had long been accustomed to other strange looks. After all, he did look a little different from ordinary people. Facing Kisame, who was approaching step by step, Shiramaru clenched his tail and glared at Kisame, and kept making threatening growls from his mouth, as if to say, "Come here, I'm going to bite you." When Kisame walked less than 3 meters away from Inuzuka Midori, Shiramaru couldn't help it and flew towards Kisame to bite him. Bang! Kisame's fist with great force hit Shiramaru, who fell to the ground like a cannonball. His white hair was stained gray by the dust on the ground, and the hair on the part hit by Kisame turned bloody. Shiramaru, Inuzuka Midori wanted to continue fighting with Shiramaru, but she had suffered multiple fractures in the battle with Kisame, and now she could barely stand. This scene of deep affection did not move Kisame. He drew out the long sword behind him and stabbed Inuzuka Midori in the heart. Secret technique, Cocoon. The situation was so critical that Aburame Nao didn't care about the damage to her body. She used all her chakra to accelerate the hatching of the insects, creating a large number of parasitic insects and restraining Zabuza and Kurosawa at the same time. Shadow imitation technique. Naruto immediately used the shadow secret technique to control the shadow under him to rush towards Kisame. Because Kurosawa had suffered a loss once, Kisame had been holding up the shadow secret technique of Naruto. When the shadow attacked, he immediately evacuated. Kisame kept moving on the big trees, and then he found that his shadow couldn't catch up after he was a distance away from Naruto. Naruto didn't change his expression, and immediately controlled his shadow to turn around and rush towards Zabuza, who was fighting against a large number of parasitic insects. Shadow imitation technique can't increase his own shadow, so the distance it can extend is limited. If it's too far, it can't reach. Water escape technique. Mist hidden technique. Zabuza resisted the bites of insects and spit out a lot of thick fog, making Naruto lose his vision. The mist hidden technique has received special training, and the heavy fog will not affect their battle, but Naruto and Aburame Naoya will be in trouble. If there are enough insects, the fog is actually not a big problem for Aburame Naoya, but now he has no chakra to accelerate the hatching of insects. When the fog dissipated, Naruto had become extremely embarrassed, with sword scratches on his arms and thighs, and his clothes were soaked with blood. He was lying on the ground and completely lost his ability to fight. Aburame Naoya was half kneeling on the ground with sweat all over his head, and his body had reached the limit. Kisame swung his sword to get the most dangerous Nara salt water, but a flaming kunai that flew over forced him to stop attacking and dodge. "Hey, you guys are too cruel. They have already lost their ability to fight. Why kill them if you can just take the scroll away?" Obito couldn't help but say when he saw the miserable state of the 3 people and the dog. He felt that there was no need to do this at all. This was not a battlefield, but just an exam. "I think you don't understand at all. You should know that the consent form has been signed before the start of this exam. Killing is one of the rules of this exam. If you don't kill the defeated enemies, are you waiting for them to recover and cause trouble?" Kurosawa looked at Obito with a look of looking at a fool and laughed. "A complete greenhouse flower." Zabuza gave his evaluation. "It's really infuriating. You look so great. Do you think everyone in the ninja world is the same as you?" Obito began to get a little angry. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Nohara Rin ignored the taunts of Zabuza and the other 2. She used the Palm Immortal technique to heal the nearest Inuzuka Midori. "Are you okay?" "This is the first time I've treated someone so seriously injured," Nohara Rin asked with concern. "Of course not. Midori has broken bones in many places," Inuzuka Midori answered truthfully. "But your treatment is great. Midori feels like she's recovering." Kisame saw that Nohara Rin's hand on Inuzuka Midori was glowing green and said, "Hurry up and get rid of them all. Someone in this team knows medical ninjutsu. That shark-faced guy is very strong. You guys have to be careful." Inuzuka Midori loudly told Kisame's information. Swish, swish, swish! Kakashi secretly memorized this information and quickly took out the shuriken from his ninja bag and shot it at Zabuza and Kisame near Nara salt water. If it was a fight between ninjas from the same village, it would be fine, Seeing ninjas from other ninja villages destroying their companions in Konoha, Kakashi couldn't just sit back and watch. Breathing of fire. Breathing with all your concentration. Kakashi's shuriken was Obito's signal to charge. He immediately raised his breathing to the extreme to strengthen his body and then rushed towards Kurosawa. "Let me teach you how a real ninja should be." Kurosawa greeted him with a grim smile. "Then you can try it." After approaching Kurosawa, Obito immediately released the chakra that he had condensed in advance. The speed was so fast that Kurosawa only felt that Obito disappeared with a whoosh. Kurosawa didn't even look at him and immediately turned around and swung his arm to hit behind him. But he didn't know that Obito's extreme breathing could increase a lot of strength. Obito's right hand firmly blocked Kurosawa's arm, and then punched Kurosawa back several meters. Then Obito immediately grabbed the half-kneeling Aburame Naoya and quickly retreated. The purpose of his attack this time was not to defeat Kurosawa, but to save people. "Thank you," Aburame Naoya thanked Obito in a weak voice. "It's a small matter, just take the treatment and watch how I beat these bastards." Obito put Naoya Aburame next to a Inuzuka Midori and said, seeing that Obito and the others seemed to want to save people, Kisame immediately released a water attack towards Naruyui who was lying on the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed a seal to condense chakra and raised a thick earth wall in front of Naruyui, perfectly dissolving the attacking water style. Then Kakashi burst out the thunder breathing with all his strength and showed great speed to bring Naruyui to Nohara-Rin's side. Naruyui was seriously injured. At first, he wanted Kakashi and the others to retreat quickly, but he was already injured and had difficulty speaking. "Let's treat you first. He looks so miserable," Inuzuka Midori said when she saw Naruyui's miserable condition from a close distance. Nohara-Rin nodded with a serious expression and began to treat Naruyui with all her strength. This was also a challenge for her. Since she learned medical ninjutsu, she has been treating some minor injuries for Obito and the others. "You are such an idiot with so much kindness that you are hopeless. Do you still want to fight 2 against 3? Zabuza looked at Kakashi and Obito with a mocking look on his face. Judging from their performance just now, Kakashi and Obito are indeed quite capable, but it is too much to think that they can fight 2 against 3. You call people who do good things stupid. I think you are surrounded by selfish people who only care about themselves, including herself, so I say that." Kakashi responded calmly. "What do you know? The cruelty of the blood mist is not something you greenhouse flowers can understand." Zabuza clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Whatever mist you have, I will not let you kill the ninjas in our village. It just so happens that you are still the Scroll of Earth." Obito was eager to fight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. Swinging the Sword for Protection. The strongest one on their side should be the shark-faced one. He uses water jutsu in the Tournament of Power. Your fire jutsu will be restrained by him, so let me deal with them. For the remaining 2, you can make a few tentative attacks first. If it doesn't work, let Zealand come to help. Don't be stubborn. Kakashi quickly arranged the battle to Obito. Although Naruyuito and the others were seriously injured, the frontal battle was equally important. If they couldn't win, then everyone would die together. "I see." Obito nodded and turned his attention to Zabuza and Kurosawa. After a brief physical confrontation, Kurosawa judged that the opponent's physical skills were not as good as his, and Zabuza seemed to be very good at using a sword. Although Kakashi wanted to fight against Kisame, Zabuza seemed to be angered by Kakashi's words. He ignored Obito and rushed towards Kakashi with a sword. Kakashi's face did not change. The battle arrangement was just a rough plan. The actual battle still had to be flexible. In this case, it was up to him and Obito to cooperate to make the battle situation what they wanted. Clang! Kakashi quickly pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed at Zabuza who was attacking. Kakashi wore a black mask, and Zabuza used a bandage to cover the lower half of his face. Each time they attacked, they aimed at each other's fatal parts. which was quite a traditional ninja battle beauty. Both Kakashi and Zabuza showed strong skills, always able to cleverly resolve the attacks and counterattack. Just when Zabuza thought that Kakashi's strength was about the same as his, Kakashi, who had finished the test, increased the concentration of thunder breathing, improved his speed and strength, and instantly put Zabuza under great pressure. Under Kakashi's sudden outburst, Zabuza's arm was left with a scratch that kept bleeding. This achievement alone did not satisfy Kakashi, because he was comfortable fighting on his side, but it was difficult for Obito, because Kisame and Kurosawa were on Obito's side. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal in his throat to condense chakra and spit out a large amount of flames to form a tall fireball. Without knowing the detailed information of the opponent, the high-powered fireball with low consumption is undoubtedly the best choice. Water style, exploding water wave. Kisame lightly jumped up, formed a seal to condense a large amount of chakra in his mouth, and then spit out a huge amount of water waves towards Obito. Obito's 3-meter-high fireball was instantly extinguished by the huge amount of water in Kisame's exploding water wave. The amount of water was so large that even Nohara Rin and the others were affected. Fortunately, this ninjutsu did not have much power, but there was simply a lot of water, which wet Obito and the others' clothes. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. When Kisame used the ninjutsu, Kurosawa also immediately formed a seal to use the ninjutsu. Because there were more seals, he used it just when a large amount of water fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the huge water flow brought by Kisame's exploding water wave, Kurosawa used a very thick and long water dragon bullet, and the water dragon roared and rushed towards Obito. Obito saw that Kakashi's previous earth flow wall was still there and hid behind it. Although he could use the fire dragon flame bullet to evaporate the water dragon with the help of his flame breath, this would consume a lot of his chakra. Hiding behind the earth flow wall was different. When the chakras were the same, water was superior to fire, but water was superior to earth. Boom! The thick water dragon hit the earth flow wall and only cracked it all over, but did not break through the defense of the earth flow wall. Bang! Kisame used the water instant body technique to immediately appear in front of the earth flow wall and broke the earth flow wall full of spider web cracks. Kurosawa used the ninja tool to block Obito's position. Even though Obito was prepared, he still had a hard time dealing with the joint attack of the two. This shark face is really powerful. I'm afraid only Kai can surpass him in strength. Obito was a little surprised. Because of the blessing of breathing techniques, Obito is much stronger than ordinary ninjas, so Obito didn't pay much attention to the information about Kisame's great strength at first. After the real fight, Obito found that the strength of this shark-faced man was really abnormal. His fire escape was restrained by their water escape, and his physical skills were not advantageous. Moreover, Kisame and Kurosawa both attacked with the goal of killing the enemy, which put Obito under great pressure. In this dangerous situation, Obito could no longer hide, and concentrated his chakra to open the two Magatama Sharingan. He was able to defeat Kakashi because of the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, he might not be able to beat Kakashi. When his eyes turned blood red, the world in Obito's eyes changed, becoming clearer, and he could see many things that ordinary eyes could not observe. The movements of Kisame and Kurosawa also slowed down in his eyes. Once the Sharingan was opened, Obito's pressure was instantly reduced a lot. Although Kisame's attack was strong, it was useless if he couldn't hit him. Of course, Obito could only protect himself and remain undefeated. He couldn't organize an effective attack. He was restrained and beaten up. It was too difficult for him. He has already opened the Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised when he saw Obito using the Sharingan on the surveillance screen. If he remembered correctly, Obito seemed to be only 9 years old this year. It was very talented to open the Sharingan at this age. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised his foresight. It was the best thing for such an excellent Uchiha to be taught by the inheritor of the will of fire like Minato. Minato, do you think Obito and Kakashi can be this mist-hidden team? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at Minato and asked. As a Hokage, he certainly didn't have time to pay attention to a few children under 10 years old, and he didn't know their specific abilities. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem. Muyu thought for a while and replied. The battle at this time was already very telling. Only Obito and Kakashi could block the offensive of the three of them. As long as Nohara Rin joined the battlefield, Kisame and the others would lose. My idea is the same as Muyu's. I think they can do it. Minato replied with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression, and then continued to look at the monitoring screen. At this moment, Nohara Rin had to stop healing and join the battle, because after Kisame found that Obito was just simply delaying them, he changed his offensive strategy and attacked the wounded on Nohara Rin's side. Bang! When Kisame's fist with huge power collided with Nohara Rin's strange power fist, a terrifying loud noise broke out, and the hair of both of them was pressed backwards by the aftermath of the fist collision. Kisame was beaten back 3 steps, and his face showed an extremely surprised expression. He didn't think that his strength was the best in the world, but he was surprised that Nohara Rin, who looked thin, could burst out with more power than him. What kind of ninjutsu? Kisame didn't think that this was the strength that Nohara Rin should have. Sensing that Obito was approaching, Kisame used the water instant body to evacuate quickly. Zealand, are you okay? Obito asked as he quickly got rid of Kurosawa and returned to defense. I'm fine. I'll help you share the pressure. Let Obito concentrate on dealing with that shark face. Nohara Rin shook her head and said, sorry, I have to go to fight. I'll treat you later. Then Nohara Rin turned to Narayui and the other two and said. At this time, Narayui had recovered a little. He nodded and said, we should say thank you to you. Just concentrate on fighting. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. After Nohara Rin joined the battlefield, Obito felt much more relaxed. Although he couldn't defeat Kisame, Kisame couldn't do anything to Obito. Basic breathing, full concentration. Nohara Rin changed her breathing rhythm to improve her physical ability and started a physical battle with Kurosawa. Nohara Rin was a distance away from Kurosawa in terms of combat experience and hard power, but Kurosawa had already experienced 2 battles and consumed a lot of energy. So although Nohara Rin was still at a disadvantage, the situation was not too bad. But Nohara Rin had never thought of defeating Kurosawa by herself. She was reluctant to use her super strength punch. She didn't have much chakra to begin with. After giving Kisame a punch, she had to save chakra for medical ninjutsu. She only needed to hold Kurosawa back and wait for Kakashi or Obito to come to her aid. Why did it suddenly become so fast? Zabuza's expression became increasingly gloomy as he sensed the scratches on his body. After Kakashi increased the output of thunder breathing, he instantly fell into a disadvantage. Although he had exerted all his strength to resist, his injuries continued to increase. You won't understand this power. It represents my determination to protect my companions, Kakashi said coldly. Seeing that Zabuza's condition was getting worse and worse, Kakashi further increased the output of thunder breathing and exerted thunder breathing to its limit. The reason why he didn't burst out his extreme power at the beginning was that Kakashi wanted to save some energy. He was worried that other teams would come. If it was the Konoha team, it would be fine, but if it was the Kirigakure team, it would be bad. There was too much noise here, with black smoke rising into the sky and their ninjutsu colliding. When Kakashi used the concentrated breathing of lightning breathing to the limit he could reach, yellow arcs began to appear on Kakashi's legs. Zazizi! Exclamation mark. As Kakashi concentrated his chakra, the yellow arcs became more and more, constantly moving around Kakashi's lower body to activate the cells in his legs. Kakashi took a deep breath, exhaled white air from his mouth, and arcs began to appear on the wrist holding the white fang short blade. Half flash. Kakashi completely exploded the power of lightning breathing, and the whole person rushed towards Zabuza like a yellow lightning. This attack was beyond Zabuza's expectations. He didn't expect Kakashi to be faster. He wanted to raise his sword to block it, but found that Kakashi had appeared behind him the moment he raised his sword. Pa! A yellow lightning slash flashed by, and the long sword in Zabuza's hand was split into 2. And blood flowers burst out from his chest. Plop! Zabuza fell down, falling on the muddy ground due to the violent impact of the water waves. Why not kill? You can do it, Zabuza asked, looking at the sky. Although he was seriously injured at this moment, he was not fatal. He was sure that Kakashi's sword just now had the power to kill him. Because we are different, my sword is not for killing, but for protection. I can kill you, but there is no need, Kakashi said lightly. Kakashi is not a saint. On the contrary, he has always been decisive in killing when fighting with the enemy. Zabuza thinks that they are greenhouse flowers that have not experienced wind and rain, and Kakashi wants to tell Zabuza that it is not because they don't know that people's hearts are sinister, but they choose to be such people. Rather than killing Zabuza, Kakashi wants to strike Zabuza's beliefs more. After speaking, Kakashi immediately supported Nohara Rin without any delay. Chapter 305 No time to mourn for Zabuza. The future Mizukage Mitorumi arrives on the battlefield next. Sensing the attack from Kakashi, Kurosawa immediately jumped up and pushed Nohara Rin back several steps in an attempt to avoid Kakashi's attack. But Kakashi, who was using all his strength, was extremely fast. With the help of the surprise attack, how could Kurosawa dodge in a panic? The sharp blade cut through Kurosawa's left arm, leaving a narrow blood mark. Damn, I was defeated so quickly. I'm really useless, Kurosawa cursed while covering his arm. Originally, he was in a good situation, but now his arm was injured. Even if Kakashi left immediately, he might not be able to beat Nohara Rin. Do you prefer to demand more from your teammates than yourself? It's really sad to be your teammate. Kakashi frowned when he heard Kurosawa's words. What a joke. He got me injured. Do you still want me to say anything nice to him? Kurosawa sneered, trying to delay time with words and bandage the wound. But Kakashi was not fooled. He had to fight back and couldn't stop hitting the body. He immediately rushed up again. Whoosh! Kakashi, who used the lightning breathing with all his strength, was much faster than Kurosawa. Kurosawa stabbed Kakashi with a short blade, but found that Kakashi's figure disappeared from the front in an instant. Bang! Kakashi, who appeared on the side, kicked Kurosawa with a whirlwind kick and sent him flying backwards. He couldn't even hold the short blade in his right hand and it fell down. Boom! The tree that was hit by the flying Kurosawa shook suddenly, and the whole tree shook several times, and the leaves kept shaking. Instead of slandering others, it is better to improve yourself. People who only blame teammates will never be able to get teammates they can rely on, Kakashi said coldly. Although it was just their first meeting, Kirigakure left a very bad impression on Kakashi. It was the first time that he wanted to focus on destroying the other party's beliefs. Haha, I admit that you are stronger than me, and your team is stronger than us. You are all genius ninjas. But that's all. It's not your naive idea that defeated me, but your strength. Kurosawa stood up with difficulty and replied with a mocking smile. Kurosawa was really unwilling to be defeated by a ninja who was younger than him and spoke naively, so he would refute whatever Kakashi said. Since he had already lost in strength, he would be severely belittled in words. Kakashi walked towards Kurosawa with a calm face. After that experience, his belief would never be easily shaken. Although he was not going to kill, Kakashi would beat his opponent so that he could not move. As for how to survive in this death forest full of poisonous insects and beasts, it was not something Kakashi should care about. It seems that I came at the wrong time, a strange female voice suddenly said. Kakashi immediately stopped and carefully observed the surroundings. He found that a girl with long red hair was walking towards them in the east, followed by two boys with bandages on their faces. Kakashi sighed slightly in his heart. The thing he was most worried about had happened. A new ninja team came. The reason why he had to move step by step and defeat Zabuza with the least physical strength when fighting with Zabuza was because he was worried that this kind of thing would happen, because the black smoke rising into the sky was too obvious, and there were also noises of their ninjutsu colliding with taijutsu here. It was normal for a team to be attracted here. When Kakashi saw the mist-hidden headband on Mitorumi's head, his heart sank even more. He just hoped that the opponent's strength would not be too strong. Swish! Kakashi immediately threw out two kunai and pierced Kurosawa's thigh, causing Kurosawa, who was already standing shakily, to fall to the ground. After approaching the battlefield, Mitorumi looked around the battlefield and saw the remaining watermarks on the ground. and saw Naruto and others who were lying beside the tree with serious injuries to recuperate, and also saw Zabuza and Kurosawa lying on the ground, and Obito and Kisame who were fighting fiercely. There was no doubt that a big battle broke out here, a battle involving 3 teams. It seemed that Midorami was still 1 against 2, and they were about to lose. They actually joined forces to deal with us in the mist hidden. How despicable. Midorami's teammates had similar ideas to Midorami. Midorami, what should we do? The teammates looked at Midorami. Although they usually have an average relationship, Midorami is the strongest, so when the guiding Jonin is not around, Midorami will be the captain. Midorami did not speak, with a thoughtful expression on her face. The battle is to snatch the scrolls. What scrolls do you lack? Whether it is the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth, we can provide you with them so that you can pass the exam. Kakashi thought for a while and said calmly, he wanted to avoid this battle. They and the Kisame team were almost determined, but if a new Kirigakure team was added, Kakashi could not guarantee the direction of the battle. Because of Zabuza and Kurosawa's performance, Kakashi guessed that the Kirigakure ninjas had a weak sense of companionship because of the overall atmosphere, and most of the ninjas put their interests first, so they came up with such a plan. Although in fact they only had the scroll of heaven, he remembered that the Kisame team had the scroll of earth, so they also had the scroll of earth. It sounds like a good idea. What we lack is the scroll of earth. Midorami put her right hand on her chin, looking a little tempted. Midorami's team was not very lucky. This was the first time they had encountered other ninja teams since the exams began, so they came over directly when they saw the black smoke. We also have the scroll of earth. As long as you help us defeat these guys, we will give you all the scrolls, Kurosawa said immediately when he saw Midorami taking action. If new forces were added, the situation would be reversed. We are all Kirigakure ninjas. You should know which side is more trustworthy. Midorami glanced at the Kirigakure ninjas and then at the Konoha ninjas. She naturally preferred Kurosawa, an ninja from the same village, but Kurosawa's words made her a little uncomfortable, as if he was ordering her. After seeing Obito's appearance clearly, Midorami, who was still a little hesitant, immediately made a decision. She wanted to avenge her strawberry ice cream. Knock down all these Konoha ninjas. Midorami ordered her 2 teammates and then rushed towards Obito. Please go fight with the others. I want to defeat this guy alone. Midorami did not take action after arriving near the 2 people, but asked Kisame to leave. Kisame burst out with great strength to beat Obito back, and looked at Taramimi with some doubts. To be honest, he has been a ninja for a while, but this is the first time he has seen someone take the initiative to create a duel environment. If you don't leave, I won't fight, Taramimi said with her arms folded. She just wanted to use her own strength to avenge the strawberry ice cream. Although it felt a bit strange, Kisame didn't want to give up this hard-won ally. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first novel. I hope your strength can match your confidence. This guy's strength is not weak. Kisame rushed towards Kakashi after leaving this sentence. You are the Kirigakure who bought desserts that day. Obito saw Taramimi's long red hair that reached her waist and remembered the encounter that day. What do you mean by buying desserts? I went to collect information. Taramimi corrected her. She didn't buy it immediately. She bought ice cream after the information collection was completed. What kind of information can a dessert shop have? Does it have desserts that Kirigakure doesn't have? Obito was a little puzzled. Of course, Midorami was about to name a few desserts that Kirigakure didn't have, but she immediately realized that this was not the time for small talk. Anyway, I was just gathering intelligence that day. Although I don't want to bully a silly-looking guy like you, I have to avenge the strawberry ice cream. It's inexplicable. You're the silly one. Obito thought that the red-haired Kirigakure was a bit neurotic. After that, the 2 of them attacked at the same time and started a physical battle. Midorami's physical skills were not weak, but she was facing Obito who had breathing techniques and the Sharingan. Obito's stronger insight allowed him to easily see through Midorami's attacks, and his stronger strength and speed allowed him to dissolve the attacks and counterattack strongly. In less than half a minute, Midorami fell into a disadvantage, and Obito seized the opportunity to punch her in the abdomen and she retreated 5 or 6 steps. This guy is so strong in physical skills. Is that the legendary Sharingan? Midorumi retreated quickly and formed a seal, preparing to use her best ninjutsu to fight the enemy. Whoosh! Obito fired 4 shuriken to block Midorumi's position and immediately chased after her. Since Midorumi's physical skills were not as good as his, he had to use physical skills to chase Midorumi and fight her. Boiling style, trickster mist technique. Thick white mist continued to spit out from Midorumi's mouth and attacked Obito, who was chasing him. Since he had seen the hidden mist sect release the hidden mist technique, Obito did not pay much attention to the white mist spit out by Midorumi. When he saw the shuriken that entered the white mist being corroded and damaged by the white mist, he immediately used shaving to distance himself. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito, who was retreating, also condensed chakra and began to use ninjutsu. He condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a large amount of flames, forming a tall fireball and smashing it towards the thick fog. But what Obito did not expect was that his great fireball was actually swallowed up by the thick fog. Although Midorumi's white mist was also reduced, it was undoubtedly stronger than the great fireball that disappeared directly. This guy's ninjutsu is very strong, Obito judged in his heart. This is really not good news for Obito. If Midorumi's ninjutsu and taijutsu are at the same level, he is sure to defeat Midorumi within 2 minutes. But now it is difficult. It's not that Obito's current chakra and physical strength are only enough to support 2 minutes, but Kakashi and Nohara Rin are in trouble. Obito can clearly see Kakashi being beaten from the corner of his eye with his Sharingan. One Kirigakure is dragging Nohara Rin, while another Kirigakure and Kisame are besieging Kakashi. I have to give it a try. Obito took a deep breath, condensed a large amount of chakra, and then exerted the characteristics of flame breathing to the extreme. He was going to use the strongest fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, which he could use at present. I have a cold and feel uncomfortable. I write very slowly. I will only update once today. Let's see if I will feel better tomorrow. If I am better, I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 306. No need to mourn for Obito. The Green Beast Might Guy arrives on the battlefield. A large amount of chakra condensed in Obito's throat, and under the blessing of the breath of fire, it changed its nature very quickly, and finally turned into an extremely hot flame and was spit out by Obito. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Orange red flames gushed out of Obito's mouth, and in an instant, he spit out a fire far more intense than the great fireball. The spitted out flames danced wildly, like fire snakes. This is the difficulty of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. It is a great test of the ninja's ability to control so many flames at the same time to attack from multiple directions. Obito kept spitting out flames, and the fire in front of him became bigger and bigger. Fire snakes rushed towards the attacking white mist. Faced with such a fierce fire escape, the white mist that had swallowed the great fireball before could not be fierce. The orange-red sea of fire pushed the white mist back step by step, and the originally muddy ground became dry under the terrifying high temperature of the flames. This guy actually mastered this advanced fire escape. Seeing that Obito's fire escape suppressed her boiling escape, Taramimai was very surprised. If we only compare ninjutsu, she has never seen an opponent among her peers, and Obito is not only strong in physical skills, but also stronger in ninjutsu, which makes Tarami feel like she has met an enhanced version of herself. But unfortunately, you can only use fire jutsu. Tarami cancelled the chakra output of boiling jutsu, stopped spitting mist from her mouth, and then retreated quickly to form a seal to perform water jutsu. After Tarami stopped boiling jutsu, Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb suddenly increased in speed, the white mist disappeared, and only the orange-red flames continued to rush towards Tarami. When Tarami could almost feel the sea of fire coming towards her with her body, her last seal was completed. At this time, the flame was very close to Tarami, and the red light of the flame enveloped Tarami, as if it would swallow Tarami up in the next moment. Water Jutsu, Water Formation Pillar. A terrifying amount of water spit out from Tarami's mouth, instantly extinguishing the flames in front of her, and then the entire flame spit out by Obito was extinguished by the sudden burst of water balls. Midorumi continued to maintain her water escape technique with a red face. She had just faced the high-temperature flames and her face was burned red. She was a skilled and courageous person, because she was far away from Obito and was very confident in her water escape technique. She adopted this method to deal with Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Normally, if a ninjutsu match fails, she would have to find a way to dodge. But Midorumi knew that this wave of ninjutsu match was crucial. Even if she wanted to dodge the attack, because the fire escape technique had a wide attack range, there was little room for dodge. At that time, Obito would definitely use this opportunity to suppress her with physical skills, and then Midorumi's chance of winning would be very small. On the contrary, if her water escape technique could suppress Obito's fire escape technique in this match, she could use her water escape technique to catch Obito off guard. Damn it, how come everyone in Kirigakure can use water escape technique? Obito watched helplessly as the large piece of flame he spit out disappeared in less than 20 seconds, feeling extremely depressed. With Muyu's teaching, Obito knew the relationship between chakra and water. Fire escape was too weak against water escape. When the difference in strength was not big, fire escape would be suppressed by water escape. Only when the strength was much higher could fire escape be used to suppress water escape. Obito observed the whole battle situation with his peripheral vision, preparing to find an opportunity to exchange opponents with Kakashi. It was too frustrating for him to fight with Midorumi. Moreover, he had a strong ability to withstand pressure with the Sharingan. It was easier for him to deal with Kakashi than to win in a one-on-two fight. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Midorumi maintained her control of water escape and used the shape change to transform the water formation column into an extremely thick water dragon. Obito looked at the suddenly appeared thick water dragon and was a little confused. It was the first time he saw a ninjutsu that could be transformed into another ninjutsu. He tried his best to burst out chakra to dodge, but because the water dragon was very close, he was directly knocked back by the extremely thick water dragon bullet and broke 5 large trees before stopping. Ahem. After such a heavy blow, Obito's breathing became a little difficult. He coughed twice before he barely stood up. With the power of the breathing technique, you can still stand up after such an attack, but do you still have the strength to continue fighting? Midorumi did not take this opportunity to attack, but instead sighed at Obito's tenacity. Obito looked at Kakashi and Rin Nohara, who were still fighting, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Of course, my companions are still fighting. Why should I fall down?" This sentence was not only an answer to Midorumi's question, but also what Obito said to himself. He tried to maintain full concentration breathing, constantly concentrating his breathing. The breathing method can accelerate the body's recovery. Although it cannot be cured instantly like medical ninjutsu, at this time, every bit of recovery will give you more opportunities. Facing Obito in his prime, Midorumi avoided his edge, and faced Obito, who was already seriously injured. Midorumi attacked with heavy punches and used physical skills to fight Obito. Obito's Sharingan was still open, and he could still see through Midorumi's attack as before, but his body had become sluggish due to the injury. Bang! The two fought for a minute, and Obito was knocked to the ground by Midorumi's punch. Although he stood up again quickly, his momentum was visibly weakened. Do you want to continue? In fact, you have already lost. Midorumi crossed her arms and looked at Obito. At this moment, Obito's condition was already very bad. If Midorumi wanted, she would have the opportunity to kill Obito. I can still stand up. What right do you have to say that I lost? Obito panted and retorted. It's really difficult. Are all Konoha ninjas like this? Midorumi was a little confused. She had almost gotten rid of the anger of strawberry ice cream. She had no intention of killing Obito, but only wanted to complete the 2 scrolls and pass the exam. Seeing that Midorumi did not seem to have any intention of further attacking, Obito remained silent and focused on recovery, and did not take the initiative to attack. Obito's Kirigakure actually has this kind of strength. Kakashi frowned when he noticed the situation on Obito's side. He felt that they might have encountered all the strongest people in the Chunin exam. You know, they had never failed when they encountered those experienced Chunin teams in the mission. but now they were forced into a desperate situation by two genin teams. This was definitely not an ordinary genin. At this moment, Kakashi had no other choice. Obito was almost defeated. Although Nohara Rin had an advantage, she couldn't quickly deal with the enemy. He also consumed a lot of physical strength because of using thunder breathing for a long time. Now he was already at the end of his strength. At this moment, Kakashi was extremely calm. Although there was no sure way, there was still a glimmer of hope. He wanted to block the remaining chakra and physical strength on the last blow. If the strongest Kisame could be dealt with, then there would still be a chance. Tsurumimai was strong, but her two teammates were not as good as Kurosawa and Zabuza. Just when Kakashi was about to use the last thunderbolt flash, a familiar voice came into his ears. "Damn it, you actually outnumbered the minority. Let the green beasts of Konoha meet you." Might Guy saw Kakashi in a mess, and saw the two mist ninjas who were besieging him, and his anger instantly reached the maximum. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. 8 gates. Open the gate. Open. Close the gate. Open. Might Guy immediately entered the rock-breathing state and opened 2 gates in a row. With the power provided by the rock-breathing and the chakra of the 8 gates, he ran to Kakashi and kicked out a whirlwind kick to force Kisame and the mist ninjas back. Kakashi had never felt that Might Guy's voice was so pleasant, and even the green tights on Might Guy's body became handsome. "This is a big melee." Shire Anui Genma, who was running behind, glanced around and found that there were actually 12 ninjas here besides them. "Go help Obito. He looks terrible." Ebisu noticed that Obito, who was facing off against Might Urumi, looked worse than Kakashi. Shire Anui Genma nodded, and the two threw ninja tools at Might Urumi to force her back, then ran towards Obito. "Another group of ninjas is coming." After Tsurumi dodged the shuriken, she noticed the Konoha forehead protectors of the two ninjas who attacked her. Tsurumi wanted to just grab an earth scroll and run away. At this rate, the ninja teams from the entire area would come. "Are you okay, Obito?" Shire Anui Genma asked, staring at Might Urumi. "Nothing, probably just some broken bones." Seeing the reinforcements coming, Obito relaxed and said with a smile, "It's a big deal, she's broken bones." Shire Anui Genma complained, "Obito, take a rest, we'll take care of her." Ebisu said, taking out a kunai, "Well, you have to be careful. That guy's water escape technique can change. It can suddenly change from a water ball to a water dragon bullet. She also has a very powerful mist ninjutsu." Obito didn't act pretentiously. He just sat on the tree next to him to rest, and then reminded the two. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu are very average, but at this moment, Tsurumimai is not at her peak. She used 3 ninjutsu in a row in the battle with Obito. Obito didn't ask much of them, just hold them for a few minutes. Might Guy was the one who really changed the situation. Although it was very happy to team up with Nohara Rin, if you want to say who is the teammate who can give Obito the most sense of security, it must be Might Guy, who can always stand up in dangerous moments. Obito kept breathing to restore his body and paid attention to the situation of Kakashi and Might Guy. "Kakashi, can you still fight?" Might Guy asked Kakashi while paying attention to the enemy's movements. "No problem for now, I'll hold that shark face, and you quickly deal with the other mist hide." Kakashi simply formulated the next action. "It's been a long time since we last met in a cooperative battle. Leave it to me." Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. His breathing gradually became more concentrated, and he began to gather chakra. Kakashi nodded quickly, wielding the white fang short blade and rushing towards Kisame. After being suppressed for so long, it was his turn to counterattack. There will be another chapter later. In addition, I would like to ask for your monthly votes. It's the end of the month. If I have updated less during the cold, I will try to make up for it when I get better. I am in a better condition today than yesterday. Although I am not completely well, I am not so uncomfortable. Chapter 307. Might Guy with 3 doors. Might Guy and Kakashi rushed out at the same time. Kakashi rushed towards Kisame, and Might Guy rushed towards Kirigakure Genin. In order to quickly deal with the enemy, Might Guy did not try, but went all out. In the eyes of Kirigakure Genin, every time he blinked, Might Guy appeared in a new place. What a fast speed! Kirigakure Genin quickly threw out several shurikens to stop Might Guy from approaching, but he couldn't even capture Might Guy's position. So how could the shurikens he threw hit Might Guy? Might Guy still kept charging at a very fast speed. Kirigakure Genin was constantly retreating, and seemed to be very afraid of being approached by Might Guy. But how could he be faster than Might Guy? The distance between them was still shortening. When Might Guy was about to approach, the Kirigakure Genin raised the corner of his mouth and threw a kunai with an explosive tag not far in front of him. Since the shuriken couldn't hit, there would be no problem with a more powerful and wider explosive tag, the Great Konoha Cyclone. But the Kirigakure Genin still underestimated Might Guy. When he was about to approach, the chakra condensed in his legs exploded. Using the multiple bursts of shaving, Might Guy's speed increased instantly and he appeared directly on the side of the Kirigakure Genin and kicked out a whirlwind kick. The Kirigakure Genin just wanted to raise his hand to block but was kicked backwards by Might Guy's extremely heavy kick. Because of the angle, he was kicked right at the position of the detonating kunai. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the Kirigakure Genin who was blown up at close range lost consciousness. Looking at the Kirigakure Genin who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, Might Guy immediately ran towards Kisame who was fighting with Kakashi. So fast, Kisame, who noticed Might Guy's movement, subconsciously looked in the direction of Might Guy, and his expressionless face became a little ugly. Kisame's attack instantly became radical, and he even wanted to hurt Kakashi by exchanging injuries for injuries. Kakashi guessed Kisame's idea and immediately switched from offense to defense. Now it was Kisame who should be anxious. The distance between them was not far, and Might Guy quickly rushed over. After Might Guy came over, Kisame instantly dared not to be aggressive. Facing two enemies with strong strength, he dared to be aggressive. It was not self-confidence, but a way to kill himself. Huff. Kakashi took a heavy breath while Might Guy and Kisame were fighting. First, he knocked Zabuza down and lost his ability to resist, and then he faced the siege of two mist villagers alone, one of whom was very strong. His physical strength was really running out, and his lower body was very tired. AKA, I'll leave this guy to you for the time being. Kakashi decided to rest for 5 minutes. If Might Guy didn't solve Kisame within 5 minutes, he and Might Guy would solve Kisame together. He was too tired, and if he was not in good condition, Kisame might seize the opportunity and drag Might Guy down. And Kakashi was really worried that other teams would come, so he took this time to recover some of his strength and deal with any accidents. After all, in the current situation, it was almost a sure win. Kakashi, you can rest assured, I will defeat this guy, Might Guy shouted. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to have really withdrawn from the battle, Kisame immediately poured all his strength into his fist and punched Might Guy. Might Guy was not to be outdone and threw a straight punch to fight Kisame. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Kisame and Might Guy each took 2 steps back. Might Guy was a little surprised to see Kisame's expression. This was the power of him using full concentration breathing and 2 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and this shark-faced man could actually tie with him in strength. And Hoshigaki Kisame was also very surprised. Except for Nohara Rin's seemingly abnormal power, it was the first time he saw a power comparable to his in someone younger than him. You are a strong enemy. You are worthy of me opening the 3rd gate, the gate of life. Open. Without any hesitation, Might Guy opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and the chakra in his body increased greatly. Konoha Greeki Cyclone. Might Guy poured most of his strength into his legs, and the large amount of chakra provided by the 3 gates burst out. The strength and speed of his body increased again, and he kicked towards Kisame at a very fast speed. Seeing that Might Guy's momentum was rising again, Kisame's expression became more and more solemn. He concentrated all his strength in his arms and tried to resist Might Guy's cyclone kick. But how could Might Guy's 3 gates plus a full concentration of breathing be easily blocked? Boom. Kisame only blocked it for 2 seconds, and in an instant the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. The big trees were broken by Kisame who flew backwards, causing further damage to Kisame. Even the physically strong Kisame vomited blood after being hit so hard. and Might Guy's arm, which was used to block the attack, was shaking constantly. What's wrong with this green tights? How can physical skills be so strong? Kisame remembered the kick that Might Guy gave him. Although it was related to the decline in his state due to long-term fighting, he felt that it would be difficult for him to resist this kick with pure physical skills even in his peak state. Water style, great explosion water wave. After landing, Kisame quickly got up and formed a seal to gather a large amount of chakra to perform ninjutsu. Kisame would not use this move casually now, because it consumed too much chakra and he was a little overwhelmed. But the current situation did not allow him to have any idea of saving chakra. Without considering the consumption of chakra, Kisame spit out chakra like waves and turned the surroundings into a world of water. A very large oval water prison was forming, fighting in the water. Then we can only solve it in one go. Might Guy did not stop, but took a deep breath and burst into the oval water prison more than 8 meters high with all his strength. As a normal human, Might Guy cannot breathe in water, so he cannot use the breathing method in water. So Might Guy is ready to use all his strength to kill Kisame with one blow, so he doesn't need to consider the problem of not being able to use the breathing method in water. Might Guy exerted the rock breathing of his body to the extreme, and the huge amount of chakra provided by the 8 gates of ninjutsu all burst out. At this moment, his strength has reached a peak, stronger than any time before. Perhaps because of his strong power, the water in the water ball actually had a gap when Might Guy broke into the water ball, allowing Might Guy to maintain the power of the breathing method for a few more seconds. Kisame used the water escape ninjutsu to control the water flow to form a water dragon and attack Might Guy. Noon leopard. Might Guy opened his eyes wide and stared at Kisame. The condensed terrifying power was all poured out at this moment. The power was so great that the water flow at Might Guy's feet automatically pressed to both sides, allowing Might Guy to run like on land and kick Kisame with his strongest kick. Boom! Exclamation mark. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu _bar released this novel for the first time. The water dragon that Kisame condensed was instantly shattered by Might Guy's kick, and the water flow in the water ball became agitated. How is it possible that such a physical skill can be used in the water? Kisame looked at Might Guy with a shocked face, and his 3 views were refreshed. At this moment, Might Guy was very close to Kisame. Although Kisame could move freely in the water, his speed was reduced due to the previous injury, and he was unable to dodge Might Guy's full-strength attack. Boom! Crash! A huge explosion sounded, and Kisame was kicked out of the water ball directly. Without the support of Kisame's chakra, coupled with Might Guy's powerful kick, the water ball was directly shattered, and a large amount of water rushed in all directions. Guy has become stronger. Kakashi looked at this scene with some emotion in his heart. Obviously, he practiced very hard to catch up with Might Guy and the others, but there was a feeling that the distance was widened. Did Guy feel the same way before? Kakashi thought. He had only been chasing Might Guy for a few months, but before that, Might Guy had been chasing him for more than 3 years. This feeling was not pleasant, but Kakashi was still ready to work hard to catch up. People always have to be responsible for their own actions. He had given up on himself for a while, and now he needed to make up for that part of his training. What a joke, that monster Hoshigaki Kisame was defeated by a tights ninja who looked smaller than him. Kurosawa looked at this scene in disbelief. In terms of age and seniority, Kurosawa is much older than Kisame. The senior Kurosawa is willing to listen to Kisame because he was impressed by Kisame's strength. Kurosawa feels that even if 3 of them come together, they may not be able to beat Kisame, and now the monster that he can't surpass in his eyes has been defeated, and the one who defeated him is just a young genin who took the Chunin exam. It is difficult for him to accept this result. What the hell? There is such a strong candidate. Might-Arumi, who was still at ease in a 1-on-2 fight, was shocked by the power of Might Guy's full-strength kick. I hope he only knows fire-style ninjutsu, and never wind-style ninjutsu and earth-style ninjutsu. Might-Arumi prayed in her heart. If Might Guy only knows fire-style ninjutsu, then Might-Arumi still feels that she can fight him. She is very good at dealing with fire-style ninja and taijutsu ninja. If not, Might-Arumi feels that her first place in the Chunin exam is in jeopardy. Originally, Midorumi thought that Kisame was her biggest enemy for winning the championship, but now she gave this position to Might Guy. "Ah, Kay, you fought well." Obito couldn't help but punch in celebration. The intensity of this battle reminded Obito of the previous time when the three of them joined forces to fight against the Kumage Kyojonin. Although there was no single strong man of the crushing level this time, there were two waves of enemies this time, and the overall strength was much stronger. "You have to ask me if you agree to join forces to bully my best friend." Might Guy stood beside the lying Hoshigaki Kisame and looked down and said. At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame was extremely miserable, with many bones broken all over his body, and it was extremely painful to move. "What's your name?" Hoshigaki Kisame coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and asked. Might Guy, a man who wants to be the strongest in physical skills. Might Guy answered Hoshigaki Kisame's question straightforwardly and gave himself a thumbs up. "I remember your name. If I can survive to the next round, I will use my prime state to decide the winner with you." Kisame stared at Might Guy and said. Kisame was a little unconvinced. He had experienced many battles before fighting with Might Guy. If it weren't for the previous consumption, he would definitely be able to use a larger water ball and use a stronger attack in the water ball. "Ha ha ha, you want to challenge me? I accept it," Might Guy replied with a big laugh. He has great confidence in himself. Even if it comes again, even if it is Kisame in full state, the winner will only be him. This is really not good. Kisame fell down completely, and Taramimi felt a lot of pressure in an instant, because she was the only obviously very powerful ninja left on the Kirigakure side, and she could feel that those Konoha ninjas were all looking at her. Chapter 308 Unexpected Appearance. "You asked me to help but you fell down first, so I won't continue to accompany you." Midorumi forced Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu to retreat and prepared to run away. The Kisame team had been wiped out, and one of her teammates had also fallen. There were only 4 or 5 people on the Konoha ninja side who were capable of fighting. Midorumi didn't want to be beaten up by a group of Konoha ninjas. "If you want to leave, it's easy. Hand over the scroll." Obito thought for a while and shouted. Although the battle between him and Midorumi was fierce, it felt like a stopgap. After Obito was injured, Midorumi didn't do much, but it was impossible to let Midorumi go directly. There was no such good thing in the world. Since she participated in the battle, she had to leave something behind. Since Midorumi participated in the battle for the scroll, even if they already had the scroll of heaven, Obito had to snatch the scroll of heaven from Midorumi. "This time it's my bad luck." Midorumi decisively took out the white scroll from the ninja tool bag and threw it at Obito. "If the scroll is gone, you can grab another one." Midorumi is confident in her strength, but if she is seriously injured by her, it will be troublesome, and she will throw away the scroll at that time. She will throw away the scroll anyway, so Midorumi must want to preserve her strength. Throwing out the scroll means that Midorumi has admitted defeat. Might Guy, who was originally running towards Midorumi, stopped, and Nohara Rin stopped fighting with the Kirigakure Genin and turned to Obito's position to treat Obito. The Genin who was fighting with Nohara Rin also hurriedly ran to his teammates to check their status. When he found that he was still alive, he hurried to rescue him. The battle was completely over, and Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed. However, Kakashi did not lie down to rest, but began to clean up the battlefield, and found the scroll of heaven and earth on the Kisame team and took it away. "Okay, what scrolls are you still missing?" Kakashi walked up to Might Guy with 2 scrolls and asked. He certainly couldn't let Might Guy and his team help in vain. Even if Might Guy and his team lacked the scroll of earth, Kakashi would give the only scroll of earth to Might Guy. "We received the scroll of earth, and we still lack a scroll of heaven," Might Guy replied. Kakashi directly handed the white scroll with the word heaven written on it to Might Guy, so that both teams could meet the requirements for the exam, and even have an extra scroll of heaven. "Great, so we can go directly to the middle tower." Shire Anui Genma showed an excited expression. This exam was easier than he thought. He was nervous for a while when signing the consent form. After all, he was just a newbie who had graduated for a few months, but he had to fight a life-and-death battle with those seniors who had graduated for several years. As a result, in just a few hours, They easily gathered the necessary conditions to pass the exam. Shiranui Genma said that it was so cool to hug his thighs. Well, we will also go to the middle tower after we recover. Kakashi nodded. The exam requirements have been completed, so it is naturally better to go to the middle tower as soon as possible. We really met a group of incredible geniuses. Naruto, who watched the whole battle, exclaimed. Obito's fire escape and Sharingan, Kakashi's speed and swordsmanship, and Might Guy's taijutsu all surprised him greatly. It was hard to imagine how they had practiced to have such strength at this age. Midori thinks so too. They are so amazing. Inuzuka Midori nodded in agreement. She only had 2 words to describe Might Guy's taijutsu: scary. Everyone thought the battle was over, and they all relaxed and discussed the battle just now. While enjoying Nohara Rin's treatment, Obito boasted to Midorimi about her strength. She must be a super genius from Kirigakure. I have never seen anyone who can turn a ninjutsu into another ninjutsu after releasing it. I have never heard of it, Obito said confidently. After all, if that was the case, it would be understandable that he lost. His state was not good, his ninjutsu was restrained, and his opponent was still a genius. It was very reasonable for him to lose. Yeah, you did a great job this time, Obito. Nohara Rin smiled softly and nodded in response. Obito did make a great contribution in this battle. At the beginning, he held back Kisame and Kurosawa alone, which gave Kakashi the opportunity to deal with Zabuza. Later, he held back the powerful Midorimi. Although it seemed that no one won, he made a great contribution. Although I lost to her this time, I will definitely win back next time. Obito began to look forward to the future. From Kakashi, we can learn that the first 2 exams of the Chunin exam will be different, but the 3rd exam is basically the same as the actual exam of the ninja school, which is a one-on-one duel. Obito wants to fight Midorimi in his prime in the 3rd exam. I believe you can do it, Obito. Nohara Rin smiled and encouraged Obito. Haha. Obito laughed and was about to praise Nohara Rin afterwards, but a figure suddenly flashed and Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. Dalin, be careful. Bang! An adult ninja in black suddenly appeared next to Nohara Rin and kicked Nohara Rin, who was treating Obito, away. You bastard! Seeing Nohara Rin being attacked in front of him, the furious Obito ignored his physical injuries and attacked the black-clad ninja, punching him with all his strength. Is that all you have? The black-clad ninja easily grabbed Obito's fist, threw Obito away and slammed him into a tree with such force that the tree was broken directly. This sudden change shocked everyone. It's Kirigakure again. Why is it the same person? And I have no impression of it at all. Kakashi first confirmed the identity of the black-clad ninja through the forehead protector, and then confusion followed. There were a total of 10 teams of Kirigakure participating in this Chunin exam. Kakashi's memory was pretty good, although he didn't remember everyone very carefully. He remembered a general idea. He was sure that he had never seen the black-clad Kirigakure who suddenly appeared. Did he use a transformation technique? Kakashi guessed in his heart. He saw that the black-clothed Kirigakure might be 30 years old. There were no such old candidates in the Chunin exam. Kakashi immediately rejected this idea, because the Chunin exam was not a shameful task, and there was no need to use a transformation technique to kill people. If there was only one option left, then no matter how impossible the remaining option was, it could only be the fact. Something happened. A non-candidate sneaked into the examination room. Kakashi's expression was very bad. Iwa breathing, full concentration breathing. Open the door. Open. Shu gate. Open. Might Guy immediately opened the 8 gates of the ninjutsu and rushed to the front of the black-clothed Kirigakure with a concentrated burst of breathing speed and started a fight with the black-clothed Kirigakure. The two fought at high speed, facing Might Guy who opened 2 gates and fully concentrated breathing. The black-clothed Kirigakure was not afraid at all. He used the short blade very skillfully. After only half a minute of fighting, Might Guy's clothes were left with several scratches. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Hey, when I was notified of the mission, there was no mention of this step. Kurosawa's face changed when he saw the Kirigakure Jonin appear. Kirigakure Jonin broke into the Chunin exam room and fought with Konoha's Genin. Kurosawa had already seen his Death Star flashing. He was not afraid of death, but felt that he was betrayed by Kirigakure's high-level officials. He was killed in a battle with a candidate for the Chunin exam because he was not as skilled as others, but being killed by a trap had a different meaning. Haha, is this the Kirigakure village? It's really funny. Zabuza had a mocking smile on his face. Do you know who he is? Kakashi, who was about to help, stopped and asked Zabuza. His name is Ikitami Hideuki, a jonin who almost became a member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Zabuza glanced at Kakashi and told him what he knew. At this moment, Zabuza was unusually calm. After all, it was the village where his classmates were killed in the graduation exam, so it was reasonable for such a thing to happen. I don't know if your sword used to protect your companions will work this time. That guy is not comparable to us. Zabuza even had the mentality of watching the show. In his mind, he and Kakashi were both dead, but they would die in different hands. The reason why Zabuza knew about Ikitami Hideuki was because Ikitami Hideuki was his mentor, and Ikitami Hideuki's strength was not ordinary among the jonins. It was too easy to kill a few talented teenagers who were not satisfied with their status. Missed hidden ninja. Kakashi frowned, and did not care about Zabuza's words. He burst out his breathing method and rushed up to help Might Guy deal with Ikitami Hideuki. At this time, Might Guy had been forced to open the third gate, but he was still unable to resist Ikitami Hideuki's fierce offensive. With the smooth water escape and the sharp swordsmanship, Might Guy felt unprecedented pressure. There is no doubt that the black-clothed mist hidden ninja in front of him is stronger than the cloud-hidden ninja he met before. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu wanted to step forward to help and were directly injured. So strong, Shire Anui Genma covered the wound on his arm with a shocked face. When he faced Ikitami Hideuki just now, he felt the breath of death for the first time. If it weren't for Might Guy, he felt that he and Ebisu might have been killed instantly. This guy doesn't look like a test taker. Ebisu also discovered Ikitami Hideuki's problem. Kakashi joined the battle, and Nohara Rin briefly healed herself and joined the battle, but the extra two people only made Might Guy feel a little more relaxed, and did not reverse the situation. In just less than 2 minutes, a lot of bloodstains appeared on the bodies of the people who fought with Ikitami Hideuki. Kakashi and Nohara Rin, who had experienced many battles, were in very poor condition. Give up resistance, so that you can die a little easier, Ikitami Hideuki said with a relaxed look on his face, and he used his peripheral vision to pay attention to Obito, who was panting with a look of discomfort not far away. Obito was already injured, and he was attacked before he could heal for a while. Now he felt uncomfortable even if he walked a little faster, but Obito knew that he couldn't fall down. His companions were still fighting and were at a disadvantage. Chapter 309 The Last Struggle. Does Kirigakure want to start a war with us? How dare they do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the game from the surveillance camera, frowned. Although it was jointly organized by the two villages, the organizer was Konoha. Kirigakure needed to provide Konoha with the basic information of the participating ninjas, so Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the black-clothed Kirigakure who suddenly appeared was not a candidate. Do they have your Flying Thunder God technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nimike's Minato. Kirigakure's behavior was very confusing and made Sarutobi Hiruzen angry, but he knew that the most important thing now was to ensure the safety of the candidates, and then to cause trouble for Kirigakure. As long as Kakashi and other talented ninjas grow up normally, they will definitely become famous and powerful. If they die because of this, Konoha will suffer a great loss. No, Minato shook his head. If he did, he would have flashed over directly. In the mission where they encountered the fourth generation of Thunder, Minato gave the Flying Thunder God kunai once to protect Kakashi and the others, but the kunai was used in the battle. Because the situation was critical, it was not retrieved, and there was no danger afterwards. Minato did not give the Flying Thunder God kunai to Kakashi and the others. After all, the Flying Thunder God kunai is equivalent to a locator. For various reasons, Minato generally does not give it to others casually. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in his own village when participating in the Chunin exam? It's okay, If I remember correctly, my real body is patrolling nearby, and I should have noticed the situation over there," Muyu said at this time. Even if Muyu used the appraisal to read all the information of the candidates, he was still not at ease. After all, in Muyu's impression, the Chunin exam was really easy to go wrong, so Muyu's shadow clone was in the monitoring room, and the real body was always patrolling near Obito and others. Minato stuffed the words he was about to say back into his stomach. He originally wanted to say that he should be able to make it in time if he ran over at full speed now. After all, with Might Guy's performance, he would not be unable to hold on for a few minutes, but it would be better if Muyu could get there faster. But in order to prevent accidents, let the main body get the memory, Muyu continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Muyu, as the chief examiner, go and deal with the Kirigakure Jonin. Minato, go and inform Jiraiya now and ask him to go to the Kirigakure Inn and control all the Kirigakure inside." It is the best choice for Muyu to solve this problem, because Muyu is the chief examiner of the second exam, and he is responsible for the problems in the exam. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen issued an order to summon the Anbu to gather some of the Anbu. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique to confirm that Yuanshai, the elder of a Kirigakure village, was still in Konoha, and personally led the Anbu to find him. This matter seemed a bit strange to Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the performance of those Kirigakure ninjas, there were also some very good geniuses. It was impossible for Kirigakure to think that they had the strength to make a big fuss in Konoha and leave with those ninjas. If it wasn't so inflated, Kirigakure's actions would look even more stupid and unreasonable. If Konoha didn't have many geniuses participating in the Chunin exam this time, Kirigakure would have suffered a great loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his doubts. Whether it was stupidity or arrogance, he would know it when he saw the master. On the other side, Muyu, who was quietly watching Obito and others fighting not far away, received the memory of the clone. However, he did not rush to kill Akatami Hideyuki, but paid more attention to the surroundings and carefully observed the surroundings with his Byakugan. Because he could kill Akatami Hideyuki at any time if he wanted to, the person who made Akatami Hideyuki appear here was the one that Muyu valued. The Death Forest is not a place that can be casually entered and left. In order to avoid accidents in this exam, Konoha set up a barrier in the Death Forest. Kirigakure wanted to enter the Death Forest only as a candidate, and Muyu had used the appraisal to see all the candidates before the exam began. The transformation technique could not be hidden from the appraisal, so there was no situation of pretending to be a candidate to sneak into the Death Forest. Since he was not a candidate, he could only sneak in by bypassing the barrier through special methods. Muyu guessed that this might not be Kirigakure's arrangement, but Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were making trouble, because if it was Kirigakure that was causing the trouble, then it would not make sense. Some Genin might not care, but Kirigakure also had a heavyweight Kirigakure elder like Yuanshai, and some Kirigakure Jonin. To put so much combat power into killing some Genin, then the Mizukage might not be out of his mind, but he has nothing else in his mind, and the difference between what he put in and what he got is too big. If it was Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu that were causing the trouble, then it would make sense, because they have both the ability and the motivation. Doing this would have many benefits for Uchiha Madara. Kirigakure and Konoha would have conflicts, and if things go wrong, a war might break out, making the situation in the ninja world more chaotic and giving Uchiha Madara more opportunities. But in this case, it would be smoother if we don't pick on Obito. Do you want to stimulate Obito's strength? Muyu thought about Uchiha Madara's purpose in her heart. Just letting Kirigakure and Konoha go to war would also have the same effect as killing other candidates. Muyu looked around very carefully with her Byakugan, but she did not find any suspicious figures. This was within Muyu's expectations, as neither Uchiha Madara nor Black Zetsu were easy to deal with. As the battle between Might Guy and his team became more and more difficult, Muyu focused most of his attention on his disciples. If any of his disciples were in mortal danger, he would immediately kill Akatami Hideyuki. On the contrary, if there was no danger to his life, Muyu would not show up. This might be a bit cruel for the disciples. It would be painful if they were not killed, but Muyu had no choice. This was a cruel ninja world. He could protect his disciples once but not forever. This time, because he was in Konoha, he had made multiple preparations, so he could protect his disciples in secret. What if he was outside Konoha next time? What if the disciples were in danger in different places? Even Minato with Flying Thunder God could not arrive perfectly to save the situation, let alone him who just ran faster. Improving the strength of the disciples is the best solution. Even if they cannot solve the enemy, they can hold on for a while longer until he arrives. Konoha Great Key Whirlwind. The knife wound on his body did not make Might Guy show any fear. With the help of Kakashi, he attacked Akatami Hideuki again. Water Style, Waterfall Technique. Akatami Hideuki performed the water style ninjutsu calmly, spitting out an extremely large water ball. Water itself is not likely to cause any harm, but if a large amount of water flows, the impact force of the explosion is not small. This huge amount of water, like a wave, hit Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi, who had little physical strength left, was directly washed away by the water flow. Although Might Guy could carry the water flow forward, his speed was much slower. Akatami Hideuki swam very fast in the water, dodging Might Guy's attack while the sharp blade in his hand added a blood mark on Might Guy's body. Kakashi, who was washed away, lay on the ground and gasped. He no longer had the strength to maintain full concentration and breathing. Even if he was extremely anxious, he could not help Might Guy fight. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu were already much weaker than them, and now they were injured. Although they still had some physical strength, they were unable to participate in the battle between Might Guy and Akatami Hideuki, and were immediately blown away by the great waterfall technique. The injured Nohara Rin was using her last chakra to heal Obito. Rather than healing herself, Nohara Rin chose to trust Obito. Noon Leopard. With more and more wounds on his body, Might Guy finally used the strongest physical technique he could use. At present, he could only use it twice in a short period of time, and this was his last chance, but he had to use it, otherwise he would not be able to use it for the last time. Might Guy poured all his strength into his legs, and the powerful chakra burst resisted the impact of the water flow, and Might Guy ran again. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Akatami Hideuki immediately formed a seal and used ninjutsu to utilize the surrounding water. This was the usual fighting habit of the Kirigakure, first using auxiliary water escape to create a favorable environment and then using offensive water escape. A large amount of water flow swirled around Akatami Hideuki and finally formed an extremely huge water dragon that rushed towards Might Guy. In front of the giant water dragon, Might Guy, who was only 1.3 meters tall, looked extremely small. The head of the water dragon alone was several times larger than Might Guy. But Might Guy never stopped. He rushed forward like a cheetah, and the chakra on his body vaguely formed the shape of a leopard's head. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge roar sounded, and small water droplets continued to splash around. The head of the water dragon was collapsing, the teeth were broken, the dragon horns were broken, and the dragon head was deformed. This guy is a real monster. Kisame sighed when he saw Might Guy's performance. He could still burst out this kind of power after fighting with him. Is it possible? Kakashi struggled to get up with his arms against the ground and stared at Might Guy and Akatami Hideuki. Okay, come on. Obito kept breathing and prayed for Might Guy in his heart. In the end, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dragon and the leopard bit the dragon head to pieces, and the dragon head was completely shattered. But at this time, Might Guy had already consumed most of his strength. Under the impact of the dragon's body, he flew backwards and broke 8 trees before stopping. Why don't you choose to die easily if you are going to die? Do you still want to defeat me? Akatami Hideuki said with a mocking expression. Faced with the ridicule, Might Guy stood up again. At this time, his green tights had turned blood red due to excessive bleeding. There is no word give up in my youth. Might Guy clenched his fists and shouted. Some of his companions were seriously injured and some were exhausted. Might Guy knew that he could not fall down at this time. Once he fell down, no one could fight Akatami Hideuki head-on. Might Guy took a deep breath. He wanted to try to open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, The injury gate. Originally, his current practice was far from opening the injury gate, but Might Guy had once used breathing to forcefully open the second gate in the battle with the cloud-hidden ninja when he was not practicing enough. He wanted to replicate that time, but this time he wanted to forcefully open the fourth gate. Open. Might Guy's eyes widened, his fists clenched, the veins on his arms bulged, and he used all his strength to attack the fourth gate of the 8 gates. I don't know if it was because the difficulty was too great or there was no way to complete such an operation after the third gate, but Might Guy failed. Bang! Akatami Hideyuki used the water to appear next to Might Guy and kicked the unprepared Might Guy away. Your decision cannot change the outcome, whether you give up or persist, Akatami Hideyuki said lightly. Akatami Hideyuki continued to pursue the victory and knocked down Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, who came up to stop him. Shiranui Genma was full of reluctance at this moment. Whether it was victory or failure, it seemed that he had nothing to do with him. His strength was too far behind Kakashi and the others. The same was true for Ebisu. For the first time, he did not desire strength because of status, power, or money. He had never felt so powerless before, and could only watch his companions get injured and unable to do anything. Might Guy stood up again, and he tried his best to maintain the rock breathing to fight Akatami Hideyuki. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by sheer willpower. In the difficult situation, Might Guy fell down again. Watching Might Guy fall down and stand up again and again, watching Akatami Hideyuki mocking their persistence, the fire in Obito's heart burned more and more vigorously, and his breathing gradually changed unconsciously. Flame breathing, full concentration. After recovering to be able to move, Obito immediately opened his Sharingan and rushed out with explosive power, swinging his fist with angry flames at Akatami Hideyuki. I don't know if it was because he was too angry that he couldn't feel the pain or for some other reason. Obito wrapped his fist with fierce flames without using chakra isolation but didn't feel burned. However, Akatami Hideyuki was most concerned about Obito, so he immediately noticed Obito's actions, dodged Obito's attack sideways, and swung the short blade at Obito. Obito's Sharingan saw through Akatami Hideyuki's actions, and this attack couldn't kill him, so Obito let the short blade pass through his chest, and his left hand burst out with even more fierce flames and hit Akatami Hideyuki's abdomen. Akatami Hideyuki took a few steps back, frowning slightly when he felt the intense burning sensation on his body. The water-attributed chakra in his hand burst out, changing its nature and spraying out a stream of water to extinguish the flames on his body, but the pain caused by the burning did not disappear immediately. After a successful attack, Obito did not feel proud, but was thinking about countermeasures. He would be the first to fall in this kind of lose-lose situation, but Akatami Hideyuki did not give Obito time to think, and immediately stepped forward to fight with Obito, leaving several new scars on Obito's body. They are still trying. Naruto, who was unable to move due to his injuries, looked at the scene and had a bold idea in his mind. As a fellow Konoha ninja, Naruto did not want to be too far behind in this regard. Naruto also told Inuzuka Midori and Aburame Naoya about his plan. They all nodded and decided to make a final effort. Even if it's death, Midori must die with dignity. Inuzuka Midori endured the pain and used the beast mimicry ninja technique to lie on the ground. The end of the next chapter. Chapter 310, The Power of the Transparent World. Inuzuka Midori was lying on the ground, with Naruto on his back, which was immobile. In order to prevent him from falling, there was a rope made of parasites to fix him. In this way, Inuzuka Midori used his hands and feet to run towards Akatami Hideyuki with Naruto. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Naruto shot the shuriken in his hand towards Akatami Hideyuki. However, because Naruto's posture was a bit awkward and it was not easy to exert force, the shuriken was very crooked, and Akatami Hideyuki avoided all the shurikens by standing still. Water clone technique. Akatami Hideyuki separated a water clone and prepared to let the water clone deal with Naruto. It would be really troublesome if he was hit by the shadow imitation technique. I must find Teacher Muyu to learn the ninjutsu that restrains water escape. Obito, who was extremely frustrated, shouted in his heart. He was really tortured by water escape. When Akatami Hideyuki released a large-scale water escape, he had no way to carry out an effective fire escape attack. He felt that he was in very good condition and could use fire escape very smoothly, but he was disgusted by Akatami Hideyuki's water escape and wanted to use physical skills, but he couldn't beat Akatami Hideyuki in physical skills. Obito didn't know how to win the battle. Might Guy and Kakashi were exhausted. Nohara Rin's last chakra was used to treat his current inability to fight. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu were seriously injured. The only way out now was the seriously injured Konoha ninjas they had rescued before. The water clone was only 1/10 of the strength of the original body, and its strength would be improved in the water. But it was this 1/10 of the strength of the water clone that beat Inuzuka Midori and made her flee everywhere. If it was normal, Inuzuka Midori would have to fight this water clone, but now her body was injured and she was carrying Narayashi, so she couldn't fight at all, and could only flee in embarrassment and look for opportunities. When the distance was almost right, the parasitic rope on Narayashi's body disintegrated and rushed towards the water clone. Inuzuka Midori took this opportunity to throw the salt water behind him towards the place near Akatami Hideyuki. Narayuki quickly formed hand seals in midair, as if preparing to use ninjutsu. The water clone wanted to attack Narayuki, but was directly knocked down by Inuzuka Midori. Akatami Hideyuki noticed this scene and immediately forced the injured Obito back and then shot a thick water column at Narayuki to prevent him from being controlled by the shadow imitation technique. However, what Akatami Hideyuki did not expect was that after the water escape hit, Narayuki first turned into Inuzuka Midori's appearance, and then turned into white smoke and disappeared. Haha, Midori's acting is good, even the seal of salt water is exactly the same, Inuzuka Midori said with a smug smile. The water clone angrily knocked Inuzuka Midori to the ground. Akatami Hideyuki's real body also changed his face instantly and wanted to use water instant body to leave the place, but as early as when he turned around to attack Inuzuka Midori's shadow clone, Narayuki had changed from Shrike back to human form, and quickly formed hand seals to use ninjutsu shadow imitation technique. As the two were very close, Narayuki's shadow quickly connected to Akatami Hideyuki's shadow. So Akatami Hideyuki also lay on the ground under the control of shadow imitation technique. Seeing this, the water clone wanted to go over to help the original body, but Inuzuka Midori held the water clone's legs tightly to prevent the water clone from moving. The water clone kicked Inuzuka Midori with all her strength and made her spit blood, but she still did not let go. The second kick knocked Inuzuka Midori unconscious, and the water clone was able to escape and approached the original body at a very fast speed. Hurry up and use your fastest ninjutsu? I can't control it for long, Narayuki shouted loudly. Shadow imitation technique consumes a lot of chakra. He didn't have much chakra now, and Akatami Hideyuki was stronger than him, so he could only control it for a short time. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Obito was originally preparing to use the powerful and low-cost Great Fireball, but after hearing what Narayuki said, he immediately used the Phoenix fire technique, made a seal, and spit out more than 10 small fireballs at Akatami Hideyuki. When the fireball was only 5 centimeters away from Akatami Hide, Narayuki ran out of chakra and let Akatami Hideyuki escape from control. Boom! Exclamation mark. The dazzling flames of the fireball explosion enveloped Akatami Hideyuki. Narayuki, who was close, subconsciously squinted his eyes, but he couldn't see whether Akatami Hideyuki was killed in the flames. Obito, who had the Sharingan, could see more. He immediately pulled Yui back quickly. The dazzling flames came and went quickly. Soon, Akatami Hideyuki with burn marks on his body stood in front of them. Just now, he didn't even have time to stand up and crawled and dodged at the fastest speed, letting the water clone that rushed over to help him bear part of the attack, and finally survived. Damn, if I could have more chakra. Narayuki clenched his fists. Even if he was always calm, he couldn't stay calm anymore, because it was really just a little bit. If he could hold on for 2 more seconds, Akatami Hideyuki might not survive. You guys are really awesome, you almost killed me. Akatami Hideyuki showed a ferocious smile on his face, holding the short blade tightly and rushing towards Nara saltwater. Obito put salt water aside and rushed forward alone to fight with the Katami Hideyuki. Obito's chakra had not recovered much. In order to maintain the Sharingan and breathing method, Obito did not dare to use ninjutsu at this point in the battle. At most, he could add some fire to his fist. So even if a Katami Hideyuki was injured and his condition declined, Obito was still in a clear disadvantage. Is it a failure? Kakashi, who was leaning against the tree, sighed. Even he felt that the cooperation of the Naruto saltwater team just now was very exciting. They could create such a result in this state. Looking at Obito fighting alone, Kakashi felt very uncomfortable. It was almost the same in River Country. Might Guy's burst quickly solved the Chunin, and then Obito opened his eyes and worked together with Might Guy to deal with the Jonin. He just added a knife in the end. Kakashi was very unwilling. He was obviously a genius in everyone's eyes, and was considered to be a genius that was difficult to surpass. Now he could only rely on his companions to turn the tide. Kakashi didn't want to be such a person. He wanted to be the one who turned the tide, because he was a genius recognized by everyone. Obito had more and more wounds on his body, and the bleeding further caused Obito's condition to decline. The balance of victory seemed to have completely tilted towards a Katami Hideyuki. Kakashi took a step in the direction of a Katami Hideyuki, and all parts of his body warned Kakashi with pain. Kakashi ignored the pain in his body and took another step. This time he tried to enter the state of thunder breathing. Maybe he rested for a few minutes to recover some physical strength, and he succeeded. With the blessing of the breathing method, Kakashi's steps were a little faster. Kakashi tried hard to concentrate his breathing. Ordinary breathing could not provide him with much help in such an intense battle. I don't know if it was because the injury was too serious that Kakashi had an illusion or something. He seemed to feel that his breathing was more concentrated than before. Kakashi didn't think about this problem. He just concentrated his breathing again and again, reaching the limit he could reach. That's all. Because his breathing was getting more and more concentrated, Kakashi's steps became faster. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Kakashi's undisguised behavior naturally could not be hidden from a Katami Hideyuki, but he didn't care. An ordinary 9-year-old child could run several blocks faster than Kakashi now. What was there to be afraid of with such a weak appearance? When Kakashi was only 50 meters away from a Katami Hideyuki, Kakashi clenched the white fang short blade in his hand. He suddenly felt that he was very powerful now. When he walked to 40 meters, Kakashi's breathing continued to change. At this time, Kakashi felt that the world in front of him suddenly became clearer. When he walked to 30 meters, this clear feeling became more and more obvious. Kakashi could even vaguely see the muscles of a Katami Hideyuki's body. This reminded Kakashi of his previous training. He was troubled by the problem of not being able to reflect his own speed, and he has not even solved it yet. Miyu gave 2 methods that can cure it. One is the extreme transparent world of breathing method, and the other is the change of the nature of lightning chakra to strengthen the reaction nerves. If one day you feel transparent in your brain and can see and control every muscle and every blood vessel in your body, then you have entered the state of transparent world. Kakashi recalled how Miyu described the transparent world. With a feeling of emptiness, Kakashi saw it. He saw his muscles, his bones, his blood vessels, and everything in his body. He could not only see but also control it. In an instant, he understood how much power he had wasted when he attacked. So, this is the transparent world. Kakashi kept approaching a Katami Hideyuki and murmured. When he was only 10 meters away from a Katami Hideyuki, Kakashi also saw everything on a Katami Hideyuki. Now Kakashi understood how powerful the breathing method that Miyu taught them was. This is a magical power that cannot be described in words. When practicing swordplay, you only need to remember 2 points, speed and strength, and concentrate all your strength on one point to attack. Then Kakashi remembered the memory of his father, Hatake Sakamo, teaching him swordplay. At this time, Kakashi was only 6 meters away from a Katami Hideyuki. Although he didn't think Kakashi had any strength now, he was still a ninja. A Katami Hideyuki was still cautious and temporarily gave up the seriously injured Obito, and slashed at the approaching Kakashi with a short blade. Kakashi, Get out of the way. You're in this state, just lie down, Obito shouted anxiously. When Kakashi came over, he shouted for Kakashi not to come over, but Kakashi ignored him and continued to walk towards this side as if he was under an illusion. Father, Miyu teacher, thank you. Kakashi didn't care about the attacking Nakatomi Hideyuki, but thanked Miyu and White Fang in his heart, because it was they who gave Kakashi the power to change everything. Go to hell. Nakatomi Hideyuki used the instant body technique to flash in front of Kakashi, and stabbed Kakashi's chest with a short blade. Swish! A flash of white light passed by. Snap! Nakatomi Hideyuki's short blade and his arm were broken into two pieces. Nakatomi Hideyuki showed a look of horror and confusion. He didn't even see how Kakashi swung the knife. The next moment, Nakatomi Hideyuki felt a sharp pain, and his body was broken into two pieces before he could say any last words. Kakashi, you! Obito looked at this scene in shock. The powerful Jonin who made everyone in a difficult battle was killed by Kakashi in 1 second. Was he asking the immortal Miyu to possess him? I am the genius Kakashi. Kakashi fell down after leaving such a sentence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 New Disciple Quota. At this moment, the forest was extremely quiet. Everyone was shocked by Kakashi's sword. In this quiet environment, Kakashi's last words reached everyone's ears. How is it possible? Nakatomi Hideyuki was killed just like that. Zabuza looked at Nakatomi Hideyuki who was cut in half by Kakashi in disbelief. This is not a genin or chunin, but a jonin who is well known in Kirigakure. He was killed in 1 second. Is this the power of protection? Zabuza's worldview was greatly shocked. He was sure that Kakashi had never had this strength before. Otherwise it would not have been so difficult for Kakashi to fight them before. If he could kill Nakatomi Hideyuki in 1 second, he would definitely be able to kill Hoshigaki Kisame in 1 second, but Kakashi didn't kill him in 1 second, and he fought for a while. Zabuza really didn't understand why he wanted to protect others so much and could burst out such a terrifying power. Is this guy really a genin? Is he fake? Kurosawa showed an expression of doubting his life. He now suspected that Kakashi was disguised by some powerful Konoha ninja transformation technique, and he was pretending to be at a disadvantage in the battle just now. As expected of my best friend, I'm really looking forward to the next battle with you. Might Guy was surprised and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Might Guy really couldn't understand Kakashi just now. He looked shaky and seriously injured, and there was no strong momentum bursting out of his body. But he could actually kill the Jonin with a slash that was enough to kill him in seconds. Looking at Kakashi and Obito, Nohara Rin smiled gently and said, I knew you would succeed. She knew that she couldn't fulfill her dream of ending the war with her own strength. So she only did what she could, which was to provide all the support she could behind Kakashi and Obito. It turned out to be solved like this. Naruto had a complicated expression, with surprise, relief and emotion. He fully agreed with Kakashi's last words. Kakashi is indeed the most dazzling genius now. Obito quickly supported Kakashi who was about to fall to the ground and shook him. Kakashi, are you okay? I admit that your sword strike was genius. Kakashi closed his eyes and had no strength to speak. The sword strike had used up the last bit of his strength. Now he was truly powerless, but a smile appeared on his face when he heard Obito's words. What should we do? Zealand, can you still treat them? Obito asked Nohara Rin anxiously. Although the battle was won, all of them were in very bad condition now. They were seriously injured and exhausted, and most of them were so serious that they couldn't even walk. Nohara Rin shook her head and took out a bandage and said, I have used all my remaining chakra to treat you, Obito. Now I can only bandage it first. If she had chakra, Nohara Rin would have started treatment long ago. She was still injured now. Let me treat you. Miyu flashed in the middle of the group and said, Teacher Miyu. Obito was excited when he saw Miyu. Miyu's medical ninjutsu was stronger than Nohara Rin's multiple shadow clone technique. Muyu formed 9 shadow clones with hand seals and used palm fairy technique to treat the 9 Konoha candidates. As for Kisame and the others, Muyu didn't care for the time being. After all, it was good enough that Muyu didn't tie them up and imprison them when something like this happened. Teacher Muyu, you came just in time. Seeing Muyu appear, Obito completely relaxed and said with a smile, let alone the appearance of the mist-hidden ninja, he was not afraid even if the Mizukage came, because he believed that Muyu would protect them. It can only be said that it is not too late. Timely means that the accident should be solved as soon as it happens. Muyu shook his head and said, Muyu is a very rational person, but he is not without emotion. He felt bad standing in the dark and watching his disciples getting hurt. Anyway, the final result is the same, and if it weren't for Teacher Muyu's treatment, we would be in danger. Obito smiled and said indifferently, after all, both results are that the enemy is solved and they are safe, but one is a little more difficult. That's right. Might Guy gave a thumbs up in approval. Under Muyu's treatment, Kakashi's condition gradually improved and he completely relaxed when he heard Obito call out Mr. Muyu because it meant that he didn't have to worry about anything. When he opened his eyes again, Kakashi's vision returned to normal, and he didn't have the same feeling as before. However, Kakashi didn't dwell on it, but asked Muyu, Mr. Muyu, did something happen between Kirigakure and the village? There is no doubt that Kirigakure's senior ninja sneaked into the Chunin exam venue to deal with them, the examinees. In Kakashi's eyes, this behavior was basically equivalent to declaring war. It's hard to say for the time being, except for this Kirigakure senior ninja who sneaked into the exam venue. Other Kirigakure have not taken any action. Muyu thought for a while and replied. After hearing Muyu's words, Kakashi fell into thought and couldn't guess Kirigakure's motives. The reason of assassinating Konoha's genius genin was a bit untenable, because Kirigakure would not know which ninjas would participate in Konoha's Chunin exam, and it was too stupid to send out the genius ninjas of their own village for such a thing. Just take a good rest, don't think too much. As candidates you have done your best, Muyu said with a smile. Even Muyu could not make an accurate guess about how this matter would go, although he thought it was Uchiha Madara who did it. This guess obviously could not be told to others, because in the impression of Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Madara had been killed by Senju Hashirama a long time ago. Let the shadow clones treat the disciples. Muyu walked in front of Hoshigaki Kisame and the others. Tell me everything you know. Muyu put away his gentle smile and asked lightly. He didn't think he could get any useful information from the 3 people, but this was a necessary procedure. Unfortunately, I'm just an abandoned child and I don't know anything. Zabuza grinned and replied after recovering from the shock. He had no good feelings towards the top leaders of Kirigakure, but he really knew nothing. The order he received was to perform well on the Chunin exam and suppress the Konoha ninjas. My mission is to get good grades in the exam. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I really don't know why a Jonin sneaked in, Kurosawa said very bluntly. Hoshigaki Kisame's answer was similar to Zabuza Kurosawa's. The 3 of them looked unaware. As Muyu expected, he didn't get any useful information, but he didn't care. The focus was not on him, but on Sarutobi Hiruzen. After treating Kakashi and others, Muyu simply took them back to the middle tower. However, since Naruto's team had not yet gathered the Scroll of Heaven and Earth, they did not act with Muyu and the others, but continued the exam. Muyu did not terminate the Chunin exam, but he sent ninjas to monitor all Kirigakure candidates and arrest them directly if they found any abnormal behavior. After arriving in the middle tower, the disciples began to talk about what had just happened, and Muyu opened the panel to check the gains this time. Disciple Hite Kakashi's trust level has been raised, and the current trust level is 4. Detected that there are already 4 disciples with trust level 4, and received a reward. Disciple quota +1. Seeing this reward, Muyu smiled. In his opinion, this reward is much more precious than the perfect level skills. If a disciple is trained from the age of 10, the rewards he can provide after he grows up are huge. Not only various skills, but also a large amount of chakra for the apprentice to return to the master. Muyu plans to study carefully after returning to who to use this quota for. This quota is really hard to get, and it is unknown whether there will be more quotas in the future, so Muyu must make a careful choice. Muyu continued to look at the system message. In addition to the trust level increase, Kakashi also received an upgrade reward. Disciple Hite Kakashi has practiced hard under your guidance and has gained a lot of strength. Reward: Earth Escape Middle. Light and Heavy Rock Technique. Mastery level. Muyu nodded in his heart. This is a very good reward, and its meaning to Muyu is better than the Heavy Rock Technique he got before, because the Light and Heavy Rock Technique can make him fly. Flying is a rare ability for a Hokage, and basically relies on summon beasts. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. Although the Heavy Rock Technique is also a high-level Earth Escape technique of the same level, the Heavy Rock Technique is biased towards output, and Muyu has other better output methods. Through observation with the telescope technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the master was drinking tea in the tea room in Konoha with several Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked most of the Anbu to guard outside and then walked into the tea room with several Anbu elites and entered the single room where the master was. Hokage, what are you doing? The master looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who broke in directly, and the Konoha Anbu following behind him, and felt something was wrong. Do you know a ninja named Akatami Hideuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to question, but sat down and asked lightly. I know. He is a senior ninja in our Kirigakure village and a member of the delegation visiting your village this time. The master nodded and replied. Just now, Akatami Hideuki sneaked into the Chunin exams by unknown means and attacked our Konoha candidates. Do you have any explanation for this? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the master, and at the end he released his powerful aura. The master's face changed slightly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly, he could feel Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger from his aura. The third-generation Hokage, who was famous in the ninja world, was angry. As expected of a Hokage, this terrifying aura is stronger than the third generation. The master made a simple comparison between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the third-generation Mizukage in his mind. The Jonin next to the master couldn't help but tremble when he felt this terrifying aura, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Hokage, is there any misunderstanding? We, Kirigakure, definitely don't want to be enemies with Konoha this time, the master said calmly. In Kirigakure, he has the most power except Mizukage. It can be said that Kirigakure has no arrangements that he doesn't know about. He is sure that no ninjas were sent to kill Konoha candidates this time. Misunderstanding? Come and see if it's a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the master to the Death Forest, where there were not only surveillance records but also Akatami Hideuki's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this was a bit strange, so although he was angry, he didn't do anything directly, ready to see how the master would explain. When he walked out of the tea room and looked at the Anbu surrounding outside, the master basically believed what Sarutobi Hiruzen had just said. Akatami Hideuki really went to the Chunin examination room to attack the candidates. If this hadn't really happened, Konoha would not suddenly launch such a big action against them. Konoha is now at war with two major ninja villages, and it would be crazy to take the initiative to go to war with them. Who did it? Those people from the Hawk faction? The master guessed in his mind. He really didn't want to have a conflict with Konoha at this time, because he was still in Konoha. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen led the master to the middle tower of the Chunin exam and called up the surveillance records of Akatami Hideuki attacking Obito and others. Looking at the screen where Akatami Hideuki continued to attack Obito and others, the master frowned. After a few minutes of simple playing, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the master. If he didn't get a satisfactory answer, then the master and his men would definitely not be able to leave Konoha. I'm deeply sorry that this happened. The master handed the crutches to the Kirigakure next to him and bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But I can be sure that this has absolutely nothing to do with Kirigakure. Akatami Hideuki should be a spy hidden in our Kirigakure by other ninja villages, who wants to destroy the friendship between Kirigakure and Konoha. Then the master said with a firm face. He didn't know whether Akatami Hideuki was crazy or not, but now Akatami Hideuki's best identity is a spy. Sandame-sama, There is a Katami Hideyuki's body inside. Muyu stepped forward in time and handed the scroll that sealed Katami Hideyuki's body to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Whether it is a spy or not is not something that the master can decide with just one word. In the end, it still depends on the memory of the body. For efficiency and accuracy, Sarutobi Hiruzen called the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan to use the secret technique to check Katami Hideyuki's memory. The master looked calm. If Konoha could really find out who ordered Katami Hideyuki to act, he would have to thank Konoha, and he could go back and start the cleansing operation. The master's confidence made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel even more strange. Could it be that the accident in the Chunin exam this time was really not planned by the Hidden Mist village? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. The Yamanaka clan leader put his hand on Katami Hideyuki's head, closed his eyes and began to use the secret technique. Although Katami Hideyuki had been broken into two sections, as long as his brain was not damaged, it would not affect his ability to check his memory. But when the Yamanaka clan leader used this secret technique to delve into Katami Hideyuki's mind, he frowned and opened his eyes at the same time. Sandame-sama, his brain has been destroyed by the technique, and he can't check his memory. The Yamanaka clan leader reported. I have diarrhea, so the update is relatively late and there is only one update, but this chapter is a long chapter, a 4K chapter. If you have any questions, you can leave a message in the paragraph. I have a headache, so I'm going to sleep first. I'll change it when I see it tomorrow. Chapter 312 Kakashi explodes gold. The monitoring room fell into silence for a while, and the master breathed a sigh of relief. Since the memory could not be checked, the matter was simple. He insisted that Katami Hideyuki was a spy and a traitor. The master looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression did not change at all, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The master knew that this matter could be big or small, and it all depended on how Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to deal with it. If Konoha wanted to investigate and insist that Katami Hideyuki was sent by Kirigakure to cause trouble, that would be fine. At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was pushed open, and Danzo walked into the monitoring room with two rude ninjas. You Kirigakure are so brave that you dared to assassinate our Konoha's genius ninja, Danzo said sternly as soon as he entered the door. If you want to go to war with Konoha, we will definitely accompany you to the end. Danzo said it all at once, as if Kirigakure had officially declared war on Konoha. The master calmly explained what had just happened and emphasized Katami Hideyuki's identity as a spy again. His brain was destroyed by the technique, not necessarily because he is a spy. Maybe you Kirigakure want to get rid of your suspicion, Danzo said relentlessly. If you want to prove your innocence, let all Kirigakure accept a memory search. Danzo said his solution. If you really have no problem, I am willing to apologize in person. Elder Shimura, you are kidding. I will never agree to such a thing. Yuanchai was a little overwhelmed. Danzo was thinking too much. The memory search can indeed prove their innocence, but the color of Kirigakure's underwear will be known to Konoha. As an elder of Kirigakure, Yuanchai knows too many secrets of Kirigakure. Even if he died in Konoha, he would have to destroy his brain before dying to prevent Konoha from obtaining his memory. Not to mention himself, the senior ninjas he brought with him could not be shown to Konoha casually, which was equivalent to giving Kirigakure's secret techniques to train ninjas directly to Konoha. Compared with the confidential information in their heads, Danzo's apology is not worth a penny, and it is not worth it for Danzo to commit suicide. Are you feeling guilty? Danzo looked at the master with a cold gaze. I have a clear conscience about this matter, but I cannot let the secrets of Kirigakure leak out. The master stared at Danzo and answered. Don't worry about this. We Konoha ninjas are the most honest. They won't look at things they shouldn't look at. Danzo continued. The master was still smiling on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. If he really believed what Danzo said, how could he become the elder of Kirigakure village? It would be strange if he didn't look at the confidential information given for free. The master firmly disagreed with Danzo's proposal, and Danzo pressed on step by step, saying that the master and his team had something to hide if they disagreed. There are many doubts about this matter. It is indeed inappropriate to directly check the memory of the master. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. But this is the fastest and most accurate way, Danzo replied with a dissatisfied look. Miyu watched this scene silently, and had a rough prediction of the outcome of this matter in his heart. Konoha has no intention of fighting for the time being. After all, they already have the Iwagakure village and the Kumagakure village. Even a hawk like Danzo does not want to face 3 major ninja villages at the same time. But Konoha will definitely not swallow this breath. It doesn't matter whether Akatami Hideuki is a spy. What's important is that Akatami Hideuki is a Kirigakure ninja. At least he was not deprived of his Kirigakure ninja status before his death, so it won't be serious enough to start a war. But Konoha will definitely not let the master go easily, no matter what. They have to get some benefits. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are obviously playing the good cop and the bad cop. First, Danzo proposed a solution that the master absolutely could not accept, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen came out to be a good guy and proposed a solution that would make Kirigakure a little uncomfortable but acceptable. But the monitoring room is not a place to talk about things. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly walked out of the monitoring room with the master and went to a special meeting room to discuss solutions. Miyu asked the shadow clone to continue watching the surveillance in the monitoring room, while the main body went to the cafeteria in the middle tower for dinner. The second round of the Chunin exam lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, both candidates and examiners had to stay in the Forest of Death. Even if candidates completed the requirements and arrived at the middle tower on the first day, they had to stay in the middle tower until the last moment, because after the exam, there are still rules related to the third exam to be explained. In addition, if there are too many candidates who passed the second exam, an additional test will be conducted to eliminate some candidates to improve the quality of candidates for the third exam. The third exam was different from the first two. Konoha invited many officials, nobles and wealthy businessmen to watch the game. In order to make the exam more exciting and reflect the strength of Konoha ninjas, both quantity and quality must be controlled. This is not the case for every Chunin exam. Only the Chunin exam, which was held on a large scale this time, would invite officials and nobles. After all, Konoha holds Chunin exams twice a year. It would be too frequent to invite them every time. Mr. Miyu, don't you feel that other people's food tastes bad? Obito asked curiously after dinner. In Obito's mind, there is only the best food, not the second, because he thinks that other people are too different from Miyu. The gap is even greater than the gap in strength between Jonin and Genin. It's okay. After all, I can't always cook it myself. Miyu thought for a while and replied with a smile. He didn't have much desire for food for the time being. Before he traveled through time, he was quite happy to go to various places to taste local delicacies, but he didn't have this mood before he became invincible in the Naruto world. This world gave Miyu a very bad impression. With a backward feudal system and cruel ninja wars, how could he leisurely pursue his desire for food under such circumstances? But if you want to eat, I can take the time to prepare a lunch for you tomorrow. Miyu saw through Obito's thoughts. Teacher Miyu, you still understand me? Obito admitted with a smile. He actually just wanted to eat the food made by Miyu. Teacher Miyu, I seem to have entered the state of the transparent world you mentioned today. Kakashi began to tell Miyu about his experience today. I didn't know how I did it at that time. I was very tired and every part of my body was in pain. But suddenly I entered a transparent world and could see my own body and the enemy's body clearly. But now that I have recovered, I can't do that. My 5 senses are much stronger than before. Kakashi tried many times after being treated by Miyu, but no matter how he recalled the feeling at that time, he could not enter that clear and transparent world again. You did enter the transparent world, but that is not considered as true mastery. It is just that you accidentally entered the transparent world under extreme circumstances. Miyu explained. But this is a good thing for you, because once awakened, it will not be far from true mastery. Now you just need to strengthen your breathing, and then keep looking for the feeling of opening the whole world, and you can truly master the transparent world. At that time, Kakashi's sword even surprised Miyu. He was originally ready to go down and kill Akatami Hideuki in 1 second, but Kakashi walked over and killed him in 1 second. Name: Hatake Kakashi, Skills: lightning breathing, entry level, 499-500, transparent world, entry level, 2100s. Kakashi's breathing technique proficiency has skyrocketed, surpassing those disciples who started learning earlier than him, and he is only a little short of reaching the proficiency level. However, Miyu estimated that Kakashi would have to work hard for a long time to master this, because Kakashi's proficiency has skyrocketed because the upper limit of his breathing technique has increased too much, and the Qingzong technique requires a weakened and fully concentrated state all day, which Kakashi has not been able to do yet. In addition, Kakashi's transparent world has already shown proficiency, so Miyu said that it is only a matter of time before Kakashi masters the transparent world. The two abilities of the marking and transparent world are considered derivative skills of the breathing technique. They are automatically mastered when reaching a certain level, but if the talent is strong enough, they can be mastered in advance. I understand. Kakashi nodded, ready to spend all his time to strengthen his breathing technique and strive to master the transparent world as soon as possible. Having experienced the transparent world once, he knew how powerful it was. If he could master it thoroughly, he had the confidence to surpass his father and his achievements as a ninja. What are you talking about? What transparent world? Obito asked in confusion, because the conditions for the transparent world were too difficult to achieve. Miyu only talked about it with Kakashi when he was trying to solve Kakashi's problem, and did not tell other disciples. Now that all the disciples were present, Miyu simply told the disciples what the ultimate transparent world of the breathing method was. I thought Kakashi was possessed by you, Miyu teacher, but it turned out that he learned a new ability. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. This ability is very strong, Miyu teacher. Do you think I can learn it now? Obito looked at Miyu expectantly. It is highly likely that it is not possible. Kakashi's situation is extremely special. Miyu shook his head and replied, it's not that he wants to dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples, but this thing is really difficult. Miyu didn't expect Kakashi to awaken the transparent world in advance. This requires practicing the breathing method to the perfect level to awaken stably. Obito and his friends have practiced the breathing method for a year with his professor's blessing, but they haven't reached the proficient level yet, let alone the perfect level breathing method. It takes 15,000 points of proficiency from mastery to perfection. Is that so? Obito looked a little disappointed. Kakashi has it but he doesn't. It's okay. I still have the Sharingan, which Kakashi will never have. Obito immediately comforted himself. It doesn't mean that you can't learn the transparent world now, but Kakashi, who is not an Uchiha, will never have the Sharingan. Obito, you don't have to envy Kakashi. Didn't you find that your breathing method has also changed during the battle? Miyu touched Obito's head and said, read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. Name, Uchiha Obito. Skills, Breath of Fire, entry level, 497-500, Breath of Fire mark, entry level, 10/100ths. The perfect level of transparent world may be opened in advance, and the mark is no exception. After all, the mark localized by Naruto mainly burns chakra, which does not put that much pressure on the body. The reason why Obito and Kakashi perform so differently in battle is not that the transparent world is far more effective than the mark. In fact, these two abilities have their own merits, but the mark has a disadvantage, which is that it requires a lot of chakra. Obito is still young and does not have much chakra. When fighting with Akitami Hideyuki, he consumed most of his chakra before, which made Obito look like he did not change much except that he was more resistant to beatings and would not be burned by his own flames. At that time, Kakashi had completely entered the state of transparent world, but Obito did not enter the real mark state because of insufficient chakra. If you practice diligently, you can enter the flame-breathing chakra mode in advance. Miyu gave the pattern a name that is more like a Hokage. After all, there is nothing growing on his forehead now. By then, all fire styles will not need to be sealed, and the power of fire styles will be greatly increased. Yeah, Obito nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and his mind had already begun to imagine the scene of himself turning into a fire-style turret to bombard Kakashi fiercely. As expected of my opponents, you have improved a lot. Might Guy gave Kakashi and Obito a thumbs up. Whether it is the transparent world or the pattern, you can tell that they can become very powerful abilities as soon as you hear the effect. Okay, you just need to continue to practice the Qingzong, and you can put the 8 gates aside for the time being. Miyu smiled and said the focus of Might Guy's next practice. Although Kakashi and Obito have made considerable progress, if they fight one-on-one, Kakashi is not sure, and Obito is really in danger. Rock breathing plus the 8 gates is really a simple violence. Understood. Might Guy smiled confidently with his shining white teeth. Although he had not learned the transparent world or the marks in advance, he thought he was no worse than Kakashi and Obito. Miyu chatted with the disciples for a while and then went to work. After all, he was the examiner of the second exam and could not be too blatant. However, before leaving, Miyu gave Kakashi and Obito some of his cultivation insights and experience of the transparent world and the marks. Knowing that the disciples would have a chance to get a perfect reward when they reached the trust level 4, Miyu first gave it to Kakashi and then to Obito. You gave the disciple the transparent world training manual. The disciple is very grateful and rewarded with a supercritical hit, and received the reward, water breathing, perfect level. Miyu was stunned when he looked at the system's reward. He didn't expect the system to actually reveal the water breathing that he was developing. After sorting out the large amount of memories of practicing water breathing in his mind, Miyu found that there was basically no problem with his idea of developing the breathing method, but there was a little difference in the details. Comparing the breathing method in his own conception with the water breathing in his mind and the perfect level, Miyu had a completely new understanding of the breathing method. That's good. Next, I can focus on studying the sealing technique. Miyu's mood gradually calmed down. The rewards returned by teaching disciples are too random. A perfect breathing method is better than a perfect ninjutsu, and it also saves him time to develop water breathing. Each breathing method has its own characteristics. Compared with other breathing methods, water breathing consumes less and lasts longer. In addition, water breathing has a very unique effect, which can increase the ability to change chakra forms, making water escape more varied. When the breathing method reaches the perfect level, it will automatically comprehend the transparent world. Although Miyu already has a perfect thunder breathing, after another breathing method reaches the perfect level, Miyu finds that his transparent world has changed a little. What will the sun breathing be like? Miyu had a question. According to the current system localization model, the sun breathing will most likely be related to flames after localization, but the flame breathing is already related to flames, and the sun breathing will only be much stronger than the flame breathing. Miyu is a little curious about the effect of the sun breathing. At night, Obito woke up from a room he was not familiar with. When he was about to go to the bathroom, he saw Nohara-rin in a place with a huge French window. Zealand, why aren't you sleeping so late? Obito scratched his head and asked. Maybe there were a lot of things that happened today, so I'm not very sleepy. Nohara-rin turned around and smiled and replied. After all, I encountered that kind of thing, so I don't feel sleepy. Obito smiled and walked to Nohara-rin's side and said, looking at the bright moon outside the window. Nohara-rin sighed. It feels like everyone is very powerful except me. Even the Jonin has been defeated. Might Guy defeated Kisame and held back Akatami Hideyuki. Obito also endured the pressure of Akatami Hideyuki for a long time. Kakashi killed Akatami Hideyuki with a single sword, which was the biggest contributor. Even the Naruto saltwater team, who was rescued by them at the beginning, made great contributions and almost defeated Akatami Hideyuki. No way, Zealand, you are also very useful. Without your treatment, we would have collapsed long ago. Obito believes that Nohara-rin also played a very important role in this battle. If Nohara-rin hadn't used her last chakra to heal him, he might not have survived until Kakashi awakened the transparent world. And it was because of Nohara-rin's treatment that the Naruto saltwater team recovered a little and joined the battle. But if I could be stronger, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult. Nohara-rin looked at the bright moon outside the window and couldn't help sighing. Seeing that Obito and Kakashi were getting more and more wounds while she didn't even have the chakra to heal, Nohara Rin still couldn't forget the feeling of powerlessness. If Kakashi didn't break out at the critical moment, Nohara Rin didn't dare to think about what would happen to them. In terms of fighting, she didn't defeat a single enemy, and she didn't feel that she had healed much. Nohara Rin felt that she really couldn't keep up with Obito and Kakashi, even as a pure medical ninja. But Zealand, you are already very good. Those candidates who took the Chunin exam should not have learned the Palm Immortal technique, and didn't teacher Muyu say that you have a high talent in medical ninjutsu? But you are just starting now. Obito looked into Nohara Rin's eyes and encouraged. When he was at the bottom of the class in the past, Nohara Rin always encouraged him and believed in him. Obito also believed that Nohara Rin would not be worse than them and would be able to make a name for herself in her own field. Look at me. When I first entered the ninja school, I scored 5 points in theory. In the Chunin exam, I scored 80 points in theory. In the past, Kai was killed in one move when he challenged Kakashi, but later Kai also defeated Kakashi. Nothing is impossible. In order to motivate Nohara Rin, Obito did not hesitate to use his own theoretical results as an example. It's really hard to imagine how you got 5 points. Seeing that Obito even mentioned that he got 5 points, Nohara Rin couldn't help but smile. That's not important. Anyway, Zealand, you are really amazing. You must believe in yourself and believe in teacher Muyu. Obito clenched his fists and said seriously. Yeah. Nohara Rin nodded and smiled gently. This chapter is a 5K chapter. I heard that combining chapters can increase the average subscription. I'll give it a try. What do you think? Will it be updated too late? Or one chapter seems a little too little? Chapter 313. The fire escape that shocked the students. Muyu didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the master talked about in the end, but the result was similar to what he expected. The candidates of Kirigakure continued the exam normally, and those Kirigakure ninjas who were caught were released directly, as if nothing had happened. 5 days later, Muyu looked at the clock and officially announced the end of the second exam. All the teams that did not gather the scrolls and arrived at the middle tower were eliminated. It's finally over. Can we go outside? Obito complained. It only took them a few hours to pass the exam, and they had to live in the middle tower until now. Obito was even a little uncomfortable to practice in the middle tower, and could only exercise in the large open space inside the middle tower. Everyone, be quiet. Now the chief examiner of the third exam, Haruko, will explain the relevant matters of the third exam to everyone, Muyu said with a smile. Muyu also had a position in the third exam, but the explanation had to be done by the chief examiner. A ninja with long white hair and a gray-yellow high-collared jacket walked to Muyu's side. I'll trouble you next, Haruko-senpai, Muyu said with a gentle smile. Haruko, Tsunade and Jiraiya are all considered friends, so Muyu and Haruko can be considered friends of friends, and they got along well during the Chunin exam. Haruko smiled at Muyu and replied, well, leave it to me. After watching Muyu walk to the side, Haruko smiled and said to the examinees, first of all, I would like to congratulate you all for successfully passing the second exam, but unfortunately, you cannot leave the middle tower for the time being. Before starting the third exam, you must take a preliminary exam. Only after passing the preliminary exam can you participate in the third exam. Why is it so troublesome and there is another preliminary exam? Obito asked puzzled. Yes, we finally passed the second exam and are very tired now. Some ninjas thought this was unreasonable, because there will be many high-ranking officials and nobles coming to watch the third exam. They are all able to provide a large number of high-quality commissions, and the exam time is a big problem, so the number of places for the third exam is limited. Haruko explained calmly. The reason why all the candidates who passed the exam were kept in the middle tower was to facilitate the preliminary selection. If it was just the rules of the third round, there would be no need to do this. The number of people scheduled for Bailahu was about 18, and because there were as many as 44 reference teams for this exam, even if most of them were eliminated, there were still 11 teams that completed the exam. Each team had 3 members, and the total number seriously exceeded Bailahu's psychological expectations, so an additional test was necessary. The preliminary battle is no longer a group battle, but a one-on-one battle, a total of 1 round. Candidates who are physically unwell or not confident in their strength can give up in advance. Ballyhoo continued to talk about the rules of the preliminary selection. In order to make the third exam exciting enough, the preliminary rules are the same as the third exam, and the test is about the ability to fight alone. Fighting alone. Nohara showed a worried expression after hearing this. She was not very confident in her ability to fight alone. Lin, you will definitely have no problem, but you have to hold back when you meet people from the same village, so as not to be beaten to death with one punch. Obito encouraged with a smile. I don't have that much strength. Nohara face bulged slightly, looking a little unhappy. What Obito said this time is indeed correct. Zealin, your strength has surpassed many candidates. As long as you don't encounter those particularly strong Kirigakure, you will have no problem entering the third exam. Kakashi nodded and said, although Nohara has a low presence among them, Kakashi has been a ninja since he was 5 years old and has a lot of experience. Nohara's level is already very strong among genin, but she lacks long-range attack methods. But genin are like this. Well, no matter who the opponent is, I will work hard. Let's go to the third exam together. Nohara nodded and said. Kakashi's words made her feel a little relieved. After all, Kakashi is indeed much more reliable in this regard. It's actually a one-on-one battle. It feels like it's over. Shiranui Genma looked at the genin around him and felt like a husky among wolves. He knew the genin who was about his age on the field. They were all monsters. Obito's team was full of monsters, and those Kirigakure were also very powerful. In addition to these people, even the youngest Asuma team was 1 year older than them, and more genin were several years older than them. It's okay to lose. After all, it's because of my own lack of strength. Ebisu's expression was very calm. At this point, he almost knew what level he was at. He was able to take the exam because of Might Guy. If he could become a Chunin, it would be a bonus, and if he couldn't, it would be just to accumulate experience. Indeed, after all, it's all thanks to Kai that we can get here. Shiranui Genma put his hand on Might Guy's back and said with a smile, everyone has contributed, and now we just need to fight with all our strength and leave no regrets. Might Guy gave the two a thumbs up and said. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu both nodded. If we meet Kakashi and Obito, we must surprise them. Asuma was quite confident in himself. He and Miyu learned a lot of wind attribute chakra nature changes. Now his best ninjutsu is no longer fire escape but wind escape. I think Kakashi should be forgotten. Bingzu Litong advised Asuma not to think too much, as he passed the Chunin exam a few years ago. I abstain. A Kirigakure with bandages wrapped all over his body next to Terumimai raised his hand to abstain. He was the Kirigakure who was seriously injured by Might Guy. Although he survived by chance, 5 days was not enough for him to recover from his injuries, so he gave up directly. Terumimai looked indifferent. At this point, she would not care about what her teammates decided, because it was time for individual performances. The physical training kid in the green tights, the white-haired masked ninja who likes to act cool, and Hoshigaki Kisame. Terumimai silently thought of her competitors for the championship, preparing to focus on their battles later. Since Obito was best at fire escape and was defeated by her once, Terumimai did not include Obito in the competition. Haruko nodded in agreement and then asked, is there anyone else who wants to give up? If no one gives up, the preliminaries will begin. No one responded to Haruko's words. It has come to this point, no one would want to give up unless there is really no other way. That's great. Next, you can pay attention to the information on the big screen. After the draw is completed, it will show your preliminaries and the order. Seeing that no one gave up, Haruko pointed to the huge display screen behind him and said. About 5 minutes later, the dark screen lit up, and a list of teams appeared on it. Miyu glanced at it briefly and didn't pay attention, because Kakashi and Obito were sure to pass. It's not that they can beat everyone, but the preliminary draw is not completely random. The person who arranges the draw will not let those strong candidates meet in the preliminary, so as to ensure that the third test is exciting enough. The first game, Uchiha Obito vs. Konoha Hideyoshi. Candidates, please prepare for the battle. 1 minute after the list appeared, Bayuo shouted. The first one is me. Watch me become the first winner, Obito said with confidence. They had obtained a lot of data cards from a team of Konoha ninjas before, including Konoha Hideyoshi's data card. Konoha Hideyoshi graduated at the age of 10 last year. When he was 12 years old, he participated in a Chunin exam and entered the third round but did not become a Chunin. In Obito's opinion, if he hasn't become a Chunin at the age of 13, he must not be very strong. Kakashi was a Chunin at the age of 6, but he was defeated by him. Come on, Nohara Rin smiled and cheered Obito up. Be careful, don't lose to someone who is not as strong as you, Kakashi reminded lightly. With the blessings of his two teammates, Obito walked to the middle of the large open space. Konoha Hideyoshi exchanged a few words with his teammates and also walked over. The other candidates went to the second floor to watch the battle under the guidance of the examiner to avoid disturbing the battle. He looks young, but since he can pass through the death forest, he can't be underestimated, Konoha Hideyoshi thought to himself as he looked at Obito, who was obviously much younger than him. The battle begins, Hakuro shouted immediately after seeing the two people ready, and then retreated to the edge. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito immediately entered the full concentration state, and his physical ability and fire escape ability increased rapidly. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. While entering the full concentration breathing, Obito immediately formed a seal in his throat to condense chakra and spit out a large piece of flame. Like a large number of fire dragons dancing wildly, the flame spread rapidly towards Konoha Hideyoshi, instantly turning the ground more than 10 meters nearby into a world of flames and surrounding Konoha Hideyoshi. Seeing the fierce flames that seemed to engulf him in the next moment, Konoha Hideyoshi was dumbfounded. This was a genin. He had been a genin for several years and had never seen a genin who used such a strong and advanced fire escape. Even Haruko, who was not far away, showed a surprised expression when he saw Obito's fire escape. This fire escape was hard to see among Chunin, let alone genin. Is he a genius like Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Haruko couldn't help but feel a little envious. After finding that he had no way to deal with it, Konoha Hideyoshi dropped the kunai in his hand, saluted in French and said, "I surrender." He couldn't fight at all, so Konoha Hideyoshi thought it would be better for him to lose early and suffer less. Uchiha Obito wins. Haruko announced Obito's victory very straightforwardly. The two signs were not at the same level at all. Uchiha Obito, I remember he was a famous loser, how come he became so powerful? The Konoha ninja who graduated before Obito's rise was very puzzled. The last one? That guy is a real monster. Naruto, who witnessed Obito fighting the Kirigakure Jonin alone, exclaimed. Obito's fire dragon flame bomb caused a huge discussion in the exam. Although Obito got rid of his last one in the practical exam in the 4th grade, only Might Guy and a few others were in the same class as Obito in this Chunin exam. The other Konoha ninjas were basically a few years older than Obito. Those who graduated long ago would not pay attention to the information of the ninja school. In their perception, Obito was still the last one in the Uchiha. No matter how strong your fire escape is, you are not my opponent. Midorumi was very calm. Obito's fire escape has become so strong, how did he practice it? Asuma showed a puzzled expression. He vaguely remembered that Obito's fire escape was not much stronger than his during the training. It has been more than half a year, and it's like a different person. Asuma instantly lost the confidence to beat Obito. This fire escape looked too brutal. Maybe they are working harder when we are working hard. Bingzu Liton couldn't help but say. He was not willing to lose to Obito before, and he wanted to win back in the Chunin exam. After watching Obito's fire escape, he didn't want to meet Obito anymore. Obito walked back to the second floor with a bright smile, and said with a smile, "How is it? I'm fast enough. I finished the battle in less than a minute." "Yeah, very good," Nohara Rin said with a smile. "I can only say it's okay. It's not a wise move to use such a waste of chakra ninjutsu at the beginning." Kakashi began to find fault. "Kakashi, you are jealous. But I am very generous. If you don't enter the 3rd round of the exam, I will definitely comfort you." With Nohara Rin's praise, Obito ignored Kakashi's slander. Of course, if Kakashi really lost, Obito could laugh at him for a year. It was too funny that a Chunin didn't even enter the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. The second round, Shiranui Genma vs. Terumi Mai. Obru quickly read out the names of the candidates for the second round. What bad luck. Shiranui Genma side. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus underscore. Good news. He knows the enemy's intelligence. Bad news. The enemy is too strong. Knowing the intelligence can only make him be beaten. It's okay. Anyway, the person before you surrendered in seconds. It won't be too embarrassing for you to surrender. Ebisa raised his sunglasses and said, "Go. I have to fight her a few moves anyway." Shiranui Genma hit Ebisu's chest. Although Shiranui Genma knew that he would definitely not be able to beat Terumi, he didn't want to end before fighting like Konoha Hideyoshi. Shiranui Genma fought a few moves with Terumi as he wished, but it was only a few moves. Shiranui Genma just spit out 1,000 senbon, punched and kicked at close range, and was locked in a water prison by Terumi and couldn't get out, so he had to admit defeat. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Shiranui Genma was still a little uncomfortable to be defeated so easily. When he was in the ninja school, he was at least a powerful existence in the class. The gap was too big. Shiranui Genma was ready to go back and find Teacher Chen for extra training. As long as he didn't die, he would train to death. He didn't want to experience this embarrassing scene for the second time. The winners of the next 2 consecutive battles were Kisame and Zabuza, both of whom won by defeating their opponents with absolute advantage. The 5th game, Hatake Kakashi vs. Mizumoto Koji. Come on. Nohara Rin waved her fist to cheer Kakashi up. Don't lose. Obito used Kakashi's encouragement. Kakashi nodded calmly and jumped down from the 2nd floor. Since Mizumoto Koji was a mist ninja, Kakashi had not met him in the 2nd exam and didn't know his information, so in the first wave of confrontation, Kakashi chose to make a tentative attack. After discovering that Mizumoto Koji was far inferior to him, Kakashi directly burst into thunder breathing and used a very fast sword to put White Fang on Mizumoto Koji's neck to end the battle. The 6th game, Nohara Rin vs. Nakane Toda. Believe in yourself, there will be no problem, Kakashi said after returning to the 2nd floor after the battle. Nakane Toda is a Konoha ninja with information they have. He is from the same class and team as Konoha Hideyoshi, who was killed by Obito before. Zealand, you will definitely win. Obito gave his blessing. Nohara Rin smiled and nodded, walked down the stairs and walked into the battlefield. Nakane Toda looked at Nohara Rin with caution. Although Nohara Rin looked weak, both of Nohara Rin's teammates won by crushing, which made him dare not underestimate Nohara Rin. She looks so thin, she should not be very strong in physical skills. Nakane Toda carefully observed Nohara Rin's body and analyzed Nohara Rin's information. He thought Nohara Rin should be good at ninjutsu like Obito, so Nakane Toda immediately made a battle plan, starting with harassment with ninja tools and then engaging in close combat. Physical skills happen to be his strong point. The battle begins. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. As soon as the voice of Hira fell, Nakane Toda immediately took out the shuriken and threw it at Nohara Rin. Basic breathing, full concentration. Nohara Rin immediately entered the basic breathing state to improve her physical ability. Then something happened that Nohara Rin did not expect. She was still thinking about how to approach Nakane Toda, but Nakane Toda rushed towards her directly. Since Nakane Toda came to her on his own initiative, Nohara Rin was not polite. She directly gathered a large amount of chakra on her arm and performed a strange punch. Bang! With a loud bang, Nakane Toda, who was fighting with Nohara Rin, flew backwards like a cannonball, and hit the ground hard, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. At this time, there was silence in the middle tower. The candidates were all stunned to look at Nohara Rin, who was still in the punching posture in the venue. They thought it was too weird that a 9-year-old girl who looked weak and frail punched the muscular Nakane Toda with one punch. Hiss! Asuma took a breath, with an expression of disbelief on his face. When did Zealand become so violent? Oh no, how come her physical skills are so powerful? In Asuma's impression, Nohara Rin was an ordinary student who was good at theory and well-behaved in all aspects, but Nohara Rin's punch just now was too exaggerated. I'll go talk to her after the exam. Yui Kurenai also looked shocked. She had never seen such a scene before. The foot of Liton was numb. He felt that Noharlin was not easy to deal with. If this punch hit him, Noharlin would kneel down on the spot and beg him not to die. Noharlin won. Hiruko, who found that Nakigan Toda had lost the ability to fight again, announced Noharlin's victory. After passing the preliminaries, Noharlin smiled. It was much easier than she thought. She thought that she would have to go through a hard battle to win. After all, compared with the excellent Obito and Kakashi, she was really far behind. I told you that you can do it, Zealand. When Zealand walked to the second floor, Obito immediately congratulated her. Thank you for your trust. Now our whole team has passed. Noharlin put her hands together and smiled brightly. Kakashi nodded and said nothing. He knew Noharlin's strength among the genin better than Noharlin. Noharlin was so unconfident simply because the people she was with every day were too strong, which led to her illusion. As the preliminary examinations progressed, successful candidates continued to appear, many of whom were acquaintances of Obito and Kakashi. Asuma, Naruto, and Inuzuka Midori. Some were friends that Kakashi and his friends met at school, and some were those who had fought together in the Forest of Death. Kakashi also found that in addition to the success of their team, the mist-hidden team created by Hoshigaki Kisame also successfully entered the third exam, and the members of Taramimai's team, except for the ninja who gave up, also entered the third exam. Apart from that, there was no one else. The Nara Saltwater team's Aburame Nao also lost. Asuma's team, except for Asuma who succeeded, both the Lido and Yui Kurenai lost. Lido was the most unlucky because he met Might Guy. Might Guy was the only one who succeeded in the Might Guy team, and Ebisu lost to Yamashiro Aoba. The preliminaries are over, and there are a total of 16 people who have advanced to the third exam, namely Akaya Obito, Taramimai. When all the battles were over, Obru announced the final result. After announcing the list of qualified candidates, Hiram immediately announced the arrangement for the third exam. The rules of the third exam are basically the same as the preliminary selection you just did. You will fight one-on-one according to the result of the draw. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated until the final winner is determined. In the third exam, you need to use all your abilities without reservation in the battle. There will be special ninjas to score the exam. If you perform well enough, you may not be unable to become a chunin even if you lose. On the contrary, if you do not perform well, you may not be able to advance to chunin even if you win in the end. The rules of the third exam are the same as the practical exams in the ninja school. There will be someone to score each round of battle, and the comprehensive quality of the ninja will be considered. Next, the people whose names I call will come up to draw lots. The battle order for the third exam will be determined by this draw. Hira then took out a box and said, "The order of drawing lots is sorted according to the results of the previous battle." Obito was called up to draw lots first. Obito did not hesitate. He reached in and took it out immediately and showed it to Hira. Akaya Obito number 9. Hira read. Then everyone had to read out their name after drawing their number. After everyone had drawn, the big screen that had been in darkness lit up again. This time, it showed the battle arrangement for the third exam, with number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, and so on. Obito didn't rush to look at his opponent, but looked at number 4's name, because Nohara-rin was number 3. It's that Naruto. She doesn't look easy to deal with. Obito was a little worried about Nohara-rin. He had seen Naruto's performance in the Forest of Death. He was a guy as sinister and cunning as Kakashi. Well, he seems to be a very calm and alert person. Nohara-rin nodded. She was impressed by the fact that she almost helped Obito kill the Jonin even though she couldn't perform basic actions. But I will fight with all my strength. After all, the examiner also said that I could become a chunin even if I lose. A lot of battles have been written about the Forest of Death, so I will condense them here and write the 6K chapter in one go. Chapter 314. The chunin exams conclude. After learning about Nohara-rin's opponent, Obito started to care about his opponent. He was number 9, and according to the order, his opponent was number 10. Hey, it's Asuma. Obito realized that his opponent in the first round was actually a friend he knew, and the 10th candidate was Asuma Saratobi. When Obito was looking for Asuma, Asuma happened to look at Obito, and the two looked at each other. Asuma walked to Obito and said seriously, "Obito, you must go all out when the time comes. Although you are very strong, I will not lose because I carry the expectations of my teammates." The three of them aspired to become Chunin together, but only Asuma entered the third round. At this moment, he was no longer alone, but was moving forward with the expectations of his teammates. "Haha, I must use my full strength, and I will definitely win," Obito said confidently. Although the opponent is a friend, Obito will never let up in the battle. After all, this is not only disrespectful to Asuma, but may also affect Asuma's promotion. According to Haruko, the more exciting the fight and the more strength it demonstrates, the more likely it is to become a Chunin. Kakashi looked directly at the bottom of the big screen. His number was 16. There were only 16 candidates in the third exam. He would fight in the last round of the first round, and his opponent in the first round was number 15. Hinata Goichi. Kakashi silently chanted the name in his mind, and recalled Hinata Goichi's performance in the preliminaries. There were not many fancy operations. He opened his Byakugan and defeated the opponent with a soft fist. Kakashi thought about it and took out a small notebook to write down the serial numbers of the 16 candidates on a page. He felt that the first round of battle was stable, and he had to analyze the opponents after the promotion. Take Kakashi, he is a strong opponent. Hinata Goichi looked a little solemn when he saw Kakashi bowing his head to take notes. Although Kakashi did not scare his opponent into surrendering on the spot with a ninjutsu like Obito, Kakashi also quickly defeated his opponent after a simple test, and he was also one of the fastest in the entire preliminaries. But if it is a speed-type ninja, maybe it can work. Thinking of his blood limit, Hinata Goichi calmed down. Kakashi showed great speed in the preliminaries, but his Byakugan is only good at observation, so Kakashi's speed may not work for him. "Damn it, I'll beat you again in the second round." Midorumi took a look at her opponent and found that it was a Konoha ninja who performed averagely in the preliminaries, so she didn't care about it, but focused on the opponent she might meet in the second round. Her number is 11. And her opponent in the second round will be between 9 and 10. According to Midorumi's observation in the preliminaries, number 10 Sarutobi Asuma will not be an opponent for Obito, and the second round will most likely be a battle between her and Obito. Midorumi is very satisfied with this draw. Although the battle has not started yet, she feels that she has entered the semi-finals and can also avenge the scroll in the semi-finals promotion battle. "Might Guy, I won't let you win so easily next time." Unlike Midorumi, who was calm in his heart, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care about the ranking. He only paid attention to when he would meet Might Guy. Hoshigaki Kisame is number 1, and Might Guy is number 6. If they win the first 2 rounds, they will meet in the semi-finals to compete for the final spot. When Kisame saw their first round opponents and the opponents they might meet in the second round, he knew they would definitely meet in the semi-finals. Kisame's first round opponent is number 2 Yamashiro Eba, and his second round opponent is between number 4 Naruto and number 3 Nohara Rin. Kisame thinks he can beat these people at will. Might Guy's first round opponent is number 5 Noguchi Nobuide, a mist-hidden ninja who is on the same team with Midorumi. Might Guy's second round opponent is between Kurosawa and Inuzuka Midori. In Kisame's eyes, these 3 people together can't beat Might Guy, let alone one-on-one. In addition, the official start time of the third exam is 1 month later. During this period, you can practice to improve your strength, and you can also collect information about your opponents. Try your best to make your chances of winning greater. After all, you will be fighting for your respective ninja villages at that time. Haruko reminded. 1 month later, why does it take so long? Obito asked in confusion. He was a little confused. Isn't it just a fight between 16 people? Why does it take so long to prepare? There are many spectators for the third exam. In order to prevent them from rushing to Konoha, we must leave enough time. Hiruzen replied. Unlike the previous 2 exams, the main purpose of the third exam is to show off military power and demonstrate the strength of the ninja village. So many noble officials will be invited, and enough time must be left for those wealthy nobles to come comfortably. Obito still didn't understand. 1 month was too long. Did Konoha invite people from 7 or 8 countries to watch the game? However, Obito thought of his defeat in the Forest of Death and felt that a month's interval was a good one. In this case, he asked Muyu to train for a month to improve his strength. Otherwise, Obito would be a little unsure about the first place. Kisame and Midorumi both have excellent water escape techniques. Might Guy's 3 gates plus rock skills are very strong, and the scene of Kakashi killing the Jonin in seconds as if he had summoned a god is deeply engraved in Obito's mind. He is not sure of winning against these 4 people. If there are no questions, everyone can leave the examination venue, Hira finally said. Hira has already explained everything very clearly. No one asked any more questions. They all walked out of the middle tower and headed outside. Although Obito wanted to ask Muyu to help with special training, he thought that Muyu was very tired as the chief examiner these days, so he did not disturb Muyu too much. He just said hello to Muyu and left the Death Forest with Kakashi and others. I really envy them. There are still unlimited possibilities. Hiro sighed as he looked at the backs of the candidates leaving. There are many geniuses among the candidates that he envies, such as Hidetake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Midorumi. They are obviously less than 10 years old and have extraordinary strength. In a little over a month, he will be 32 years old. Now he is just an ordinary Jonin, and he is no match for Orochimaru and his classmates. Senior Hiro, you have only lived 1/3 of your life, and you also have great potential, Muyu said with a gentle smile. Hiro showed a bitter smile on his face and shook his head and said, ninjas at this age are doomed. You see, Jiraiya and Orochimaru can already be the leaders of the wars of the 5 major ninja villages, while I can only be an examiner of the Chunin exam at the same time. Muyu said that he still had 60 years to live. Hiro was very happy, but he knew in his heart that if he didn't do something, his life would be like this, just an ordinary person without talent. If I can accomplish that, I may be able to catch up with Orochimaru and his friends, Hiro thought silently in his heart. Being surpassed step by step by his peers, now Oru has no idea how far the gap between them is. He only knows that ordinary Jonin will be killed by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and his strength is not outstanding among Jonin. Although his strength is average, Oru also has his own strengths. He is good at research and can be regarded as an expert among experts in theoretical knowledge. In order to change his innate disadvantages in talent, Oru read all the books related to ninjas in Konoha. In the end, he thought of a solution, that is, fusion, integrating the physical talents of others into his own body. Then he would also be a genius. However, it is very difficult to achieve this. Oru spent a lot of time studying only in the theoretical stage. Now that the theoretical stage has entered the later stage, Oru began to worry about the next experimental development. His ninjutsu is too dangerous and must be developed by human experiments. But the problem is that the ninjutsu he developed is very inhumane and belongs to the kind that cannot be seen in the light, so he can only find a way to do it secretly. It's hard to say. In fact, my strength was not outstanding before. It was only in the past 2 years that I suddenly realized something and made rapid progress. Senior, you may be the type who accumulates a lot of experience and then makes a breakthrough. Muyu comforted him, and continued to improve his settings in Konoha. Blue smiled and nodded. Well, I hope so. He knew that Muyu was comforting him, but he didn't think Muyu could really understand his feelings, because according to some information he knew, Muyu was also a genius, and at a young age, he could fight against Jinchuriki with Jiraiya, and he had spent so much time. He couldn't give up the Kisara technique that he was developing to gamble that he would suddenly realize something and increase his strength one day. After a brief chat with Blue, Muyu did some finishing work and returned to the house in the main city. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Muyu returned home, and there was still some time before dinner. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. Today, Muyu did not start learning the sealing technique as soon as he got home, but took out a notebook to think about the candidate for his 5th disciple. Muyu first wrote the 4 characters Uchiha Ichi. Although what Uchiha Ichi did was very controversial, Uchiha Ichi's talent is unquestionable and his potential is definitely not low. In the early stage, he sent Kakashi to the hospital at a glance, and in the later stage, He was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and performed even more outstandingly. However, there is a problem with choosing Uchiha. Uchiha was born not long ago. He just heard last month that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan had a son, which means that if he wants to give this quota to Uchiha, he will have to wait for several years. Muyu then wrote the next name, Kabuto Yakushi. As a master of dreams, Kabuto Yakushi can be said to be stirring up trouble in the later stage. Not only did he rely on the impure world reincarnation to fight against the Ninja Alliance, he also learned the Richiyong Sage mode that Orochimaru did not learn. Muyu estimated that Kabuto also had S-level potential without bonus. Kabuto is older than Ichi, but there is a big problem, because in Muyu's memory, Kabuto was taken in by Yakushi Nano, and now Yakushi Nano has not become the director of Konoha Orphanage, and is still working in the route. If Muyu wants to find him, it is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Muyu will not consider Naruto and Sasuke for the time being. Although their potential is definitely ridiculously high, it is too long. There are still several years before they are born, and it will be even longer before they can be accepted as disciples. By that time, Muyu may be invincible, if there is no enemy from the sky. Muyu thought about it, and finally did not write the 3 words Taramimai. Although Taramimai is very suitable in all aspects, and Muyu has no idea of not wanting to teach people outside Konoha, Taramimai came to take the exam and will go back after the exam. Kirigakure is too far away from Konoha. It is difficult for Muyu to take care of both Konoha and Kirigakure at the same time. It is even more impossible to abandon Konoha's base for Kirigakure. It is impossible to fool Taramimai into betraying the village within this month. Muyu thinks it is unnecessary. After thinking carefully for a while, Muyu thought of Yamato again. Yamato is a little younger than Kakashi, and the age is just right. However, the embarrassing thing is that Yamato has a bigger problem. Because of wood release, Yamato should be secretly trained by Danzo now. After thinking about it, except for those with problems, Muyu found that Asuma has become the best. But Muyu is not going to use this quota on Asuma. When teaching non-system disciples, Muyu will also try his best to teach privately, because those people also call him teacher, and respect and like him, just like he would develop water breathing specifically for Nohara Lin. But the quota of system disciples involves very important things. Muyu must give it to a more suitable candidate to maximize his strength. Strength is too important in the Naruto world. Whether for himself or his disciples, he must make himself stronger until he can crush all conspiracies. Nagato. Muyu thought for a long time and wrote down these 2 words. Nagato has many problems. First of all, Nagato does not meet Muyu's requirement of being under 10 years old, because Nagato is only 6 years younger than Minato, and Muyu is the same age as Minato. They are almost the same age as brothers and sisters, and they are a bit close to each other as master and apprentice. Secondly, Nagato has Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye, and Uchiha Madara should often monitor Nagato's situation. In addition, Nagato is not in Konoha. Although the Rain Country is next to the Fire Country, it will definitely take some time for Muyu to successfully accept Nagato as his apprentice, and it will waste some time to brush rewards. There are also some minor issues, such as Nagato already has Jiraiya as his master, but Muyu only needs Nagato to recognize Muyu as his teacher, so there is no big problem in this regard. No matter how many problems there are, it is difficult to cover up Nagato's advantages. He is a member of the Uzumaki clan with excellent talent. Even if it is not his own Samsara Eye, he can rely on huge chakra to use it. This means that Muyu can get a lot of chakra by raising Nagato's trust. Moreover, Nagato does not need to wait. As long as Muyu thinks of a plan, he can go to the Rain Country and act directly. Looking at the 3 names on the list and their strengths and weaknesses, Muyu finally closed the book and began to learn the sealing technique. He didn't need to make a choice within a few days. Uchiha and Kabuto Yakushi would have to wait for a long time, and Nagato was far from being in trouble, so there was no need to rush over. After all, this was a real Naruto world. There might be geniuses whose names he didn't know. He didn't even remember all the characters in the comics. Not to mention that this was a real world. Maybe one day he would just use the identification technique to look at a person and see a potential S-level genius. Muyu cooked dinner at Tsunade's house, and then packed 2 portions for his shadow clone to deliver to Minato. The next day, Obito got up at 8 o'clock, quickly washed up, and then ate breakfast and immediately walked towards Muyu's house. In order to be the first, he had to train secretly and surprise everyone. I sorted out the outline today, so the word count is a little less, only 4.2k. I will write more tomorrow. Chapter 315, Their Respective Cultivation. Teacher Muyu. Obito shouted Muyu's name outside the door with excitement, but after a minute, no one responded. Obito scratched his head and felt a little strange. You know, he thought a lot before coming, such as today is Saturday, Muyu will not go to the ninja school. Is it because it is a holiday, so teacher Muyu slept a little late? Obito guessed in his mind. He immediately denied his idea. He might be like this, but Muyu would definitely not be like this. Teacher Muyu, are you home? Obito tried to knock on the door and asked again. After a minute, there was still no response. Obito turned around and walked towards the South Forest. You may not find Muyu at Muyu's home, but in the South Forest, even if there is no Muyu's real body, there are Muyu's shadow clones. When Obito walked to the South Forest where they usually trained, he saw Kakashi swinging his sword again and again, Might Guy doing various exercises, Shisui making hand seals and spitting out flames, and Nohara Rin standing in front of Muyu to listen to the lecture. Ah, no, you got up so early to see teacher Muyu right after the exam? Obito looked at everyone in confusion. He was still thinking about secretly trying to impress everyone, but these people were more diligent than each other. He didn't see anyone when he got up at 8 o'clock. God knows what time they got up to take Muyu to the South Forest. What else? Kakashi said lightly with a slight breath. Although Minato is his instructor and Kakashi also recognizes Minato, Minato really can't help much in the practice of the transparent world. Kakashi plans to consult Muyu for this month, strive to master the transparent world, and prepare for the Chunin exam. Originally, this exam was not important to Kakashi, who was already a Chunin, but with the promotion, he will meet Obito and Might Guy. He doesn't want to lose again. He wants to win back what he lost before. He is a genius, and it's not right to keep losing. It's okay. Don't you usually get up at 6? Might Guy answered while holding a stone and doing frog jumps while maintaining the breathing method. It's not normal to get up at 6 o'clock. Only you, K, would do that, Obito complained. Then Obito walked to Muyu's side. Teacher Muyu, can you help me develop a special training plan to improve my strength, so that I can defeat the enemy when my ninjutsu is restrained? No problem, Obito. You can do the regular training by yourself first, and I will guide you in order. Muyu nodded and said, since you have already obtained the perfect level of water breathing, and Nohara Rin has been practicing basic breathing for almost 3 months, it's time for Nohara Rin to learn water breathing. Yeah, Obito gave Muyu and Nohara Rin a thumbs up and started the regular training. He has been learning breathing techniques for nearly a year, and he is very proficient in various trainings at this stage. Don't be impatient when using water breathing, and keep a calm and steady mentality, so that you can maximize the power of water breathing, Muyu reminded. Water breathing is not suitable for impatient people to learn. You need to have a calm and still mentality. After explaining part of the theory, Muyu began to formally teach Nohara Rin water breathing. Since she had learned the basic breathing for 3 months, the breathing of water was the easiest one to learn. Nohara Rin learned very quickly. Unlike Obito and the others, she did not show any proficiency in the first few days. After about half an hour, Muyu used an appraisal on Nohara Rin, and the breathing of water had appeared on the skill column, with a proficiency of 2. Muyu nodded in her heart. Nohara Rin was much happier than Obito and the others at the beginning. First of all, Muyu had a deeper understanding of the breathing method and was more experienced in teaching the breathing method. Then, the teaching skills were upgraded and the effect was more powerful. With the blessing of many buffs, it was normal to have such progress. Next, Muyu split a shadow clone and let the shadow clone continue to instruct Nohara Rin, while the main body went to Kakashi. Might Guy was the first to find Muyu, and Miyu had already completed the instruction. Kakashi stopped swinging his sword when he noticed Miyu coming over, but still kept the breathing method running. "Tell me in detail about your feelings when you opened the transparent world that day," Miyu said. His transparent world is a built-in perfect breathing method, which can be used at will, so he needs to understand Kakashi's specific situation before arranging the next training. Kakashi nodded, and began to recall all his feelings that day in his mind and then said it out. "My body hurts a lot, and I have no strength. I have to mobilize all my strength just to move. But I didn't feel much before swinging the sword, because at that time, I only had one thought in my body, which was to defeat the enemy." As this thought became clearer and clearer, a transparent feeling gradually appeared in my mind, and I could see my body and the enemy's body clearly. Extreme physical pain plus an unyielding spirit. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. It must be said that Kakashi's wave of comprehending the transparent world is completely the protagonist's treatment. The pain of the body plus the firm heart of wanting to protect his companions, and finally Kakashi's own talent, all these together led to Kakashi's early comprehension of the transparent world. However, Miyu believes that this is a miracle that cannot be replicated, because at that time, Might Guy would not lose to Kakashi in terms of physical pain or spirit. But Might Guy did not comprehend the transparent world. This breathing method can only be awakened when it reaches the perfect level. It is really rare. Well, you should train your body to the limit first, and then fight with my shadow clone. You must fight with all your strength with the determination to kill the shadow clone. Miyu thought for a while and said, since Kakashi's transparent world was stimulated under extreme conditions, let's try some extreme battles. Miyu separated the shadow clone and looked at Kakashi, and the main body went to Obito's side. You want to defeat those Mist-Hidden clan who use water escape in the Chunin exam? Miyu asked directly. If nothing unexpected happens, according to the battle order, Obito will meet Midorami in the second round of battle. Yeah. Obito nodded quickly and looked at Miyu with expectant eyes. The battle in the Forest of Death really made him numb. Those Mist-Hidden clan all mastered water escape, which made him very uncomfortable. It's okay for people like Kurosawa and Zabuza. Although the nature of water restrains the nature of fire, with the blessing of the breath of flame, he can win even if he resists the restraint. After all, although water restrains fire, if the intensity of fire is much greater than that of water, it can also suppress water. However, for water-style ninjas like Midorami and Kisame, his fire-style strength is a bit insufficient. There are two ways. One is to conduct special training on the nature change of Earth attribute chakra. At the level of chakra nature, the nature of Earth restrains the nature of water. Even if you only learn one Earth flow wall, you can block many water-style attacks. Miyu thought for a while and said, knowing the intelligence, the simplest way is definitely to treat the symptoms. If the enemy is good at water style, then learn earth style. What about the other one? Obito asked. He knew the advantages and disadvantages of various ninjutsu. When fighting in the Death Forest, he had hidden under Kakashi's earth flow wall and used it to resist water style. But Obito felt that it was a bit of a loss to learn earth style for a month for those mist style ninjutsu. After all, nature change is not so easy to learn, and his natural attribute is still fire. That is to try to develop the chakra mode of breathing fire, and use stronger flames and water escape to fight against it. Miyu replied. Miyu felt that it was okay for Obito to choose whichever one he chose. Mastering one more escape technique would allow him to deal with more situations, and developing the pattern in advance would increase his own burst limit. I choose the second one. Obito thought for 10 seconds and then said, there is no doubt that it is more tempting to master the chakra mode of breathing fire than to learn earth escape. In order not to destroy too many trees, Miyu took Obito to the river to learn. Miyu first released it, switching from rock breathing to breathing fire, and entered the state of breathing fire pattern. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Miyu just moved her mind, and a large amount of chakra instantly transformed into fire attribute chakra. The raging fire burned in Miyu's hand, but failed to hurt Miyu at all. Each breathing method has its own unique features. The state of the flame breathing pattern will have extremely strong fire resistance. Even if you don't take any protection, you can directly use the flame without being hurt by the flame, and this feature is not only effective for the flames generated by yourself, but also for others. In the terminology of the game, it can greatly increase the fire resistance after the pattern is opened. Obito stared at the blazing flame in Muyu's hand. Because he and Muyu were only half a meter apart, he could clearly feel the terrifying high temperature of the flame, which was not comparable to his current fire escape. Obito's heart became more and more expectant. When fighting with the mist-hidden ninja, he also unconsciously entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, which meant that sooner or later he would reach Muyu's level. Fire escape, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Muyu waved his hand casually, and the flames in his hand instantly became more vigorous, and then turned into 3 fire dragons and flew out, rushing towards the river. Sizzled! The fire dragons instantly produced a large amount of water vapor when they sank into the water, and white mist filled the air for a while. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Muyu clapped his hands and opened his mouth to spit out flames like a sea of fire. The flames twisted like a fire dragon, accurately avoiding Obito next to him and turning the surrounding ground into scorched earth. The moment this huge amount of flames appeared, the white mist disappeared again. Even though the flames did not even touch the corner of Obito's clothes, Obito's face was covered with hot sweat because he was so close to this terrifying flame. Under Obito's hot sweat was an expression of unstoppable excitement. He knew both of these ninjutsu. If he could also enter the flame-breathing chakra mode and release this powerful fire-style ninjutsu, it would not be a problem to directly evaporate the water style of Tarimimai and the others. This is the chakra mode of flame breathing. You can use fire style at will without making hand seals. It has a super strong resistance to flames and can also increase the power of flames. Muyu said after exiting the spotted state, "You should try it too. Recall the feeling of that day and use the breathing method to the extreme." Obito closed his eyes and began to recall. The Karagakure Jonin who suddenly appeared seriously injured him and injured Nohara-rin. Might Guy was knocked down again and again to protect them, and the Karagakure Jonin mocked them for persisting. When these memories came to his mind, the fire in Obito's heart became more and more vigorous. Even though the Karagakure Jonin had been killed by Kakashi, the fire in Obito's heart was still hot, because there might be the same guy who would hurt his companions in the future. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Obito wanted to perform the ninjutsu without seals like Muyu, but he waved his hand and only swung out a flame, and did not really use the Great Dragon Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito put his hands together again and wanted to use the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, but he only spit out 2 fist-sized flames. Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. This gap was really too big. You haven't entered the real flame-breathing chakra mode, so you can't have the full effect of the flame-breathing chakra mode. Muyu touched Obito's hair and said, "Obito's flame-breathing mark only has 10 points of proficiency, so it's a miracle that he can use the same mark as him, and the chakra doesn't support it. After all, the mark is an ability that must be awakened in the mastery-level breathing method. Obito's breathing method has not even reached the proficiency level. The fact that he can't touch the edge shows that Obito and flame breathing have an extremely high degree of compatibility. Muyu is not surprised that Obito can't use it. After all, it is difficult for Kakashi to enter the transparent world state again. Kakashi has 20 points of proficiency in the transparent world. Muyu thought about the difference carefully and felt that this might be due to the difference between the mark and the ability of the transparent world. After all, Kakashi completely entered the transparent world state in the battle with the mist-hidden ninja, while Obito has always had an incomplete mark. Next, Muyu took Obito to test the effect of Obito's incomplete mark. Now, the nature of the fire attribute chakra changes faster than the fully concentrated state. The flame is also stronger, and the fire resistance is greatly improved. In terms of strength improvement, it is better than ordinary full concentration. The disadvantage is that it consumes chakra very quickly. If Obito fights with all his strength, he will be exhausted in 3 minutes. Even if the Sharingan is consumed, this chakra is consumed so quickly. After only a few minutes of testing, Obito felt like he had fought a half-hour battle. Let's do this. If you enter the flame breathing chakra mode, use less or no fire style, and use fire style ninjutsu to attack the opponent. Muyu thought of a way. Originally, fire style ninjutsu did not exist, because fire style directly acts on the body and is easy to hurt oneself, but the high fire resistance of the flame breathing pattern can solve this problem. In addition, the high temperature burning characteristics of flames will definitely not be pleasant to hit people, and the power is very guaranteed, which is much more cost-effective than releasing a fireball and smashing it on the ground. Water style that cannot be solved by fire style ninjutsu will consume a lot of chakra to use the enhanced fire style ninjutsu, which can prolong the battle time. Obito thinks Muyu's plan is very good, and fire style ninjutsu is also very handsome. In this way, Obito's special training plan was finalized, mainly practicing breathing techniques and physical skills, and then combining the two to practice fire-style ninjutsu, attaching flames to each physical skill. I wanted to update more today, but I encountered an emergency. My good friend from college suffered a setback in his career and talked to me for several hours. There are screenshots in the Q group. I wasted a lot of time. I apologize here. Today I can only post 4K. Chapter 316. Muyu is hot on the outside but cold on the inside. Not only Obito and his team are working hard to improve themselves, Asuma, the only one in the team who has advanced to the third round of exams, also wants to achieve a curve overtaking within a month. However, Asuma did not know the location of Muyu's house, so he waited for Muyu at the gate of the ninja school after school on Monday afternoon. As soon as he saw Muyu coming out, he immediately greeted Muyu. Muyu responded with a smile, and probably guessed the purpose of Asuma's visit to him. After all, there should be no other things to actively find him at this time. Teacher Muyu, do you have time to help me think of a special training plan? I feel that only by training with you can I have the hope of defeating Obito, Asuma asked a little embarrassedly. Although it is a bit hurtful to say this, his guiding Jonin is indeed far away from Muyu. If he practices with his Jonin teacher for a month, he will definitely lose. I do have some ideas about improving strength in a short period of time, but it is still very difficult to defeat Obito, Muyu replied tactfully. It's not that Asuma is not strong enough, but Obito's strength is not at the same level as ordinary Chunin. He has the Sharingan and can open the markings, although not the complete version. Even if Asuma's strength increases a lot within this month, he will not be Obito's opponent, because Asuma masters wind escape and fire escape. If people of the same age want to beat Obito, they can only be attribute restrained like Mitorumi, or other disciples who receive Muyu's teachings every day like Obito. Although the rewards given by the system are all Muyu's, the disciples can also enjoy the benefits, such as the strange forbidden technique of breathing method, and the powerful teaching skills. The fact that Obito and others can learn all kinds of powerful ninjutsu taught by Muyu so quickly has a lot to do with the teaching skills. Although Asuma is the person who has been taught the most besides Muyu's disciples, the time he has received teachings is much different from Obito and others. And because of Asuma's identity as the son of the third generation, Muyu could only choose the ninjutsu that he had in public to teach Asuma in order not to expose his abnormality. He could only teach some nature changes and C-level and B-level ninjutsu. After all, he was not a strong Jonin who could help Jiraiya defeat the tailed beast at that time. Now Muyu can teach Asuma the breathing method and continue to establish a wave of genius personality. Although the stripes and the transparent world have very powerful effects, these two are not something that can be practiced casually. The breathing method under normal circumstances can only be said to be a good secret technique. Not so shocking. So in fact, if Asuma does not come to Muyu, Muyu will teach Asuma the basic breathing method the next time he teaches Asuma. As for why it is not the breathing of fire but the basic breathing, because Asuma is obviously more talented in wind escape and more suitable for the breathing of wind, but the system has never rewarded the breathing of wind, so this can only be developed by Muyu himself. Muyu now has mastered the wind attribute chakra nature change, 2 perfect level breathing methods and 2 master level breathing methods, and has the experience of developing water breathing. Muyu estimates that he can develop the complete wind breathing in half a year. When the development of wind breathing is completed, Muyu will try to develop sun breathing by himself. If wind breathing is completed, Muyu will have gathered the 5 basic breathing methods. He is a little unwilling not to try to work hard in the direction of sun breathing. Muyu's current speculation on sun breathing is mainly based on the change of yang attribute nature, which may be yang plus fire, or it may be related to natural energy and sage mode, or it may be related to all of the above. It's okay, if I can't beat him even if I try my best, then I will admit defeat, Asuma said seriously. Now Obito is strong and he is weak. Even if he works hard to practice in the next month and Obito doesn't practice much in the next month, it is still unknown whether he can defeat Obito, so Asuma knows that it is difficult to win. He just doesn't want to lose so easily. After all, he is considered Obito's senior. It would be too embarrassing if he was defeated by Obito in 2 moves like the pre-selected person. He is the only one in the team now. I understand your determination. Muyu nodded, and began to teach Asuma after dinner. Next, I will teach you a secret method that can improve your physical ability. You must practice it seriously every day. Muyu introduced the basic breathing method to Asuma. The basic breathing method is a must-learn. It can not only enhance physical skills but also lay the foundation for the future wind breathing. It is very cost-effective. In addition, strengthen the practice of wind escape nature change. I will teach you a wind escape ninjutsu with strong wind power. Muyu continued. It is impossible for Asuma to defeat Obito with fire escape. Asuma can't win even if Obito doesn't use flame breathing. Obito is more proficient in fire attribute nature change and has a stronger chakra amount, so Asuma can only work hard on wind escape. Although the nature of wind escape and fire escape is that fire escape is better than wind escape, the actual collision between the two is not like water escape and fire escape, but the wind is strong enough to affect the opponent's control of fire to a great extent. Of course, the attribute restraint is still there, mainly because the chance of winning in fire escape is smaller, and it is too late to practice water escape now, and there is still a glimmer of hope for wind escape. Muyu is going to teach Asuma the wind escape middle cyclone, which is a B-level ninjutsu he exchanged from the ninjutsu hall, and it is very suitable for Asuma now in all aspects. After the arrangement, it was formal training. Asuma, who had just come into contact with the breathing method, performed the same as Obito and the others at the beginning, and they could not find the correct breathing rhythm. I didn't expect that even breathing can be developed into a technique. Why haven't I heard of it before? Asuma complained. This aspect is relatively unpopular. Except for myself, I rarely hear of other people developing ninjutsu related to breathing methods. Muyu smiled and replied, pointing out her identity as a developer. Wow. It turned out to be developed by you, Mr. Muyu. Asuma's eyes lit up, feeling that he had made a lot of money, and actually learned Muyu's unique ninjutsu. Muyu raised his black-framed glasses with his right hand and smiled gently. It is a good choice to develop some ninjutsu by yourself if your ability allows. After all, you are the one who knows your needs best. Then Muyu fell into busyness. He had to go to the ninja school to brush up his skills, give special training to his disciples, take time to study with Tsunade, and find time to develop the wind breathing and self-study sealing technique. Except for the few hours of sleep, the day was fully arranged. But Muyu could still accept it. After all, being busy can really effectively improve his strength. Although he was helping Asuma to make plans to defeat Obito, Muyu also spared no effort when helping Obito to think of the fire escape ninjutsu. Muyu mastered many advanced ninjutsu, and the change of fire attribute properties has reached the perfect level, so he has a great advantage in wanting to develop the fire escape ninjutsu. However, considering that Obito's learning ability is slightly weaker and there is only 1 month, Muyu developed 3 moves for Obito. The first one is Fire Style, Flame Fist. When Muyu developed it, he borrowed all the techniques of the Strange Force. Chakra is condensed and compressed in the fist. When hitting the target, the flame immediately bursts out and engulfs the enemy. The second one is Fire Style, Konoha Whirlwind. While retaining the high-speed whirlwind kick of Konoha Whirlwind, it adds high-temperature flames to increase the power. The third fire style ninjutsu is called Fire Style, Blazing Charge. It concentrates chakra on the shoulders and lets the whole body ignite flames to charge in front of the target and hit it with the Iron Mountain backrest. It is the most powerful of the 3 fire-style ninjutsu. Although they all look simple and unpretentious, they are not easy to learn. In terms of the level of Naruto ninjutsu, Flame Fist and Blazing Charge can be classified as B level. However, due to the perfect fit with the characteristics of the Breath of Fire, it is easier to practice and practice. After Muyu taught Obito these 3 ninjutsu, Obito used Blazing Charge to hit trees every day and used the Iron Mountain backrest to break trees. He thought this move was very handsome, with flames burning all over his body, which was too dazzling. Kakashi's special training is truly hellish, and he is the hardest one among all Muyu's disciples, because Kakashi must reach his physical limit before he can start fighting, and Muyu's shadow clone will not hold back too much, and will hurt when necessary. This kind of difficult training, even if it is only once a day, puts a lot of pressure on Kakashi. His breathing method improves very quickly. Although the panel is still just a little short of reaching the proficient level, Muyu can sense that Kakashi's thunder breathing is getting stronger. It is worth mentioning that Muyu met Midorumi again on the street 10 days after the Chunin exam. It was still the same place as last time, and Midorumi was still standing in front of the ice cream stand with a tangled face. If you don't know what to buy, just buy everything. Muyu walked to the side of the ice cream stand and said, "Read the error-free version at 69 book bar." 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. You have to be rich to do this. Midorumi stared at Muyu with a resentful look and said, "She is not stupid, she can have everything and still keep choosing, because she was here for the exam." Midorumi didn't bring much money with her. She came here with a mission to get good grades, not to travel. In addition, the failure in the Forest of Death made her very unhappy. She didn't eat any desserts for 5 consecutive days, so she ate ice cream for several days, the kind that she ate as a meal, so she soon spent almost all her money. In order to maintain a certain amount of desserts every day, Midorumi could only reluctantly control her spending. Midorumi felt that Muyu was 1% responsible for her empty wallet. After all, it was Muyu who led her to open the door to the new world of everything, and the failure in the Forest of Death was also Muyu's disciple. "Give me 3 servings of strawberry ice cream." Muyu didn't answer Midorumi's words but said to the stall owner. The boss was very quick and quickly packed 3 servings of strawberry ice cream and handed them to Muyu. Midorumi cast an envious look. A few days ago, she could be more casual than this and directly asked the boss to give her 3 servings of each. Then, in the surprised and pleasant eyes of Midorumi, Muyu handed 2 servings of strawberry ice cream to Midorumi. "You gave me 1 last time, and I'll give you 2 this time, so we're even," Muyu said with a smile. When Muyu heard Obito say that Midorumi was a psychopath who fought him for strawberry ice cream, she couldn't hold it in anymore. He left decisively and didn't cause any trouble for himself, but Obito suffered an unexpected disaster. So Muyu bought 3 strawberry ice creams, 2 of which were for Midorumi to resolve the bad relationship caused by the strawberry ice cream, so that Midorumi wouldn't be thinking about it all the time, and the remaining one was for Obito, as compensation for him. Midorumi took the 2 strawberry ice creams, feeling very happy, so she could buy a vanilla one for herself, which was really great. But then Midorumi felt a little embarrassed, because she beat up someone else's disciple and still wanted ice cream. "I will make him lose beautifully and handsomely during the Chunin exam." It was impossible to return the ice cream she had obtained. Midorumi decided to put on a show during the Chunin exam, letting Obito show his momentum and style before defeating him. In this way, Obito might also be promoted, which was considered to be a return for Muyu's ice cream. "Thank you, you are a good person." The happy Midorumi thanked Muyu and gave her a good person card. Muyu didn't say anything else, calmly collected the card and left. It was unknown what the relationship between Kirigakure and Konoha would be like now, and too much communication would not be good for both parties. In the dimly lit cave, Akaya Madara was listening to the intelligence reported by Black Zetsu. Hanyu Muyu may be cold under the warm surface. He was clearly standing by but didn't take action. He watched the students get hurt. Although Akutami Hideuki was finally solved by his students, he barely succeeded with the extreme burst. After talking about Obito's changes, Black Zetsu talked about Muyu's performance. He usually takes good care of his disciples, and watches over them when they are in danger. Uchiha Madara felt that this Hanyu Muiu was interesting, and there must be some secret. If he really doesn't care about these students, then the plan will go smoothly. Uchiha Madara smiled as he thought of something. If Muiu was pretending to be nice to Obito, then he wouldn't even have to do too much at first. He only needed to guide Obito to find this, which would be enough to make Obito's emotions collapse once. Then he would kill the Nohara Rin he liked, and Obito would fall into the abyss of darkness and be used by him. But if not, this Hanyu Muiu would be a great obstacle. He was able to injure the candidate Raikage of Kumagakure without using his full strength, and his strength might be even stronger than Nimike's Minato, Black Zetsu reminded. Because of monitoring Obito, Black Zetsu also got a lot of information about Muiu, including armament haki, flame breathing, and flame breathing chakra mode. The effects of these techniques are very powerful, and even Black Zetsu, who has lived for thousands of years, had never heard of them. This is undoubtedly Muyu's creation. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Muiu is a Senjudo Bairama-like character, who just likes to hide. If Uchiha Madara was in his prime, then he naturally wouldn't care about Muiu. After all, if Senjudo Bairama himself came, he would only die. But now Uchiha Madara is just an old man who relies on the Outer Path demon statue to survive in the world. It will take a lot of energy to deal with Muiu regardless of success or failure. Even Hashirama is gone. What can he, a junior who is less than 20 years old, do? Uchiha Madara setting differently. He doesn't look down on anyone in the ninja world, but he looks down on everyone except his younger brother and Hashirama equally. I'm a little stuck. It seems that I'm not used to updating once. I'll see if I can change it back tomorrow. Chapter 317. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shock. Muiu, who is proficient in using the 5 attribute ninjutsu, because she had learned basic breathing for several months in advance. Nohara Rin's progress in water breathing was very fast. In 5 days, she could almost use water breathing in battle. Muiu used the appraisal to see that she had reached the entry level of 20 points. However, it was not always so fast. After breaking through 20 points, it gradually slowed down. In order to strengthen Nohara Rin's single-player combat ability and not waste the bonus of water breathing on water escape, Muiu began to teach Nohara Rin water escape ninjutsu. He planned to teach Nohara Rin 2 water escape ninjutsu within this month. One is the water prison technique that can be used for defense and attack, and the second is the water dragon bullet technique that is purely used for attack. In fact, if it is for the Chunin exam, it is best to teach Nohara Rin the mist hidden technique and then do special training in sound positioning, because the shadow imitation technique is meaningless if you don't know the enemy's position. But this mist hidden technique is different from the common water escape ninjutsu such as the water array wall water dragon bullet. The mist hidden technique is the secret technique of the mist hidden village, and it is really hard to explain when it is used. So after thinking for a long time, Muiu chose the water prison technique and the water dragon bullet technique. Both of them are relatively practical and not difficult to learn. The Chunin exam entered the intermission period, and the candidates were working hard to improve themselves, whether they were candidates from Konoha or Kirigakure. The Chunin exam was suspended, and the first semester of the ninja school came to an end. The final exams were about to be held and then a long vacation would begin. Of course, this long vacation was a bit short for the 4th-year students who were about to graduate. During the vacation, they would have a 5-week special training. Muiu's original special training plan was to replicate the first special training, using large classes to quickly brush up various skills to expand the ninjutsu library. If there were large classes every day, 4 ninjutsu could be brushed a day, and 100 ninjutsu could be brushed in 5 weeks. The changes in the Forest of Death made Muiu decide to change his plan. He wanted to add some more advanced teaching content to the original plan and try to hit better rewards. Although it is still early for Obito's accident in the original work, The Battle of Kanabi Bridge in the original Naruto world took place after Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12, and now Kakashi is only 9 years old, so theoretically there are 3 years, but this is not the original Naruto world after all, it is the Naruto world with Miyu. Although Miyu has always been low-key, he has actually changed a lot. The current Obito is very different from the original. He awakened the Sharingan early, and learned a very good fire escape and breathing method from Miyu. He defeated the Jonin twice with his companions. Facing such Obito, Miyu dare not guarantee whether Uchiha Madara will maintain the same actions as in the original. Although Obito is young now, his strength is not weak. In addition, his teammates are much stronger than the original, which means that they will perform more difficult tasks earlier, and Uchiha Madara may also start earlier. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are in the dark that Miyu doesn't know, although he has hidden a lot. In order to make his chance of winning higher, he has to improve his strength as much as possible. Although Uchiha Madara is old now, he is Uchiha Madara who is able to fight against Hashirama Senju after all. There is also a filial son Black Zetsu who has lived for thousands of years. Miyu is vigilant against this combination. However, the summer training involves more than 300 graduates, so Miyu, as the person in charge, cannot teach randomly. She must communicate with the principal Sarutobi Hiruzen first. After dinner in the evening, Miyu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. It was not good to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen for business when Sarutobi Hiruzen was off work, which was considered overtime for Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now Miyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen have a good relationship. In order to facilitate the demonstration later, Miyu chose the evening. Sandame-sama, I want to change the content of the summer training, Miyu said straight to the point after a simple greeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand, looked at Miyu and asked, "Did you come up with a new good idea?" Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even think about it. And it was definitely a big change. Miyu, as the person in charge of the special training plan, could decide on his own for small issues. I want to add chakra attribute changes to the teaching content, Miyu said. Chakra attribute changes are actually not very advanced knowledge. If you are a family ninja or your parents are ninjas, you usually start learning before entering school. But for most ninja school students, this is actually advanced knowledge, because ninja schools don't teach this stuff, and it's taught by instructors after graduation. It's not that ninja schools don't want to teach, but there are two difficulties. First, there are many attributes of students. If there is a rare attribute like wind attribute, it's not necessarily that there is a teacher who can teach it, so we can't just not teach this student. Second, the level of teachers in ninja schools is not good enough, and chakra nature change is a dangerous practice, so even in the senior grades of ninja schools, there is no course for nature change practice. In fact, the main point is the second one. Most of the Chunin teachers in the school can teach other things, but they themselves are not very good at nature change. Isn't it misleading to teach others chakra nature change? Why do you want to teach this? So many students must have all 5 chakra attributes, and it's easy to have accidents when practicing. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not directly deny Miyu, but talked about the teaching difficulties and then looked at Miyu. Miyu has always been a humble and hard-working image in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Since Miyu dared to mention this to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Miyu must have come prepared. I have mastered all the 5 basic chakra attribute changes. Although I am not particularly proficient in the earth attribute, there will be no problem in simply teaching it, Miyu answered calmly. His 5 chakra attribute ninjutsu had a source. He went to the ninjutsu hall to choose 10 before, and then he got 2 more after he was promoted to a formal jonin. These are B level and above. Miyu can use anything below B level. He is not an unknown person now. Who cares where he got a C level ninjutsu from? As long as it is not a special ninjutsu like the hidden mist, it will be fine. I have mastered all 5 nature changes. Can you let me see it for a while? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an interested expression. It is not difficult to learn a nature change of your own innate attributes, and it is not difficult to learn another one you want to learn. Konoha jonin are basically like this, mastering 2 or more nature change ninjutsu. But it is very difficult to master all 5 nature change ninjutsu, and it is even more difficult to learn all of them and use them in battle. The difficulty is high and the improvement for ninjas is also great. This means that no matter what ninjutsu the opponent uses, you can use the ninjutsu that restrains him to fight and gain attribute advantages. You can also use ninjutsu in combination to increase its power. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to obtain the title of ninjutsu professor is because he has mastered thousands of ninjutsu, including not only the 5 major properties but also illusions and secrets. No matter what ninjutsu the enemy uses, he can restrain the opponent. But it is a pity that none of his 3 disciples actually went in his direction. Tsunade focused on medical ninjutsu and physical skills, Jiraiya focused on fire escape and fairy skills, and Orochimaru developed his own snake ninjutsu. Muyu nodded and said that there was no problem. He came for this. It would be difficult to show his skills in the Hokage's office during the day. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Muyu to the backyard. After seeing Muyu, Asuma greeted Muyu with a happy face. He was about to practice wind escape for a while. Come here quickly, don't let yourself be hurt by Muyu's ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen called Asuma to the side to watch. How is that possible? With Muyu's control, he will definitely not hurt me, Asuma retorted. However, Asuma still walked over honestly. It was not because he did not believe Muyu, but because he wanted to see Muyu's ninjutsu. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Muyu first used Fire Style. He thought about it and finally decided to use Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is the top fire style in terms of power and difficulty, and it is very challenging for the user. As Muyu completed the seal, a large amount of flames was spit out by Muyu, and in an instant, a small sea of fire was formed. Under Muyu's control, the flames were divided into 3 directions: front, left, and right. Although the fire was very strong, no flames touched Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Very skilled Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his mustache and nodded in approval. With this Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Sarutobi Hiruzen can see that Muyu's fire style has surpassed most people in the ninja world, both in terms of power and control. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been about the same at Muyu's age. So amazing. Asuma doesn't know much now, he just thinks Muyu is very strong. Hiruzen is not at home. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly came. I'm in the backyard, come over, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slightly louder voice. Although he hasn't seen Danzo yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen has guessed Danzo's purpose. It's about the compensation of Kirigakure. Although the master insisted that Akatami Hideyuki was a spy from other ninja villages, it was Kirigakure who brought it after all, and Konoha must pay compensation from Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had some disagreements in this regard. Danzo thought that he should ask for more, whether it was money or ninja tools. If there was no heavy punishment for such a thing, Konoha would have no deterrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that it was enough to ask for a little symbolically, mainly to show his attitude. After all, they were fighting with Iwagakure and Kumagakure now, and the Mist Village might not give them what they wanted, and they might just turn against Konoha and go to war. In the Hokage's office during the day, Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal, but Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Danzo was unwilling to give up, and as he expected, he came to see him again after get off work. Hirate soon. Shimura Danzo was about to say what he had prepared for a day, but he saw the sea of fire in the yard and Muyu who was holding the seal. Although Shimura Danzo was not as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyesight was still online, and he could see at a glance that Muyu's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was not simple. Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly became bad, because this Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was a reward from him to Muyu, but now Muyu was using it at Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, and he discovered it by accident. Let's talk about it later, after Muyu finishes the ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Shimura Danzo nodded with a cold face. Although Muyu's previous performance showed that Muyu was still on his side and had not forgotten his training, Danzo was very upset that a subordinate who could be used at will became someone who could only be used secretly. This was a powerful jonin who could play a certain role in the battle with the tailed beasts. Danzo's arrival did not change Muyu's expression. She simply greeted Danzo. After all, Danzo's intention was to act first. On the surface, Miyu had no connection with the root. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. After performing the fire escape, it was water escape. Miyu thought about it and used the waterfall technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen had taught him. Water escape waterfall technique. Miyu spit out a terrifying amount of water like a huge wave from his mouth, instantly extinguishing all the remaining flames on the ground. The backyard of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house was connected to a small forest. Under the impact of the huge amount of water, many trees fell down, and the small forest became a small lake. Very good, you have reached this level in just a few months, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. He didn't know about Miyu's other ninjutsu, but he taught Miyu the great waterfall technique himself, and he also personally instructed her, and witnessed Miyu's learning and mastering it step by step. Thanks to your guidance, Sandame-sama, Miyu said with a modest smile. My guidance is at most auxiliary, and it's mainly your own talent and hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a smile. Then you are quite self-aware. Asuma nodded, thinking that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said made sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a little speechless, rubbed Asuma's head fiercely. It was okay for him to admit this kind of thing, but it was heartbreaking to hear it from Asuma's mouth. Danzo sneered on the surface, but he was actually very proud in his heart. Even if Hiruzen teaches Miyu well, he will not be loyal. After all, he is a member of my root, Danzo thought proudly in his heart. In Danzo's eyes, Miyu's current strength is due to his accumulation of experience and the training of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind style, vacuum jade. Miyu used the next ninjutsu without resting. With a series of seals, Miyu blew out streams of transparent energy. Boom! Exclamation mark. The ground was broken by the bombardment of a large amount of transparent energy. For a while, gravel flew everywhere, and gray-yellow dust continued to rise. There was no intact ground in the entire backyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of his cigarette and looked at Miyu with great satisfaction. He also gave Miyu the vacuum jade because Asuma had improved a lot during Miyu's tutoring. He also learned from Asuma that Miyu was practicing wind style, so he gave her a vacuum jade. There is no doubt that the 3 properties of water, fire and wind that Miyu currently displayed are beyond the ordinary jonin, with fire being the strongest and feng shui being the second, but they can also be called strong. Seeing Miyu's vacuum ball, Shimura Danzo nodded in approval. He might be average in other attributes, but he thought he was the strongest in Konoha. Just by looking at Miyu's vacuum ball, Danzo knew that Miyu's wind ninjutsu's level of change was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary jonin. Water, fire, and wind have been cultivated to this level. No wonder he can help Jiraiya fight against the tailed beasts on the battlefield. Danzo knew about Miyu's approximate strength. Although Miyu's current strength is not up to his level, relying on these 3 nature ninjutsu is enough to be called an elite among jonin, the kind that can beat ordinary jonin. The most valuable thing is that Miyu is still very young, only 19 years old, and there is still a lot of time to grow. Otherwise, send him to be Orochimaru's deputy. In this way, he can help Orochimaru establish military merits and grow faster on the battlefield. Danzo felt that it was a waste of talent for Miyu to be a teacher with his strength. As for those basic contents, any chunin can teach them, so why do we need a jonin of Miyu's level? Asuma's thoughts were not as many as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He only had 6 words in his mind. Miyu teacher is awesome. After performing the wind escape technique, Miyu took a breath. First activated the earth escape technique to repair the broken ground, and then used the earth escape technique. Earth escape technique, earth flow river. Under Miyu's control, the mud in front of him suddenly turned into a mud river and rushed forward. Miyu's earth attribute property change was only 1,800 points of proficiency level, so he did not suppress his strength and used it openly, using a lot of his own chakra to enhance the effect of the ninjutsu. Miyu, you are too modest. Your earth escape technique is not just the level of barely teaching others. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed when he remembered what Miyu said before. At first, he really thought that Miyu's earth escape technique was not very good, After all, Miyu had never used Earth Escape technique. As a result, it turned out that he was at the level of an ordinary Jonin, or a Jonin whose main attribute was Earth. If he could only barely teach others, then many ninjas would not be worthy of being instructors. It's still a lot worse than other attributes, and I need to work harder, Miyu said with a smile. Lightning release, purple lightning. Miyu didn't make any hand seals, but just raised her arm and then a burst of purple lightning with chakra covered her right hand. Crackling! Exclamation mark. Miyu controlled the purple lightning and turned it into purple thunderbolts that struck the ground. There was another rumble, and small charred pits appeared on the flat ground. Did you develop this unmarked lightning release yourself, Miyu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after looking at the large charred marks on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen learned all the ninjutsu of Konoha. If Konoha had such an unmarked and powerful lightning release, he would not have been unaware of it. Well, the name of this ninjutsu is Purple Lightning, Miyu silently said sorry to Kakashi in her heart and nodded in response. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu in surprise. Although Miyu's lightning release was not as good as fire, water, and wind, and was only slightly stronger than Earth release, this self-developed high-level lightning release was very impressive, further proving that Miyu had a very good talent in ninjutsu. Danzo, you almost ruined a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen was glad that he had dug out Miyu. He couldn't imagine what kind of strength Miyu would have if he had been trained by him all along. Would he be comparable to him at the same age? Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire to recruit disciples was rising, and there was no doubt that Miyu was the most suitable disciple for him. 5K. There will be another chapter later, but the number of words will not be many. It should be around 3K. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 New Special Training, Sprint to Higher Rewards. But Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down quickly. As the reigning Hokage, he could not just accept disciples casually. The answer is simple, because as long as his disciples have strength and achievements, they are qualified to compete for the position of Hokage. If Miyu is suddenly accepted as a disciple at this time point, it will spread a wrong signal. Miyu is not a child, but a senior ninja who has made certain contributions on the battlefield. He can accept Miyu as a disciple after retirement, so that there will be no such trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen really hopes to have a disciple who can inherit his mantle and pass on his skills. Miyu is really the most suitable candidate. Whether it is talent or character, Miyu makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very satisfied. I agree with your plan, no problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Miyu's proposal. With Miyu's level of nature change, there is no problem at all to teach students in the ninja school. As for one person teaching so many students at the same time, Miyu has sufficient experience in this regard. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to believe it first and then question it. Then I won't disturb you and Danzo to discuss important matters. Miyu, who achieved his goal, chose to leave in time. He can be said to have exceeded his goal this time. He originally just wanted to come here to go through the special training teaching plan and consolidate his genius personality. As a result, Danzo also came, and Miyu secured himself a hand. When using water escape, he deliberately used the Great Waterfall technique taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then pointed out that Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance was meritorious, as if he often accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, so that his growth was more reasonable from Danzo's perspective. Now he still needs to rely on Konoha to develop. Miyu can be strong but not too much beyond common sense. At the beginning, Miyu felt that his identity as a root was troublesome. Now Miyu realized that it was fortunate that he was a root, otherwise it would be really difficult to rationalize his strength. After all, he was not an Uchiha, whose strength skyrocketed after opening his eyes. The root brought him a lot of benefits. As a ninja trained by the root, Danzo naturally trusted him. After all, he was brainwashed since he was a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then asked Asuma to go back to the room. Teacher Miyu, I've had some problems with Wind Escape recently. Asuma followed Miyu without a trace of nostalgia and took the opportunity to ask Miyu some questions. Miyu simply took Asuma to a relatively open place for guidance. A ninja like Hanyu Miyu should not be a teacher in a ninja school. Let him return to my route to play his greatest role, now that wars are raging. The route needs ninjas like him, Danzo said as he watched Miyu leave. Although he wanted Miyu to go to the battlefield to help Orochimaru make achievements, Sarutobi Hiruzen would obviously not agree to it directly, so Danzo first set a plan that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never agree to. Don't mention this matter again. Miyu will never return to the route, Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. According to his observation of Miyu, Miyu is not suitable for the dark place of the route, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even plan to arrange Miyu to the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Miyu was doing well now, doing what he liked to contribute to Konoha, and he did not fall behind in his own practice. Hiruzen, I trained him, Danzo stressed with an unhappy expression. Do you have to mention that you illegally recruited the descendants of war heroes as members of the route? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became sharp. Danzo was silent for half a minute. He really couldn't say anything more. What he did was illegal. Even if he doesn't return to the route, he shouldn't teach in the ninja school. With his strength, he can play a greater role on the front line. Send him to the front line as Orochimaru's deputy. The Kumage cure is much more difficult to deal with than the Iwaga cure. Danzo stated his ultimate goal. I will make my own arrangements for the Kumage cure battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not agree with Danzo's proposal. He knew Danzo's little thoughts too well, so he rejected all requests related to Miyu from Danzo. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? The ninja school doesn't need such a strong teacher. Danzo didn't expect that his preparations would not work, and couldn't help but say, it's just that you don't know Miyu's teaching results. Miyu's teaching results can be regarded as the best in the history of the entire ninja school. His class is far superior to the classes of the same grade, and his special training has improved the level of graduates, Sarutobi Hiruzen said while spitting out a puff of white mist. Miyu first came into his side because of this unique teaching result. Now Konoha's front line is actually not lacking in combat power. Now Konoha is in a good situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally cannot replace Miyu, the unique teacher, and send him to the battlefield. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a suspicious look. Although Danzo asked Miyu to report regularly when Miyu was in the route, the report did not include teaching results. Because Danzo did not send Miyu to the ninja school to teach well, Danzo did not have a clear understanding of Miyu's teaching ability, but only knew that he taught well. Sarutobi Hiruzen found the information that Miyu had submitted to him before and threw it to Danzo. Although Danzo didn't know much about ninja schools, he could still understand the table. Seeing that the average score of the class led by Miyu was much higher, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not exaggerating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, didn't give in at all, and Danzo had no choice. After all, he was just the assistant of the Hokage, and his power came from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The more you value Miyu, the more help Miyu will give me in the future. Danzo comforted himself in his heart. Then Danzo stopped mentioning Miyu and talked to Sarutobi Hiruzen about his real purpose of coming here, about the compensation issue of Kirigakure. This time Danzo came prepared. He took out a lot of information to prove that asking Kirigakure to pay more would have more benefits than disadvantages. Sarutobi Hiruzen refuted this one by one, but still did not approve of Danzo's plan. In the end, the conversation ended in a way that I regretted, and the only one who was hurt was the heavily closed door. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the academic assessment and was awarded Chakra plus 300 Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. The final exam is over, and the system rewards are issued as usual, but since only Shisui is left in the ninja school, it seems a little less. However, the rewards created by Obito, Might Guy and others outside the school are no less than those of the ninja school, but the information is no longer popped up at the same time. Teacher Miyu, can you give me a parting reward? I will miss you during the holidays. Another reward I recommend is dumplings, which are cheap and delicious. Hongdu quietly covered the test paper and said to Miu with her big eyes turning smartly. Teacher Miu, Hongdu only scored 81 points this time, which is a step backward. Good brother Gang Ziti quickly raised his hand to report. Teacher Miu, you spoil Hongdu too much. In my opinion, you should set a standard. People with less than 95 points will not have dumplings to eat. In this way, Hongdu's grades may be improved. Military strategist Shenu Izumo advises Miu to improve Hongdu's grades. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus underscore. Anyway, he has always been above 95, so this standard is still very simple for him. Miu showed a thoughtful look. Hongdu was indeed not very enthusiastic about learning theory. He had both teaching methods and teaching skills that were like cheating. Hongdu himself was not stupid, but it was indeed a bit lame to keep it around 80. Gang Ziti's report certainly made Hongdu feel chilled, but Shen Uchiha's proposal made Hongdu even more frightened. If this really worked, she would not be able to expect to get dumplings from Miu. Seeing that Miu seemed to be really considering it seriously, Hongdu first punched Gang Ziti and kicked Shen Uchiha at high speed, and then hurriedly said, Teacher Miu, don't listen to their nonsense. Learning is a whole semester, and there are only 2 exams. If you learn but don't perform well and therefore fail to get dumplings, it will cause great trauma to your heart. Hongdu looked at Miu with a look of heartache, as if she was a loyal minister who wanted to stop the emperor from listening to slander. Bang! A stream of chi hit Hongdu's forehead accurately, causing Hongdu to hold her head subconsciously. It's understandable that you didn't do well in the exam once, but you didn't even get above 90 points once. Didn't you perform well every time? Miu said with her hand knife retracted. Yeah, I heard that there is a disease called exam nervousness. Maybe I have this disease. I get nervous when taking an exam, so I always fail in the exam. Hongdu said seriously. That's really a coincidence. I got the disease of never giving Hongdu dumplings today. I just don't want to give you dumplings in my heart. Miu said with a smile. Hongdu. When it was almost time, Miu knocked Hongdu's little head and gave her the dumplings that belonged to her. At least don't fall back next time. Miu touched Hongdu's little head and said, Hee, I'll work hard. Hongdu, who got the dumplings, smiled instantly. Teacher Miu, are you alone in this special training like the first time? Hongdu asked while eating dumplings. Yes, and this special training will teach you things that you can't learn in the ninja school. Miu nodded and replied. What is it that you can't learn in ninja school? Hongdu was very curious. You'll know next Monday. Miu didn't say it out loud. It's a pity that brother Obito has already graduated, and we can't train with him. Gang Ziti said with a look of regret. Yeah, it's really a pity. Shenu Izumo said with a look of agreement. For them, Obito is not an ordinary senior, but a leader who opens the door to a new world. That's not necessarily true. Miu smiled and shook his head. This time he is going to teach nature changes, and since he has gained some fame in Konoha, there should be more genin coming to the special training this time than the first time. When Miu said this, not only Hongdu, but Shenu Izumo and Gang Ziti were all looking forward to the special training next week. Being taught by Miu alone, and having heavyweight new content, these 2 points alone are enough to attract people. This chapter is 3K, and I wrote 8K today. Chapter 319, exceeding the expected number of people. Miu guessed that there would be more people in the special training this time, because the batch of genin graduating this year knew his teaching level and would be more willing to participate in the special training. In addition, Miu was reported in the Konoha newspaper, so he was a little well known in Konoha. Although the content was at the back, the Konoha newspaper was the only official newspaper of Konoha, and it was issued in small quantities, so it was still very valuable. But when the teacher in charge of recording the number of applicants came over, Miu was still a little surprised. The 4th grade defaulted to the participation of all grades, and the other grades were still 8 per grade as before, but there were more genin who signed up. A total of 350 people. What kind of concept is this? The total number of people in the special training that Miu was responsible for before was not so high. This time, the number of genin who signed up for the special training was even more than the students in the ninja school. Teacher Miu, What should we do? Should we modify the regulations? There are too many people participating in the special training. The recording teacher asked Muyu. Originally, this special training had no requirements for genin, and you could join as long as you signed up, but the number of people was too exaggerated, even more than the students on campus. With so many more students, he felt that Muyu would not be able to handle it. Special training with a total of 694 people. Muyu showed a thoughtful look. If it was the previous Muyu, he would have to find a way to remove some people. This was nearly 700 people, and they were not ordinary people. There were only so many ninjas in the general ninja army. But now it is different. Muyu's current strength is very different from that of the special training last year. Not only has the chakra increased greatly, but his physical strength, ninjutsu knowledge, etc. are far beyond the past. Let me try it first. Although the number of people is a little more, it shouldn't be a big problem. Muyu thought for a while and said, the number of people is unprecedented. Muyu thinks this is a good opportunity. The previous class of more than 300 people became a large class reward. This time, there are almost 700 people. Will the reward change? Muyu changed the special training plan this time to hit a better reward. Now that the opportunity is in his hands, he will naturally not take the initiative to throw it away. Muyu glanced at the list of genin registrations, and saw familiar names. Many of them were genin who had just graduated this year and had experienced his first special training. As Muyu expected, Ebisu and Shire Anui Genma came. There were also genin from other classes, such as Asuma, who came with his teammates after hearing that Muyu was going to teach nature changes. Muyu also saw Inuzuka Midori and Narayu in the list, which was a bit unexpected for Muyu. The members of Narayu's team were all quite strong. If it was a normal Chunin exam, they might have been promoted successfully. Okay, Teacher Muyu, then make sure these people participate in the special training. Seeing that Muyu thought there was no problem, the registration teacher said. He admired Muyu a little. With so many people, let alone teaching, ordinary people couldn't even manage them, but Muyu thought he could teach. But the registration teacher thought about it. After all, Muyu was not an ordinary Chunin like them. Muyu's strength was officially recognized by Konoha, so it was normal for him to be confident. Muyu nodded, and the special training was finalized. On Monday, all the registered ninjas or ninja school students went to the designated training ground of Muyu on time. Yan Shui, why do you want to participate in this special training? There are still 9 days before the Chunin exam, and it won't improve your strength much, right? Inuzuka Midori asked with a puzzled look. The strength of a ninja is not achieved overnight. It takes a long time to train and improve. Except for the sudden awakening of the blood limit, it is difficult to have a significant improvement in such a short time under normal circumstances. The person in charge of the special training, Hanyu Muyu, is the examiner of the second exam, and according to the situation in the Death Forest, he is also the teacher of Nohara Rin. If Nohara Rin also participates in this special training, I can collect more information, Narayan Shui explained. Because he and Nohara Rin fought side by side in the Death Forest, he knew 2 pieces of information about Nohara Rin. One is that she can burst out with strong power, and the second is medical ninjutsu. But if they can train together for a few days, Narayan Shui is sure to find out many of Nohara Rin's fighting habits, which may play a role at a critical moment. Also, according to my investigation, Hanyu Muyu is a very strong jonin, and teaching is his specialty. Even if Nohara Rin didn't come, we should be able to learn something. Narayashi continued. He asked his jonin father about Muyu's strength. As for his strong teaching ability, he found out that there was also summer special training last year, so he asked the newly graduated genin. There are so many people. Midori feels like she has walked into the wrong training ground. Inuzuka Midori looked at the piles of people on the training ground and was a little confused. She took a quick look and felt that there must be 500 or 600 people here. It's impossible for so many people to have special training together. It should be correct. Narayashi frowned slightly. There are indeed a lot of people here. If it weren't for the fact that they all look very young and many of them don't even have forehead protectors, Narayashi would have thought that the ninja troops were gathering to do something. Brother Ebisu, long time no see. You are really here. Gang Ziti, who arrived at the training ground early, saw many genin on the scene and kept looking for Ebisu. God will not let down those who work hard. After Gang Ziti searched for 5 minutes, he saw the familiar face with sunglasses. Hearing Gang Ziti's words, Shinu Izumo also trotted over and said, "Finally we meet again. We missed the time when we created ninjutsu with you, brother Ebisu." Ebisu's mouth twitched. He didn't miss it at all. It made him a person that girls avoided and made a bad impression in front of the third Hokage. "Hey, isn't this Ziti and Izumo? Long time no see." Shire Anui Genma, holding a senbon, smiled and raised his hand to greet. He is now quite familiar with these two little fans of Ebisu. Shire Anui Genma had greeted him, and Ebisu couldn't play dead anymore, so he replied calmly, "Well, long time no see. Good morning." Looking at the forehead protectors on Ebisu and Shire Anui Genma's heads, Gang Ziti said enviously, "Brother Genma, after you graduate, will you do missions every day to make a lot of money, defeat the strong men of the enemy ninja village, and rescue the daughter of a noble to be appreciated?" Ha ha ha. Shire Anui Genma was amused by Gang Ziti's words. "Ziti, you should read less novels. How can a genin have such rich experience? A genin who just graduated can't even take on missions outside the village, and spends most of the time training. Their team configuration is much worse than Obito's, and no one is so powerful that they go directly to the Hokage to ask for high-level missions. Even with Teacher Chen and Might Guy, they have always been very honest in doing D-level missions." Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ first published this novel, but there are still some interesting things, such as the confusing enemy technique that you developed together. Even the strongest ninja in Konoha's physical skills was hit. Shire Anui Genma talked about their fight for the bell. Shire Anui Genma couldn't help laughing when he thought about it now. He tried his best to attack but was beaten violently. Instead, Ebisu was desperate and used the confusing enemy technique to snatch the bell. Kamatsuki Izumo and Gang Zaitetsu looked shocked. Although it was just a physical technique, it was not easy to be called the strongest. Such an existence was actually hit by the confusing enemy technique. As one of the developers of the confusing enemy technique, Kamatsuki Izumo and Gang Zaitetsu instantly felt proud, and the corners of their mouths could not help but rise upwards. "Brother Ebisu, I think the confusing enemy technique has greater potential. How about we discuss and develop it?" Kamatsuki Izumo invited Ebisu. "I think it's good at this stage and doesn't need to be changed." Ebisu declined. He came to learn the nature change, not to be a pervert. "That's a pity. I recently found a very good picture book. I wanted to share it with you, brother Ebisu." Shinayu Izumo said with regret. "Well, it's okay to discuss it when you have time." Ebisu still couldn't bear to see the little fans disappointed. "Are you going to discuss ninjutsu?" Shire Anui Genma teased. As the time was getting closer, more and more people came to the training ground and it became more and more noisy. I didn't expect everyone to come. They gathered together like they did before at school. After all, this is Mr. Muyu's special training. I was a little unhappy when I said I would go to receive a month of special training instructor. After hearing that it was Mr. Muyu, I readily agreed. "Long time no see. How is ninja life?" "It's about the same as the internship. I'm still not allowed to take C-level missions." The students and ninjas chatted in groups. After all, most of them were just a little bit behind, and there were still many people who knew each other. "Everyone, be quiet." When the time reached 8 o'clock, Muyu appeared and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Muyu didn't speak too loudly, but most of the people on the field were students or newly graduated ninjas. Muyu's height of 1.8 meters was extremely conspicuous. Although some people didn't hear Muyu's voice, they saw the familiar blonde figure, and the students around Muyu were quiet. This silence quickly spread to all the students, and the entire training ground became quiet. The students all looked at Muyu quietly. "Many of you are old friends. This is not the first time you have taken my class. I am very grateful for your trust. However, there are a lot of people on the field. I hope everyone can keep quiet before I finish speaking." Muyu continued. If it is a normal small class, Muyu is quite tolerant of students talking. After all, it would be too boring to say nothing except answering questions in a class. But now there are nearly 700 students on the training ground. If 1/7 of them talk, there are still 100 people. The main projects of this special training are chakra control, physical skills, basic ninjutsu, and chakra nature changes. Today, there is only one update of 3K. I didn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock yesterday. I am not in a good state today and feel a little uncomfortable. I will adjust my work and rest schedule and write more tomorrow. Chapter 320, Rewards for S-Level Evaluation. Muyu's words excited the students of the ninja school. The special training will be announced in the publicity of the genin, but there is no such thing in the ninja school, so they thought that this special training should be similar to the previous ones, just basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, but they didn't expect that there would be a course on chakra nature change. Although the ninja school does not teach chakra nature change, the ninja school will systematically teach some theoretical knowledge related to chakra, which will include content related to nature change. In short, they know that there is such a thing, and they also know that it is a must-learn project for learning the 5 major ninjutsu, but that's all, and they don't know more. With so many students, I guess there are people with 5 types of chakra attributes. How is he going to teach? Naruto looked around and found that there was only one teacher, Muyu, and he was a little confused. He thought that there would be 5 teachers teaching 5 different nature changes, and at most Muyu, the person in charge of the special training, would teach more projects, but it seems that there is only one teacher, Muyu. Could it be that he has mastered the 5 chakra attribute changes, and all of them have reached a level sufficient for teaching? Naruto had a guess and then shook his head to deny it. Even if Muyu mastered the 5 attributes, one person could not teach so many people. Naruto casually scanned and felt that there might be 700 people here. He thought that there would be no formal class today, so other teachers did not come, not to mention Naruto, who was participating in special training for the first time. If Asuma, Bingzu Litong and Yui Kurenai had not praised Muyu's grand scene of using 5 attribute ninjutsu, Bingzu Litong, who had participated in special training once, would probably have the same idea as them. Whether it is proficient in the 5 attributes or teaching 700 people by one person, it is a bit outrageous. First, we will test the groups. Next, I will teach you in groups according to your comprehensive strength. Muyu finished the seal and used the multiple shadow clone technique to create 15 shadow clones. There are too many students. If they were tested one by one, the whole day might be over. Because of the need to teach the attribute changes, Muyu also bought a large number of chakra test papers to test the students' attributes. Although there are more students, Muyu has no intention of increasing the number of groups. There are still 3 groups, A, B, and C. Because if the division is too fine, the difficulty of teaching will increase. In order to allow as many students as possible to enjoy the blessing of teaching skills, 3 groups are the most suitable. If there are fewer than 3 groups, the strength of the students will be too different. If there are more than 3 groups, Muyu will find it difficult to take care of them, because in addition to the 3 groups, he also has to divide the different systems according to the chakra attributes, and teach them separately when practicing the chakra nature change. Because there are so many students, even if 15 shadow clones plus Muyu's original body are tested together, it took 2 hours to collect all the records. Muyu first cancelled the shadow clone to organize the memory, and then separated 2 shadow clones to work in groups. Below is the list of members of Group C. Please stand on my side if your name is called. After the shadow clone completed the list, he immediately walked in front of the students and said, Gangziti, Shenu Izumo, Mitirashi Hongdu. Ah, why are you still in Group C this time? It shouldn't be like this. Hongdu scratched her hair. She remembered that when the special training was about to end, Muyu said that she had the strength of Group B. How come she was demoted after a year of improvement? Hehe, let's go. It's useless to brag about it. In the eyes of Teacher Muyu, you are at the same level as us. Gangziti laughed. Although he also had the idea of being directly assigned to Group B, he felt better when he heard that Hongdu was also in Group C. It was a pity for him to lose, but he had to laugh at his friend's loss. I support Hongdu to prove with your strength that Teacher Muyu's grouping was wrong, Shinu Izumo instigated. Why don't you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Hongdu rolled her eyes at Shinu Izumo. She chose to believe that Teacher Muyu's judgment was correct. Facts proved that Hongdu was right, because the students in Group B and even Group A in the last special training were also assigned to Group C. Yuzuki Yujao, Gekku Gale. As Muyu kept reading the names, most of the students were assigned to Group C. The requirements for grouping this time are higher, even you are assigned to Group C. Yuzuki Yujao realized that this special training might be more strict than the last time. That's good, now we are in the same group. In fact, it doesn't matter which group we are in. Teacher Muyu will teach us with all her heart, Gekku Gale said with a smile. Next is the list of students in Group B. After the list of Group C was read out, another shadow clone walked aside and began to read the names of the members of Group B. Asakawa Senkin, Nakamori Goichi. Most of the students in Group B are genin who just graduated this year. They have learned a little bit of nature change, but they are not very good at it. After all the students in Group B were called away, Muyu didn't have to read the list of students in Group A, she just took the rest away. That's great, you are assigned to Group A again this time. Shire Enui Genma patted Ebisu on the shoulder and said, yeah. Ebisu nodded, this is really good. He was assigned to Group B at the beginning of the last special training, and he was assigned to Group A because of his good performance in the exam. It is really comfortable to be in Group A from the beginning. Practice chakra nature changes in the morning, and practice physical skills in the afternoon. Muyu told the arrangement of Group A today. There are no tree climbing and water treading projects in the A group course, because this time they were assigned to Group A basically have no problem with chakra control. Narayan Shui was a little confused. This was not what he thought. Muyu started teaching alone. Just when Narayan Shui thought that Muyu was going to teach a certain attribute first, Muyu moved. Muyu split out 6 shadow clones again. 1 shadow clone stood next to Muyu, and the remaining 5 shadow clones flashed to different positions not far away and used ninjutsu, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. The first shadow clone quickly formed a seal and spit out a large piece of flame. The wildly dancing flame instantly burned several large trees, wind style, cyclone. Then the second shadow clone formed a seal and used wind style. Under the strong wind of the cyclone, the flames of the fire dragon flame bomb continued to expand, gradually forming a large sea of fire. Because the fire was so big and the flame temperature was very high, the students in Group A could clearly feel the heat. Water style, great waterfall technique. Just as the fire continued to expand, the third shadow clone moved, spitting out a stream of water like a huge wave to extinguish the flames. However, due to the excessive amount of water, a large amount of water remained after the flames were extinguished, and was about to rush to the front of the students in Group A. Some students in Group A were not calm. They would not be injured by the water, but they would definitely be embarrassed. Some students in Group A began to retreat to the back, but Asuma stood still as steady as a rock. He believed that Muyu's demonstration of ninjutsu would not affect the students. Earth style, earth flow wall. As Asuma thought, the fourth shadow clone immediately used the earth flow wall to block the large amount of water flow, and then the fifth shadow clone used purple lightning to break one of the earth flow walls, allowing the water to flow to the opposite side of the students. Muyu's operation shocked the students in Group A. The 5 shadow clones released 5 kinds of ninjutsu respectively, and they all looked strong. It's really exaggerated. He has such a high level of ninjutsu while being strong in physical skills. Ebisu sighed in his heart, holding up his sunglasses with his left hand. He had seen the physical skills battle between Muyu and Teacher Chen. They, the genin, were at risk of being blown away by the aftermath when watching the battle. It was so scary. Muyu, who could compete with Teacher Chen, the strongest in Konoha, in physical skills, could actually use 5 different kinds of ninjutsu at the same time. This was really beyond Ebisu's imagination. These were 5 kinds of chakra changes. As a good student, Ebisu knew what this meant. No matter what ninjutsu the opponent was good at, Muyu could use ninjutsu to restrain the opponent. Not all students in Group A were familiar with Muyu. Many of them wanted to try it because of Muyu's record on the battlefield. At this moment, The students had a unified idea in their hearts. This place is right. The teacher is really powerful. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 +_. If you want to practice the 5 major chakra nature changes, go to the shadow clones who use the corresponding ninjutsu. If you want to get guidance on the yin and yang nature or other content, come to me. The shadow clone next to Muyu said, not all ninjas practice the 5 major natures. Some ninjas with family secrets will pay more attention to the practice of secrets. There are also special talents like Yui Kurenai who mainly practice illusions. Muyu did not ignore this small group of people. The entire team of Nara Saltwater walked towards the shadow clone next to Muyu's main body. They all practiced secrets. Yui Kurenai and his teammates waved and walked over. Ebisu walked towards the shadow clone who used fire escape, and Asuna walked towards the shadow clone who used wind escape. Soon, the students in Group A finished their choices and began to practice under the guidance of the shadow clones. Then Muyu divided 5 shadow clones in Group B to guide the students in Group B to practice nature changes. As for the students in Group C, Muyu did not let them start practicing nature changes immediately, but first supplemented the theoretical knowledge related to nature changes, and then practiced controlling chakra. Most of the students in Group C were ninja school students who had never participated in special training. Many of them could not even climb a tree, and only a few of them could tread water, so Muyu was not in a hurry to teach them the nature change. Moreover, Muyu was not going to teach the nature change to 3 groups at the same time in one day. There was no other reason. Muyu was worried that his body would not be able to bear too many shadow clones. He did not have the vortex constitution. He could split so many because of the increase in chakra and the breathing method to improve his body. Most of the time, it was the shadow clones who taught, and Muyu's body flowed between different groups of different attributes to give instructions, trying to take care of more people with the teaching skills of the body. Since it took 2 hours to divide the groups, the morning class ended very quickly. When Muyu said to disband, many students in Group A and Group B showed expressions of wanting more. There is no harm without comparison. They felt that their instructor was far inferior to Muyu in learning the nature change. I think Mr. Tanashita should also come and learn. They are all jonin. How can there be such a big difference? Haha. I'll repeat this sentence to Mr. Tanashita when I go back. Forget it. He's a jonin and he shouldn't be embarrassed to come. In just 2.5 hours, those students who were not familiar with Muyu had their first impression of Muyu. He knew a lot of ninjutsu and was very good at teaching. Midori thinks this place is good and can continue to come in the future. Inuzuka Midori recognized Muyu. Although Muyu didn't know the Inuzuka clan's mimicry of beast ninjutsu, Muyu was very knowledgeable about physical skills, which allowed Inuzuka Midori to have a good harvest in physical skills. Naruyuin nodded. He was also practicing physical skills today. He would definitely ask the elders of the family to learn yin escape. If I can be taught by Mr. Muyu all the time, I can become a jonin no matter what, right? Ebisu compared Mr. Chen and Muyu and wanted to defect to Muyu's side. It's not that Mr. Chen is not good, but that Muyu is too good. After the class, Muyu immediately cancelled all the shadow clones. When a lot of fatigue memories flooded into Muyu's mind, Muyu exhaled slightly. It was really tiring to teach like this. Then Muyu opened the system panel and took a look. There was no class reward. Is the class time too long because the grouping time is too long? Muyu guessed in his heart. He didn't panic. For him, changes were good. After all, even if they were gone, they would only lose 2 entry-level ninjutsu. If there were higher-level rewards, it would be a big profit. There was an hour and a half for rest at noon, and training started again after 2 p.m. The students all walked skillfully to the areas of each group to receive the teachings of Muyu. In the afternoon, Muyu first let Group A practice physical skills for a while before starting the chakra nature change practice, while Group C was still chakra control. Students who had mastered climbing trees and treading water practiced physical skills. When the time reached 6:30 p.m., the day's training officially ended. After the disbandment, the students did not rush to leave but discussed today's gains, and Muyu finally saw the message from the system. Complete an excellent lecture evaluation, S awards. Fire Chakra Nature Change +10. Earth Chakra Nature Change plus 40, Lightning Chakra Nature Change plus 45, Wind Chakra Nature Change plus 10, Water Chakra Nature Change plus 20. Chakra control ability slightly increased. Looking at the long reward column, Muyu fell into deep thought. This was somewhat beyond his expectation. The S-level evaluation seemed to give feedback rewards based on the teaching content. But why is the proficiency of fire attribute nature change increased as much as wind? Muyu had a little doubt in his mind. There are many more students learning fire attribute chakra nature change than wind attribute. It is the attribute with the largest number of people. Muyu thought about it carefully and soon figured out the reason. Because his fire escape chakra nature change has reached the perfect level, it is obviously difficult to increase the proficiency at this level. The two attributes of earth and thunder are not even at the mastery level, so there will be more. Muyu then looked down. This is the first time he has obtained an S-level evaluation. There should be an S-level evaluation reward. This chapter is 4K. There will be another chapter later, but the number of words is uncertain. Chapter 321 Kakashi's new move. Complete the S-rated tutorial for the first time and get the reward. Yang Chakra Property Change Mastery. Yin Chakra Property Change Mastery. The reward is very generous, directly giving Muyu 2 mastery level property changes, and the most special yin-yang property changes. A lot of memories about yin-yang chakra property change cultivation kept appearing in Muyu's mind. After sorting out the memories, Muyu opened her own panel and took a look. Name, Hanyu Muyu. Chakra, 66,500. Skills, Fire Chakra Property Change, Perfect, 128,000. Water Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 8,000 15,000. Wind Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 7,800. Yin Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 0. Yang Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 0. In terms of chakra, the growth rate has slowed down slightly because Muyu changed the reward strategy, but it is still considerable. By the end of this school year, Muyu expects the total amount of chakra to reach 90,000 or even 100,000 chakras. Although the recovery capacity is a little worse, the total amount is still comfortable. When Muyu saw that the proficiency of yin-yang property transformation was only 0, he fell into thought. For some reason, the 3 times he received the mastery level chakra property transformation reward, he came with half the proficiency. But this time it didn't. Is it because the yin-yang property is special, or was it a novice protection period before? Muyu guessed in his heart. Obviously, empty guesses will not get results. Muyu can only wait for the next time he gets the mastery level chakra property transformation reward to be verified. But Muyu was also very satisfied. People with good talents may only practice one property change to the mastery level in their lifetime. But he got 2 mastery level property changes in the last class. The next day, Muyu still followed the rhythm of the first day, but slightly changed the content. After the morning class, nothing happened in the system, and the reward was settled after the afternoon class. Complete a high-quality lecture evaluation. S awards. Physical ability slightly increased. Fire attribute chakra nature change plus 8. Earth attribute chakra nature change plus 45. Lightning attribute chakra nature change plus 35. Wind attribute chakra nature change plus 10. Water attribute chakra nature change plus 15. Looking at the content of the reward, Muyu was a little disappointed. Today, he had to see group students practice physical skills all day to see if they could get a reward for strengthening their bodies, but the result was just an increase in physical ability. However, the overall reward is still very generous. If it continues like this, Muyu's lightning attribute chakra nature change and earth attribute chakra nature change will also be promoted to the mastery level after the special training. By then, Muyu's nature change will be 6 mastery and 1 perfect. After 2 days of class, Muyu has figured out the mechanism of S-level evaluation. There are many people, the quality of the lectures must be high, and it takes a long time to achieve it. As for the rewards, it is completely different from the previous ratings. What you teach is what you reward. Although it is only a difference in evaluation, the fact that you get rewards for what you teach is much more important to Muyu than the 1 or 2 ninjutsu available. For example, The medical specialty students will be released soon. At that time, he will also try to hit the S-level evaluation, which may be of great help to him in developing power banks. Of course, the rewards are really good, but Muyu is really tired of teaching. After returning, he is so tired that he can't even read books. He needs to rest for a while. With the progress of special training, the suspended Chunin exam is about to begin. As candidates, Naruto and Asuma asked for leave from Muyu in advance. The third Chunin exam will be on Tuesday, and special training is required. Considering everyone's viewing needs, Muyu directly gave everyone a day off so that they can watch the Chunin exam. Of course, this is a shift. This week's Saturday will not be given, but Sunday. August 4th, this is the day before the Chunin exam. Although there is only one day left before the Chunin exam, Muyu's disciples did not relax at all. Whoosh whoosh. Obito's body is burning with fierce orange flames, and a punch and a kick can bring a heavy high-temperature blow. Whenever Obito sweated due to fatigue, it would evaporate due to the high temperature. He practiced the fire ninjutsu taught by Muyu over and over again, from morning to afternoon, using breathing techniques to drain his body's strength again and again to seek a breakthrough. Might Guy's 8 gates of ninjutsu plus rock breathing, Kakashi's knife that killed the Jonin in seconds. The two of them put too much pressure on Obito, not to mention Kakashi and Might Guy. There is also a restrained Might Arumi waiting for him in the quarterfinals. Obito doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to lose to anyone. He has been the last one in his 9-year-old life. Now that he has successfully counterattacked, he wants to keep winning. Win for Muyu, win for Nohara Rin, win for Kakashi. He wants to let everyone know that he, Uchiha Obito, is not inferior to others. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. The trees and stones around Might Guy broke and shattered under his powerful force. Neither the thick trees nor the hard stones can withstand Might Guy's heavy kicking skills. He was trying hard to reach the limit of the breathing of the immature gate in rock. The last battle with the Kirigakure Jonin made Might Guy realize that he was still a long way from the 4 gates, so after returning, he worked hard to train his body, so that he would not have to fall down in the next battle and have to watch his teammates fight. Moreover, he wanted to become a Chunin, and wanted to be promoted to Chunin as a strong man. Although there were 2 ninjas who had mocked his father and apologized, there were far more than 2 people who mocked his father, some he knew and some he didn't, some openly and some secretly. Might Guy wanted to slap them in the face through this Chunin exam. The son of the ninja they looked down on became a Chunin just a few months after graduation, and his strength was stronger than them. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Nohara Rin maintained the water breathing and used the water style ninjutsu. Under the effect of Nohara Rin chakra, the water in the river quickly gathered to form a water dragon, which then rotated in a circle under Nohara Rin's control and finally crashed into the water. Water escape technique. Water prison technique. After releasing the water dragon bullet, Nohara Rin immediately formed a seal and used the water prison technique to create a large bubble on the river surface. Since it is easier to use water escape technique by the river, Nohara Rin has been practicing water escape technique by the river recently. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. She is very clear about her disadvantages. She has too little time to learn water escape technique, so she can only practice more to increase her proficiency. Everyone is excellent, and I can't be a drag. I will try my best to win the first round of the battle. When the chakra was almost consumed, Nohara Rin thought in her heart. Nohara Rin has a clear self-awareness. Her strength is no match for Obito and the others. There is no need to think about the first, second, and fourth places. Entering the top 8 is considered a success. She only hopes that she will not be a burden to Obito and Kakashi in the future battles, and can help them in battles. Thunder breathing. Full concentration. Kakashi silently breathed to the limit with his eyes, and there was nothing else in his eyes except the wooden man made of special wood. Crackling, the shining yellow lightning burst out from the toes and gradually covered Kakashi's 2 legs. The powerful lightning chakra activated Kakashi's cells and greatly increased Kakashi's explosive power. Boom! The moment Kakashi rushed out, It was as if a bolt of lightning struck the ground with a roar. Then a yellow lightning flashed across the special wooden man, and a scratch appeared on his body, splitting it in two and falling down. Kakashi exhaled. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. I can use the flash, but the new move can't. Kakashi closed his eyes and recalled the feeling just now. Although he didn't fully master the transparent world, his perception was much stronger than before, so the flash that couldn't react before could react. But the problem is that after that battle, Kakashi's breathing method limit has been greatly improved, and his swordsmanship has also made great progress like in Epiphany. Now the flash is no longer his fastest and strongest move, because there will be a thunder at the moment of rushing out. Kakashi named the new move Thunder Flash. This is a new move developed by Kakashi recalling the transparent world and combining it with swordsmanship. Thunderbolt is extremely powerful and fast. It has no disadvantages except for its high consumption. As for the problem of not being able to react, Kakashi thinks it is not Thunderbolt's problem, but his problem. If he can open the transparent world, there will be no reaction problem. Although Kakashi worked hard during training, the difficulty of the transparent world is greater than the stripes, and it is not easy to learn. In this month, Kakashi has not entered the state of the complete transparent world once again. Try more. But there is no way to win them with the current strength. Kakashi did not lose heart and continued to practice. Soon after waking up, Kakashi has never forgotten his goal. Might Guy, Obito, and Shisui. He wants to beat back the three people who defeated him one by one. Let's not talk about Shisui for too long. At present, Obito and Might Guy are very powerful, especially Obito has the Sharingan. It is easy for Obito to catch the flaws when he uses moves that he cannot react to. Okay, everyone go back and rest early. It will not be worth it if it affects tomorrow's state. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Yuing's clone spoke. Seeing how diligent the students were, Mu Yu was very pleased. When these disciples first came, only Might Guy was diligent. Although Shisui was not lazy, he did not have the enthusiasm he has now, not to mention Obito, who used to use his vacation time to practice. As soon as Mu Yu spoke, everyone stopped. They also knew this truth, but they were too focused on practice that they did not pay attention to the time. Several disciples gathered together to rest for a while. Since everyone was very tired, they did not chat much, even Obito, who was more talkative. After simply encouraging each other, they dispersed. Only Shisui stayed to practice because he was still a student of the ninja school. How did you all improve so much? Shisui, who was practicing extra, was very confused and under a lot of pressure. P.S. Those series of words are only counted as one character. It just looks a lot, but in order to improve the viewing experience, I will try to write less later. This chapter is 3K. Chapter 322. The third exam begins. On August 5th, the Chunin exam officially began. The third exam of the Chunin exam was held in a huge circular venue. In the middle of the venue was a huge open space, which was very large. There were small trees and a small pond with a small amount of water. All candidates would fight here. In addition to the open space where the candidates fought, there were spectator seats that rose in the staircase. There were many noble officials and wealthy businessmen, as well as local residents and ninjas of Konoha. The third Hokage did not sit in the ordinary spectator seats. He had his own special seats, which were one level higher than the spectator seats. There are so many spectators. Nohara sighed as she looked at the sea of people in the spectator seats. Before this, the most lively event Nohara had participated in was the festival, but there were not so many people. Don't be nervous, Zealand. You will definitely win if you show your strength well. Obito thought that Nohara was worried that it would be ugly if she lost to too many people, so he comforted her. Nohara covered her mouth and chuckled. Obito, you underestimate me. I won't be nervous just because there are spectators. Nohara is not the kind of shy and timid girl. She will worry about the result because of the strength of her opponent, but she will not be nervous because of people watching. Hee. That's good. Obito scratched his head and laughed. Obito didn't care about the audience. The more people there were, the more excited he was. This was a good opportunity to become famous in Konoha. Hurry up. It's almost time. Kakashi reminded. Obito and Nohara both nodded, and the three of them quickened their pace and walked through the passage specially prepared for the candidates into the center of the venue, which was the battlefield for the candidates. The three of them arrived neither too early nor too late. 3 minutes after they arrived, all 16 candidates arrived. Looking at all the candidates, some spectators cheered, as if they were looking forward to the next battle. Did you hear that? The audience's calls are all for you. You are the protagonists today, Bayuo said with a smile. Obito's heart surged when he heard what Hiruzen said. If he could get the first place under the spotlight, it would be his first step towards becoming Hokage. Might Guy had a confident smile on his face, and he gave a thumbs up to a certain green figure in the audience who jumped up excitedly. Terumi Mai clenched her pink fists tightly. If she won the first place, she would be valued by the Onshai and Mizukage, and her path to becoming Mizukage would become clear. Zabuza looked at Kakashi, who was only a few steps away from him, with a complicated expression. If he won, his second round opponent would be Kakashi. Zabuza didn't know how to fight to win. The opponent even cut down his guiding Jonin. The rules of the third exam are very simple. It's the same as the preliminaries. You win if you beat your opponent to the point where he can't fight or surrenders. Hiruzen continued. If you have no doubts, except for candidate number 1 and candidate number 2, who stayed to prepare for the battle, other candidates please return to the lounge and wait for notification. The lounge can also see the battle in the venue, so it does not affect the candidate's collection of information. The rules were so simple that naturally no candidate asked more questions. They all walked into the candidate passage and headed for the lounge, leaving only number 1 Hoshigaki Kisame and number 2 Yamashiro Aoba. Hoshigaki Kisame stood there expressionlessly. He only cared about 2 people in this exam. One was Might Guy and the other was Hotai Kakashi. He felt that he had no problem with the other exams. Compared to the indifferent Hoshigaki Kisame, Yamashiro Aoba was not so calm. He looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with an expression as if he was facing a great enemy. He had seen Hoshigaki Kisame's performance in the preliminaries, and he was considered the strongest candidate. Hiro asked the two to stand in the designated position, and then waited for about a minute before shouting loudly, "First match, Hoshigaki Kisame vs. Yamashiro Aoba. The battle begins." The loudspeaker equipment allowed Hiro's voice to be heard throughout the venue, and the spectators who were chatting turned their attention to the battlefield. This Hoshigaki Kisame is a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Although they are both from the 5 major ninja villages, few people have heard about the Hidden Mist Village, said a spectator in an official uniform. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is in the Land of Water, so it would be more troublesome to come to the mainland, said another official. But there are also differences among the 5 major ninja villages. The ninjas from our Land of Fire should be stronger. The officials next to him all nodded in agreement. This was not only because Konoha was a ninja village from the Land of Fire, but also because of Konoha's strong record of winning battles. Although the audience was confident in Yamashiro Aoba, this could not eliminate the gap between Yamashiro Aoba and Hoshigaki Kisame. At the moment when Obito shouted the start, Yamashiro Aoba immediately retreated and used ninjutsu to summon a large number of crows. Wow wow! The rough and hoarse cries of the crows instantly spread throughout the venue. A large number of crows circled around Yamashiro Aoba, interfering with Hoshigaki Kisame's vision and hearing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Exclamation mark! Yamashiro Aoba immediately threw several shuriken at Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame swung his long sword and chopped the shuriken off. Then he stuck the sword into the ground and quickly formed a seal, water style, exploding water wave. Kisame gathered a large amount of chakra and then changed the nature of the water attribute chakra, spewing a huge amount of water towards Yamashiro Aoba. Yamashiro Aoba frowned and quickly retreated, and ordered the crows to fly higher. The amount of water Kisame used was too large, and soon the entire battlefield was directly turned into a large pond by Kisame's water style. Yamashiro Aoba avoided the impact of the water flow but was forced to stand on the water and fight the attacking Kisame. Bang bang! Exclamation mark! The two sides fought for a while, and even with the interference of the crows, Yamashiro Aoba was beaten back step by step. This restricted battle was too disadvantageous for Yamashiro Aoba. Kisame could dive into the water at any time to avoid the attack of the corrals, but Yamashiro Aoba had no good way to effectively attack Kisame. It's a bad sign. Yamashiro Aoba felt helpless. It happened that he practiced fire style, which was restrained by Kisame's water style. He's quite capable, not weak. After a few rounds of fighting, Kisame found that Yamashiro Aoba was much stronger than expected. Although there was nothing outstanding, Yamashiro Aoba was good in all aspects. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel. Since there was plenty of water in the venue at this moment, Kisame didn't spend much chakra to condense a huge water dragon and smashed it towards Yamashiro Aoba. The crows around him that interfered with his vision were instantly blown away by the huge water dragon. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yamashiro Aoba made his last struggle. He first spit out a great fireball to block the incoming water dragon bullet, then controlled the remaining crows to block his body. And then Yamashiro Aoba himself held his breath and dived into the water and swam towards Kisame at a high speed. But Yamashiro Aoba underestimated Kisame's professionalism as a mist ninja. Even though Yamashiro Aoba was very careful not to cause any noise, and there was also the sound of the collision between the great fireball and the water dragon bomb to cover him, Kisame still found Yamashiro Aoba, who was trapped in the water. Kisame pretended not to notice it, and suddenly dived into the water to fight with Yamashiro Aoba. The moment Yamashiro Aoba approached, crash, a large amount of water flow exploded, and Yamashiro Aoba was directly hit out of the water by Kisame's full force and flew out. This is not over yet. Under Kisame's control, a stream of water rushed straight towards Yamashiro Aoba, who had not yet landed. Bang! Under the impact of the water flow, Yamashiro Aoba directly hit the wall at the edge of the battlefield. For ordinary people watching the battle, it didn't take long. They only felt that Kisame used a water escape field and suddenly turned it into a big pond. Then the two of them fought with fists and feet twice, and the water escape and fire escape collided. Then Yamashiro Aoba was hit on the wall. The whole process took only a few minutes. It seems that this person is an excellent ninja from the Kirigakure village. He cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary ninjas. The official who said that the Fire Country ninjas were strong before touched his beard and said, without any embarrassment on his face, "That's right. After all, Kirigakure must send the strongest talent from their ninja village when they come from afar." The official next to him agreed. "I didn't expect the Kirigakure ninjas to be so strong. I wonder how efficient they are in entrusting people." Kisame's strong performance made some wealthy businessmen on the field recognize the strength of Kirigakure. The Kirigakure smiled when they heard this, but the Konoha ninjas in the audience didn't look very good. They lost the first game. Danzo, who was sitting on the right side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowned when he saw this scene, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Although he could see with his eyesight that it was not Yamashiro Aoba who was weak but Kisame was too strong. In Danzo's eyes, losing on such an important occasion would be embarrassing for Konoha, which was not right. The Uchiha, who was sitting on the left side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, only smiled faintly, didn't say anything, and didn't laugh too happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen neither frowned nor smiled. He stared at the venue with a normal expression, making it difficult to see his inner thoughts. Hoshigaki Kisame wins. After discovering that Yamashiro Aoba lost his ability to fight, Hiro announced Kisame's victory neatly. Soon after Hiro announced the result, a medical ninja took Yamashiro Aoba to treatment, while Kisame walked towards the lounge. "Rin, come on." Seeing the end of the first game, Obito encouraged Nohara. "Rin, you can use more water escape techniques at the beginning, and you will have the advantage of the venue in the front." Kakashi walked to Nohara Rin and reminded her softly, "Although there is a drainage system on the battlefield, it is obviously not very good. Although the amount of water is constantly decreasing and not as much as before, it is still a good environment for Nohara Rin. Of course, if the battle drags on for too long, the water will definitely be gone." "Yeah." Nohara Rin smiled and nodded at the two. The second battle, Nohara Rin vs. Naruto. Candidates, please enter the venue quickly. Hiro's voice came into the lounge. Nohara Rin waved goodbye to the two and walked towards the battlefield. Midori will cheer you up. Inuzuka Midori also cheered for Naruto, who was about to go to the battle. Naruto nodded and turned to walk towards the venue. Although he failed to collect information about Nohara Rin during the special training at Muyu, his physical skills have improved slightly there. P.S. I will only update once today. I said I would take a day off the day before yesterday, but I succeeded for a day. I didn't fall asleep until 2 o'clock last night. I will try harder today. If it doesn't work, forget it. I'll do whatever I have to do. I'll finish the book first. I'm really not in the writing state recently. Chapter 323, Might Guy's Terrifying Strength. Keep a good distance and don't be controlled by the opponent's shadow secret technique. Nohara Rin thought about her tactics again before walking to the battlefield. Because she had fought side by side with Naruto once, Nohara Rin knew the strangeness of the shadow imitation technique. Once controlled, even if it was not for a long time, it would be enough to reverse the situation. In fact, Nohara Rin was curious about how long Naruto could control people under normal circumstances. If it was only 2 or 3 seconds longer than Akutami Hideyuki's time, it would not be able to directly end the battle in a one-on-one battle, and at most gain some advantages. After all, when performing the shadow imitation technique, Naruto itself could not directly attack the controlled person, and could only find ways to use the environment to cause damage to him. If it was determined that Naruto's control time was not long, Nohara Rin could fight more aggressively. After all, she knew medical ninjutsu, and a little injury would not have much impact. This is the importance of intelligence. Even if Nohara Rin knew that there was this possibility, she would not dare to gamble, because if she lost the bet, she would be eliminated directly. When Nohara Rin was guessing Naruto's intelligence, Naruto also went through Nohara Rin's intelligence in his mind. Even that Hoshigaki Kisame can be repelled head-on. If he is hit by that punch, it will be bad. Although Naruto was eager for Nohara Rin to get close to him and be controlled by the shadow imitation technique, the actual combat situation is ever-changing. Maybe at some point he will not have time to use the shadow imitation technique, so he must find a way to avoid this move. When they walked onto the field, Nohara Rin and Naruto both used chakra to walk on the water. After waiting for the two to stand in place, Hiro quickly announced the start of the second exam. At the moment Hiro called out, Nohara Rin entered the water-breathing state and quickly retreated to distance herself from Naruto while throwing shurikens at Naruto. She didn't know the maximum distance of Naruto's shadow imitation technique, so she could only stay as far back as possible. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Naruto neither chased nor retreated, and he also threw shurikens on the spot. Although the shurikens of the two were not bad, they were not at the level of playing with flowers, and did not cause any effective damage to each other. Naruto walked forward slowly. In the battle with Kirigakure, Nohara Rin did not show any effective long-range attack methods, so he just had to slowly reduce Nohara Rin's dodge space to less than the maximum distance of the shadow imitation technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. What Naruto didn't expect was that after he approached, Nohara Rin directly formed a seal and used the water style ninjutsu, and a large amount of water flow swirled around Nohara Rin and finally formed a water dragon. She actually knows water-style ninjutsu. Naruto's face suddenly changed and he immediately used the body flash technique to rush towards the small trees behind. He guessed that this was a new ninjutsu that Nohara Rin had practiced during the 1-month hiatus. Otherwise Nohara Rin didn't use water-style ninjutsu when fighting Kirigakure. This was really bad news for Naruto, because Kisame directly changed the venue type in the last battle and turned the venue into a large pond. Using water-style ninjutsu in a place with water would not only consume less energy but also be more powerful. It's water-style ninjutsu. Even the calm Naruto couldn't hold it back. The opponent took up all the buffs as soon as he came on the field. Who wouldn't be annoyed by this? Naruto had no defensive ninjutsu, so he could only use the environment to reduce damage, but he was still inevitably injured and embarrassed. Lin, This is how you fight. Obito in the lounge saw Nohara gaining the upper hand and shouted excitedly. Kakashi nodded. He felt that Nohara had basically won this time, because Naruyoshi was essentially a supporting ninja, and single-player combat was not his strong point. It's over. It seems that the responsibility of sprinting Chunin can only be handed over to Midori. Inuzuka Midori also felt that his teammates were not far from losing, although she mentally supported Naruyoshi to win. Naruyoshi was indeed in a great disadvantage at the moment and could not fight back at all. Huff. Naruyoshi wiped the water drops on his face and panted slightly as he looked at Nohara. His mind was racing, and he tried his best to think of a way to break the deadlock, but no matter how hard Naruyoshi thought, he could not think of his chance of winning. Without defensive ninjutsu, he could only rely on his position and environment to deal with Nohara's water attack. But Naruyoshi could not touch Nohara because of the distance of the ninjutsu. It was too uncomfortable to fight long arms with short hands. At this moment, Naruyoshi suddenly appeared on the water surface as a small shadow. He looked up and saw a bird hovering in the sky. Naruyoshi had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and instantly thought of a plan that could turn the tide of the battle. Shadow imitation technique. Naruyoshi suddenly formed a seal and used ninjutsu, and a black shadow rushed towards Nohara at a high speed. Nohara, who was forming a seal, thought she had entered the attack range of the shadow imitation technique and immediately dodged and retreated. But what surprised Nohara was that Naruyoshi's shadow, let alone touching her, was 3 meters away from her before she moved. Showing weakness to the enemy, Nohara didn't think that Naruyoshi didn't understand the maximum distance of his ninjutsu. The cautious Nohara did not move forward. She thought it was Naruyoshi's strategy to deliberately make her misjudge the attack range of the shadow imitation technique. Seeing that the shadow imitation technique did not hit Naruyoshi, he took back his shadow with a look of regret, and then hid behind a tree. Water style, water clone technique. Fearing that Naruyoshi had some unknown plan, Nohara split a water clone and hid beside him. Nohara was quite fast in learning water style, so Muyu taught Nohara a water clone. This thing was simpler than ordinary shadow clones, and its overall performance was not as good as ordinary shadow clones. It was limited in places without water. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Nohara wanted to continue to release water style ninjutsu to attack Naruyoshi. The trees in the battlefield were not as thick as those in the southern forest. They could block Naruyoshi's body, but they obviously could not resist the ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Naruyoshi suddenly jumped out again and used the shadow secret technique. Looking at the fast-moving shadow, Nohara immediately stopped making hand seals and retreated, but the shadow still stopped at the previous position, and then Naruyoshi cancelled the ninjutsu. He is stalling for time, waiting for the water to drain out. Nohara noticed that the water on the field was getting less and less, and suddenly guessed Naruyu's tactics. Thinking of this, Nohara walked back to the position just now and continued to use ninjutsu. She was now standing at the limit distance for using water dragon bullets. It would be difficult for her to control it if she was farther away. Naruyu didn't just watch Nohara use ninjutsu. When the water flow was condensed, although he didn't use ninjutsu, he threw out several kunai in succession, but none of them hit Nohara. Boom. The water dragon directly broke the tree where Naruyu was hiding, and knocked Naruyu directly into the water. Naruyu quickly climbed up and spit out the water in his mouth, looking at a small group of black shadows on the water and smiled. Water escape. Nohara was ready to continue using ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Naruyu used the shadow imitation technique again, and the black shadow rushed straight towards Nohara. This time, Nohara did not stop but continued to condense chakra to use water dragon bullets. With Naruyu's state, he would definitely not have the strength to fight again if he could withstand another water dragon bullet. Moreover, the distance between her and Naruyoshi was already very far. If Naruyoshi could hit her with the shadow imitation technique at this distance, then Naruyoshi could control her with the shadow imitation technique when she used the water escape ninjutsu for the first time. As Nohara expected, Naruyoshi's shadow stopped at the previous position. This was his limit distance. But something happened that Nohara Rin did not expect. At this time, a small black shadow floated onto Naruyoshio's shadow. Whoosh! Naruyoshio's shadow immediately extended at a very fast speed and rushed directly into Nohara Rin's shadow. Nohara Rin looked at this scene with a surprised face. She looked up and saw a kunai tied with a simple landing device floating in the sky. It was this that provided a foothold for Naruyoshio's shadow to extend. You have the advantage of water, and I have the luck of wind. Naruyoshio couldn't help but smile. He just hid behind the tree to cut his clothes to make a simple parachute, and then caught Nohara Rin concentrating on performing ninjutsu to attract her attention with an ordinary kunai, and finally threw this kunai that could decide the outcome into the sky. It can be said that if the wind is a little stronger or there is a deviation in direction, Naruyoshio's attack will fail, but it seems that God wants to make up for the disadvantage of the venue for him, and the final result is exactly the same as he conceived without any deviation. Ordinary people can't understand Naruyoshio's operation directly. Only ninjas know what kind of operation he has completed. It's a good seedling, but it's a pity that the opponent is too cautious. Narushikaku shook his head and said, "Isn't it all under control? The result should have been decided, right?" Akimaki Choza has some understanding of shadow imitation. If it was Shikaku, of course it would be over, but Yoshio should have only mastered the basic shadow imitation technique. And before Nohara Rin, before Yamanaka Inoichi finished explaining, the situation on the field changed rapidly again. With the fusion of the shadow, the water condensed by Nohara Rin scattered, and Naruyoshio began to control Nohara Rin's body to walk towards the wall. He wanted to control Nohara Rin to hit the wall and faint. Because of the position, he would only hit the air when hitting the wall, while Nohara Rin hit a solid stone. But at that time, Nohara Rin's hidden water clone appeared. Water prison technique. The water clone condensed a circular water prison to control the main body. Naruyoshi frowned. When he hid behind the tree, Nohara Rin lost his sight, and he also lost Nohara Rin's sight, so he didn't know that Nohara Rin had split another clone. It stands to reason that Nohara Rin was at a great advantage at that time, and there was no need to waste this chakra. Naruyoshi controlled Nohara Rin's body and used all her strength to hit the water shield, trying to break the water prison technique. But Nohara Rin's power came from the strange power ninjutsu, not her own strength, and Naruyoshi obviously couldn't have strange power, so using Nohara Rin's body to hit the water prison technique didn't even make the water shield fluctuate. Naruyoshi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he had to cancel the shadow imitation technique, otherwise the water clone's attack would hit him. At the moment when Naruyoshi cancelled the shadow imitation technique, the water clone also cancelled the water prison technique. Nohara Rin burst out chakra and attacked Naruyoshi with the water clone in different directions. "I give up." Naruto, who was seriously injured and had consumed most of his chakra, surrendered directly after feeling that he had completely lost the chance of winning. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The winner has been decided. Nohara Rin won. Bayuo announced the winner of this game to the audience. Many ninjas on the field applauded Nohara Rin and Naruto. If the first game was a crushing victory in strength, the second game was undoubtedly a competition of caution and wisdom. If Nohara Rin had not used that water clone, she might have reversed from a big advantage to elimination. "Look, Zealand won." A middle-aged couple smiled excitedly when they saw Nohara Rin win. "I am still much worse than Miyu in teaching." Minato sighed as he watched Nohara Rin win. He was also Nohara Rin's teacher. He knew what Nohara Rin's strength was before she participated in the Chunin exam. It was really difficult for her to master water escape to this level in 1 month. Oh, was it Miyu who helped Nohara Rin with training during the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at Minato standing behind him and asked. Today, Minato was watching the game with the senior executives as a guard. Actually, it should be Jiraiya who came. But Jiraiya didn't want to come and went to the ordinary audience. Minato was on duty to help his teacher. "Well, after all, I don't know much about water escape." Minato nodded and replied. Although Obito, Kakashi and Nohara Rin chose Miyu to help with special training instead of Minato, Minato didn't think there was anything wrong. He has been with Kakashi and the others for several months and has some understanding of what they practice. He also talked to Miyu about the training of the three. He couldn't give any guidance on the core training content because it was a ninjutsu developed by Miyu himself. Minato couldn't give blind guidance. Minato could only teach them what they knew, such as wind escape, fire escape, sealing techniques, etc., and help Obito and the others with some ninja training. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask any more questions. Although Nohara Rin performed well, she was still far behind Kakashi and the others. If it weren't for Kisame's water escape that directly changed the venue, it would have been more difficult for Nohara Rin to win. "Look, Zealand, I told you that you'd be fine," Obito said excitedly when he saw Nohara Rin walk into the lounge. "Well, thanks to your encouragement, I'm more confident." Nohara Rin smiled. She tried her best and won. She was really happy now. The third battle is about to begin. Noguchi Nobuide vs. Might Guy. Please enter the venue quickly and prepare for the battle. At this time, Obito's voice came into the lounge. "It's time to release your youth." Might Guy rubbed his fists excitedly. His father was watching in the audience. Might Guy must want to show his best state. Compared to Might Guy's excitement, Noguchi Nobuide was a little autistic. He was a teammate of Midorumi and had participated in the Battle of the Forest of Death. He knew how terrifying Might Guy's strength was. Even Kisame was kicked and vomited blood. But Noguchi Nobuide couldn't surrender. If he dared to surrender, someone would come to tell him how the blood mist was written. "My dear friend, don't lose before you meet me." Might Guy grinned at Kakashi before leaving the lounge. Might Guy was most looking forward to fighting Kakashi again. If he defeated Kakashi and won the first place, it would be too youthful for Might Guy. "Then you just wait to be defeated by me," Kakashi replied calmly. "Haha, you are worthy of being my dear friend. I recognize your confidence." Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and walked towards the battlefield with a big laugh. "You are just talking big. I will eliminate you in the semi-finals," Obito said with an unhappy face. You know, Kakashi has never defeated him since he opened his Sharingan, although they only fought that one time. Kakashi ignored Obito's words, and the battle was about to begin. Midorumi stared at the battlefield, hoping that her teammates could do something. Might Guy was indeed a strong enemy. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? That's my son Might Guy. He's super strong." Might Guy stood up excitedly when he saw Might Guy enter the arena. The audience beside him couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. In a sense, they could tell even if Might Guy didn't say it. The death green tights, plus the same thick eyebrows, it was hard not to tell. "Are you going to become a chunin at the age of 9, Gay? Your youth is already burning more passionately than mine." Might Guy couldn't help but shed excited tears when he thought that Might Guy could become a chunin at the age of less than 10. He was so happy for Might Guy. "Why do you look like you've already won before the battle even starts?" "Our Kirigakura ninjas are not that easy to deal with," a Kirigakura ninja said unhappily. Might Guy didn't quarrel with the Kirigakura ninjas. He just sat down quietly and looked at the battlefield with excitement. The Kirigakura ninjas didn't have the idea of looking for trouble. Seeing that Might Guy was quiet and didn't say anything, he just felt that Might Guy underestimated them. The battle begins. After shouting, Obito continued to retreat to the edge. At this time, the water on the field had almost receded, and the field returned to its previous state, but there was still some water on the ground. 8 gates of ninjutsu? Open the first gate. Open. Rest gate. Open. Life gate. Open. Rock breathing. Concentrate. In order to let his father see his strength. Although the enemy's strength was average, Might Guy directly chose to go all out and burst out with all his strength. This sudden burst of terrifying power created a gust of air out of thin air to disperse the water around Might Guy. If you can send emoticons, then Noguchi Nobuide will definitely send a dragon picture of "Are you going to kill me?" At this moment, in front of Might Guy's powerful aura, Noguchi Nobuide didn't have the slightest desire to fight against him. The gap was too big. Noguchi Nobuide could only suppress the fear in his heart and then seal and use water ninjutsu. Ultimate Konoha Grunt Cyclone. Might Guy poured most of his strength into his thighs and kicked Noguchi Nobuide with an extremely fast whirlwind kick. Boom! Noguchi Nobuide's water jutsu was directly blasted by Might Guy's kick. Noguchi Nobuide didn't even have time to react before he was kicked backwards by this powerful kick. Puff! Bang! Noguchi Nobuide spat out a mouthful of blood and hit the wall at the edge of the venue directly, and was embedded in the wall. Quiet at this moment. The venue was silent. Not only did the audience fail to react, but even Haruko didn't expect Might Guy to be able to deal with his opponent so quickly. It was less than half a minute since the start, maybe even less than 20 seconds. Might Guy wins. Haruko, who reacted, quickly announced Might Guy's victory. The Mist Ninja, who had said to Might Guy that the Mist Ninja was not weak before, lowered his head deeply. This was too embarrassing. He was defeated instantly with one move, without any suspense. And Might Guy didn't say anything to the Mist Ninja. He just excitedly celebrated the victory for his child. This chapter is 5.2K, and there will be another chapter later. I will strive for 4K. I had a good rest yesterday and I am very energetic today. Chapter 324, Pressure of the Hokage's Son. This should be our Fire Country's genius ninja. Seeing Might Guy instantly kill the Mist Ninja, the Fire Country officials smiled. Although Kisame also won easily, it was undoubtedly that Might Guy's kick was more powerful. Sure enough, the ninja of Konoha is better. He should be the strongest among all the contestants. An audience member sighed. From the perspective of ordinary people, it was Might Guy who rushed just now. Might Guy killed his opponent in seconds. They didn't even know when Might Guy rushed in front of Noguchi Nobuide. Might Guy's speed was too fast. There is no doubt that Might Guy, who has such a strong performance, is considered the strongest in this exam. The son of the 10,000-year genin is so strong? Some ninjas who knew Might Guy rubbed their eyes with a look of doubt on their lives. Although they don't know why Might Guy, the 10,000-year genin, was promoted to chunin, those who looked down on him before still look down on him. In this case, they naturally can't think how strong Might Guy will be, but groundless speculation will eventually be slapped in the face by reality. Might Guy used his strength to tell them that he was very strong, super strong, and could defeat his opponent in less than half a minute. The smile on the master's face disappeared. Noguchi Nobuide lost too quickly, and he didn't even catch a single move. It was really embarrassing for Kirigakure. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Looking at the excited green figure in the audience, Might Guy closed the 8 gates and the breathing method and smiled brightly. He wanted to make his father proud of him today. The fourth battle, Kurosawa vs. Inuzuka Midori. Please enter as soon as possible. When Might Guy returned to the lounge, Hiruzen read out the names of the next battle players. Midori is the only hope now. Come on. Inuzuka Midori cheered herself up in her heart. Aburame Naoya also fell in the preliminaries, and Naruto also lost to Nohara Rin in the second battle. Now she is the only candidate left in the team. She had fought with Kurosawa before, and knew that Kirigakure was not easy to deal with, but Inuzuka Midori didn't want to lose here. The two of them entered the third round, so at least one of them had to enter the second round. Wouldn't it make them look weak if they all lost in the top 16? Kurosawa stood up calmly and walked out of the venue, not paying much attention to this battle. He was not a real genin, and except for the monster candidates like Hoshigaki, Kisame, and Might Guy, Kurosawa didn't think he would lose to others. Little Midori, come on. Because they had fought side by side, Obito also cheered for Inuzuka Midori. Either call me Inuzuka or Midori. Little Midori is too ugly. Inuzuka Midori turned around and complained. Okay, Little Midori, Obito replied subconsciously. If she couldn't beat him, Inuzuka Midori really wanted to punch Obito. Without continuing to correct Obito, Inuzuka Midori walked quickly to the battlefield. Why don't you surrender? You can save yourself from getting hurt. Anyway, you will lose in the end, Kurosawa said calmly. After hearing what Kurosawa said, Inuzuka Midori gritted his teeth and glared at Kurosawa. Considering the old grudge in the Death Forest, Inuzuka Midori's anger value was maxed out at this moment. He vowed in his heart that even if he couldn't win, he would bite a piece of meat off Kurosawa. Baiwan on Inuzuka Midori's shoulder seemed to sense Inuzuka Midori's anger and bared his teeth at Kurosawa. The battle begins. As soon as the voice of Beira fell, Inuzuka Midori immediately performed the beast mimicry ninjutsu and lay on the ground, and Baiwan also transformed into the same appearance as Inuzuka Midori and overlapped with Inuzuka Midori. It's a meaningless struggle. Seeing that Inuzuka Midori had no intention of surrendering, Kurosawa began to make hand seals. Mist hiding technique. A large amount of thick fog suddenly enveloped the venue, hiding the figures of Kurosawa and Inuzuka Midori. Many audiences were dumbfounded, and they were all covered by the fog. What were they looking at? Guess. Heart, thigh, head, arm. Which part will I attack first? Kurosawa's voice sounded like a ghost in the fog. Although she couldn't see Kurosawa, Inuzuka Midori was not panicked at all. Others might be afraid of this ninjutsu, but her Inuzuka clan secret technique happened to be the nemesis of this ninjutsu. Attack, you big head ghost. Take my punch first. Inuzuka Midori sniffed with her nose, determined Kurosawa's position, and immediately rushed out with Shiramaru to attack. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. Although it was a 1-on-2 battle, the experienced Kurosawa calmly took the attack. What's going on? Is it a coincidence or something? Kurosawa didn't expect Inuzuka Midori to find his position so quickly and accurately. In order to test this problem, Kurosawa tried to use the instant body technique to go to other places, but was immediately found by Inuzuka Midori. Kurosawa didn't waste chakra anymore and directly cancelled the mist hidden technique. If he didn't cancel it, the mist hidden technique would become Inuzuka Midori's help. Then Kurosawa fought with Inuzuka Midori with water escape and swordsmanship. Although Inuzuka Midori was the strongest one in one-on-one combat in his team, it was obviously a bit overwhelmed when facing Kurosawa, who came to participate in the Chunin exam as a Chunin. Bloodstains gradually appeared on her body, but Inuzuka Midori did not admit defeat. She swore in her heart that even if she lost, she would not let Kurosawa have an easy time. Inuzuka Midori adopted a fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. She no longer dodged Kurosawa's attacks, but attacked when Kurosawa attacked her. Although Kurosawa was very cautious, he was eventually injured in the face of Inuzuka Midori's desperate fighting style. Inuzuka Midori held Kurosawa's sword with her hand, and Shiramaru took the opportunity to launch Tanga and injured Kurosawa's right leg. Seeing Kurosawa injured, Inuzuka Midori fell down with satisfaction. If her strength allowed, she would also like to do better, but this is the only way for now. The winner is decided. Kurosawa wins. Hiro announced the result of the battle in time. Kurosawa glared at Inuzuka Midori, but did not dare to continue to attack. It's really troublesome. I have to fight a monster like that in the second round. The victory did not make Kurosawa feel excited. What's so happy about a Chunin defeating a Genin? Compared with the current victory, he needs to think more about how to make himself less injured in the second round, because his second round opponent is Might Guy. The seriously injured Inuzuka Midori was quickly taken away by the medical ninja, and Kurosawa also went to a place specially for candidates to heal his wounds. Seeing Kurosawa win the battle, the expression on Yuan Shi's face eased a little. Now there are 3 battles between Konoha and Kirigakure, and Kirigakure has won 2 of them, so they are still in the upper hand. The 5th game, Uchiha Obito vs. Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma, isn't this the son of the Sandaime-sama? He is also old enough to take the Chunin exam. Uchiha Obito, I haven't heard of this name. It should be the son of the Sandaime-sama who will win. Most of the audience are more optimistic about Asuma, not because they know what ninjutsu Asuma can do or how strong he is, but because Asuma is the child of the 3rd Hokage. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, it is natural for Asuma to win, and it would be abnormal if he loses. You actually underestimated us, Uchiha. Uchiha in a hurry disagreed with these remarks. He who was defeated by Obito knew best how strong Obito was. Not to mention Genin, he was considered strong among Chunin. No problem, Obito will prove the excellence of Uchiha with his strength. Uchiha Yashiro said calmly. In his opinion, Obito might not be able to beat Kisame or Might Guy. These two were really monsters, but there would be no problem in beating Asuma. The reason is very simple. If Asuma had such a strong strength, As the son of Hokage, his name as a genius would have spread throughout Konoha. Uchiha in a hurry nodded, looked towards the center of the venue, and prepared to concentrate on watching the battle. It was difficult to hear the discussion in the audience seats on the battlefield. Basically, the ninjas were sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Although he couldn't hear clearly, Asuma had already guessed what the audience was discussing above. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. It was nothing more than the son of Hokage, and he should win. He knew this too well because he had heard it since he was a child. It was natural for him to win, as this was what the son of the Hokage should do. If he lost, it was because he didn't practice well. How could the son of the Hokage be at such a level? It's easy to say, but Obito is not easy to deal with, Asuma thought to himself as he looked at Obito, who was smiling and waving at the audience. He was not sure about fighting with Obito. Asuma was still impressed by Obito's fire style in the preliminaries. Now that a month had passed, he didn't know what kind of improvement Obito would make. Asuma was really unsure. Not winning the battle as those people wished would not make Asuma sad, and he would even be secretly happy in his heart. But Asuma would not lose deliberately because there were people he cared about on the field. Asuma didn't want Miyu to see him lose easily, thinking that his teaching was in vain. Asuma didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to see him lose easily, and he wanted to prove himself with his strength. Asuma looked up at the audience. Although it was difficult to distinguish because of the distance, he imagined that there must be a blonde figure looking at this place with a gentle smile. That kid's fight. He will definitely be beaten by Uchiha Obito, Tsunade said when she heard Asuma's name. Why? Miyu turned to look at Tsunade and asked. Haha, because Asuma can't speak. Call her aunt. Jiraiya laughed and answered the question for Tsunade. Miyu's expression was a little subtle. Tsunade's nonsense really made her right. Now the gap between the two of them is a bit big. It's really hard for Asuma to win. He has to be full of all aspects, plus Obito is extremely poor. But if I say that Asuma is old enough to call you, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's gradually raised fist, and finally swallowed the rest of the words back. Tsunade's beating was called no lightness or severity. The battle begins. When Obito's voice spread throughout the venue, Miyu turned her eyes back to the venue to watch the battle. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito quickly entered the concentrated breathing state to increase the speed of the change of his own fire attribute chakra nature. However, he did not immediately enter the flame breathing chakra mode, which consumed too much energy. He first felt Asuma's strength before deciding whether to open it. Asuma also immediately entered the basic breathing state to enhance his own ability. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Asuma took out 3 kunai from the ninja tool bag and used the wind property change to add wind attribute chakra to them and threw them at Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed chakra and quickly completed the property change at his throat to spit out a large amount of flames. The flames formed a huge fireball and smashed towards the attacking shuriken. The power of the kunai with wind attribute chakra was considerable, but it was still a little bit weak when it came into contact with Obito's great fireball, and it was directly knocked to the ground. Asuma did not choose to resist, but dodged. Obito did not expect the great fireball to hit Asuma, so he immediately burst out chakra and rushed up. Although Asuma was far behind Obito in breathing technique, strength and physique, this month was not wasted. In addition to basic breathing techniques, Asuma had a deeper understanding of the changes in wind attributes. At the same time, under Miyu's guidance, he mastered the technique of using wind escape to accelerate himself. With the speed of wind escape, Asuma did not fall into a disadvantage instantly. On the surface, he and Obito fought back and forth, and they looked evenly matched. Of course, it was only on the surface. Obito's strength is so much greater than mine. When did he become so powerful in physical skills? Asuma, who thought he could gain the upper hand in physical skills with new skills, was a little puzzled. After roughly understanding Asuma's physical skills level, Obito directly opened his Sharingan. His eyes turned blood red, and 2 Magatama rotated in them. As soon as the Sharingan was opened, Obito's insight increased greatly, and Asuma's attack appeared in Obito's eyes. Asuma, who was already somewhat defeated, immediately fell into a disadvantage and was beaten back by Obito. A guard saw Asuma in a disadvantageous position and subconsciously glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was similar to the previous battle, and there was not much change. He actually suppressed the son of the Hokage. This Uchiha Obito is very strong. Is he going to win? No ninja would be stupid enough to belittle the son of the Hokage in such a grand occasion. Even if he lost, he would only complain in his heart or when discussing with friends. The Hokage might not care about ordinary people, but you, a ninja, don't know yet, right? And even if the Hokage doesn't care, there are people under him who are willing to serve. Uchiha Fugaku watched Obito attack steadily to gain an advantage and nodded slightly. In his opinion, Obito should be promoted to Chunin this time. If he is a Chunin, he can directly enter the police department. If he can come to the police department, he will definitely get the best teaching. Uchiha Yashiro felt sorry for Obito's refusal last time. He felt that it was best for Uchiha to teach Uchiha. After all, no one could understand Uchiha better than Uchiha. Seeing that he was outclassed in taijutsu, Asuma had to change his strategy. He used the changes in the properties of wind to the extreme and sped up to increase the distance. Although Asuma was even more unsure about ninjutsu, he had to use it at this moment, because if he didn't use wind ninjutsu, he would be beaten to defeat by Obito's taijutsu. Those people must have started to complain in their hearts that I must not have practiced well. You guys who can only talk, you don't know how strong my opponents are, Asuma complained in his heart while making hand seals. It's so fast, then use ninjutsu. Obito, who realized that he couldn't catch up with Asuma and would have to face off against twins ninjutsu if he chased him again, also started to make hand seals and use fire ninjutsu. I wrote 9.2k today, which makes up for yesterday's point. I will continue to work hard tomorrow. Also, I didn't mean to be stuck, but it was too late. I wrote a little bit without realizing it. I'm so sleepy now. Chapter 325 Kakashi shows White Fang style, wind style, vacuum ball. Asuma's hands moved quickly, gathering chakra to change the nature of wind style, and spitting out transparent energy towards Obito. Fire style, Fengxian fire technique. Obito gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat and then changed the nature of fire attribute chakra, spitting out fireballs from his mouth. Boom! Exclamation mark. The energy and fireballs collided and exploded continuously. Both of them kept outputting chakra while moving, and many small holes appeared on the field immediately. Obito's fireballs were more powerful and more numerous than Asuma's vacuum ball. Soon Asuma was affected by the explosion of the fireballs and suffered minor injuries. This injury was not a big deal, but it interfered with Asuma's use of ninjutsu. Without the vacuum ball to offset some of the fireballs, 5 or 6 small fireballs immediately hit Asuma. Asuma had to immediately consume chakra to use wind style to accelerate himself to dodge, but Obito with the Sharingan saw through Asuma's dodge route. Whoosh! Obito flashed and appeared in advance next to Asuma's dodging position and punched him hard. Bang! Facing such an attack, even Asuma, who had the wind escape technique to accelerate, could not dodge and was blown away by the punch. At this moment, even ordinary people can see that there is a considerable gap between Asuma and Obito's strength. It's not just one aspect, but all aspects. Asuma is worse than Obito. He can't compete in physical skills, and he also loses in ninjutsu. He is completely suppressed. Is it still not working? Obito's progress is really exaggerated. Bingzuliton felt sorry for Asuma while watching the battle off the court. As Asuma's teammate, he knew Asuma's efforts these days. Asuma's strength has really improved a lot. It's not that Asuma's strength is not good, but that Obito is too strong now. Bingzuliton felt that as long as Asuma didn't meet Hoshigaki Kisame, Might Guy, Kakashi and Obito, there would be no problem for him to advance to the second round. But unfortunately he happened to meet one of those 4 people. There is still hope. Didn't Asuma say before that he had practiced a combination ninjutsu? Obito can't have mastered 2 nature changes, right? Yui Kurenai thought that it was hard to say until the last moment. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. Asuma threw a shuriken with chakra in the air to force Obito, who was rushing towards him, back. Shadow clone technique. Asuma, who landed smoothly with the help of the wind escape airflow, immediately formed a seal to separate a shadow clone. He couldn't defeat Obito with fire escape, because his fire attribute chakra nature change and chakra were not as good as Obito's. He also found it difficult to defeat Obito with wind escape, because fire attribute was superior to wind attribute in ninjutsu duels. Asuma's last hope was combination ninjutsu, which was his only advantage. He mastered 2 chakra nature changes, while Obito only mastered a single fire attribute nature change. In 1 month, Miyu taught Asuma not only Cyclone, but also how to combine wind escape and fire escape to exert the greatest power. Fire style, great flame technique, wind style, Cyclone. After the shadow clone appeared, he immediately began to form seals and used the Sarutobi clan's secret fire style, followed by Asuma's original body using wind style, as a long-standing secret technique of the Sarutobi clan. The great flame technique has many advantages, the biggest feature of which is the fierce fire, and the wind style cyclone can just maximize the characteristics of the great flame technique. Because the cyclone has extremely strong wind power, the hot and fierce flames continue to spit out from the mouth of the shadow clone, and Asuma's original body spit out strong winds to expand the flames, beating towards Obito like a sea of fire. He has learned your best skills. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, combination ninjutsu is exactly Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. Others generally combine 2 attributes, but Sarutobi Hiruzen can use 5 nature changes to combine together. But Danzo found a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not smile, and his expression was a little strange. Danzo was right. Combination ninjutsu was his best skill. He also knew the great flame technique and wind style cyclone, but it had nothing to do with Asuma being able to use it, because he had never taught Asuma the cyclone technique. It should be Miyu who taught him, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly figured out the reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no way to help him. He was busy with official duties and could not teach Asuma like a mentor. He could only give him some pointers in his free time, but this teaching method did not seem to be suitable for Asuma, and the effect was not good, from the perspective of strength growth. Obito, keep going. Nohara-rin was a little worried when she saw that Asuma actually had such a trump card. Kakashi looked at the battlefield calmly. As an opponent, he knew Obito's strength better, but he could not beat Obito like this. Facing the raging fire created by Asuma, Obito was not afraid at all. To be honest, after being able to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode, the thing he was least afraid of was fire style. Although there were simpler ways to deal with it, Obito did not want the one with the least consumption, so he chose the most handsome one. Obito's breathing gradually changed, the chakra in his body began to burn, and his aura rose step by step. He entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. At this moment, Obito's speed of changing properties and the power of flames were enhanced. He concentrated his chakra and transformed it all into flames at his throat and then exhaled it in one breath. Instead of using the fire resistance of the flame breathing to dodge, Obito chose to use the fire style to directly confront Asuma's combination ninjutsu. Whoosh! Large patches of orange-red flames were spit out by Obito. Due to the high temperature of the flames, the area that had once turned into a pond quickly dried up. Large patches of flames surged like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, as if they were going to turn the entire area into a sea of fire. At this age, you can actually use such a fire style. Danzo's eyes instantly became sharp, and he once again raised Obito's danger level to a higher level. Not only did he open the Sharingan at the age of 9, but he also had such a fire style attainment. Such an Uchiha would almost certainly become a strong man if he didn't die young. What a terrifying fire! It was indeed the right decision to leave the great fire extinguishing to him. Uchiha Yashiro sighed when he saw the fire dragon flame bomb released by Obito. In his opinion, Obito's fire style talent is the best in the entire Uchiha clan, even stronger than the current clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Because Uchiha Fugaku couldn't use such an exaggerated fire style at the age of 9, boom. In the amazement of many ninjas, Obito's flames and Asuma's flames collided with each other. For a moment, the flames shot up into the sky, and fist-sized sparks splashed all over the venue, as if the entire venue had turned into a world of fire. However, The battle of ninjutsu of the same nature is the most challenging for ninjas. Even with the blessing of wind style, Asuma's flames were gradually swallowed by Obito's higher temperature flames. I completely lost. This guy's fire style is really ridiculously strong, Asuma sighed after feeling the high temperature coming towards him. He was convinced. He used two nature-changing ninjutsu to fight against Obito, but he lost both nature-changing and ninjutsu. This was a true inferiority. Surrounded by flames, Asuma chose to admit defeat. The winner has been decided. Uchiha Obito won. Hiro announced Obito's victory. What an enviable talent. If I also had a bloodline limit, I wouldn't be so mediocre. Hiro was very envious of Obito, who shone in the Chunin exam. After the battle, Obito also withdrew the flames. If this fire escape hit Asuma would be blown everywhere by the wind. You started practicing this fire escape before you were born, right? It's so strong, Asuma laughed and scolded, hammering Obito's chest. Although he lost, Asuma had tried his best, so his mentality was still good. It's okay. Your combination ninjutsu is also very powerful. I didn't expect you to be able to combine two ninjutsu to fight. Obito smiled and made a wave of commercial praise. Come on, keep winning. If you win me and then lose, it would make me look weak. Asuma and Obito waved and left the battlefield. After being eliminated, he was no longer considered a candidate, so he could not enter the lounge. Now he could only go to the audience to continue watching the game. Asuma walked up and saw Raito and Kurenai waiting for him. What a pity. If it were someone else, they might have won. Raito comforted. It's nothing to regret. Anyway, I have fought with all my strength, Asuma replied with a smile. Seeing Asuma so happy, Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The sixth game, Midorumi vs. Haruya Moriyama. Hiruko quickly read out the name of the next player. After hearing Hiruko's voice, Midorumi stood up and walked quickly towards the field, and Haruya Moriyama stood up and walked into the field after a while. Watch her fight carefully. If nothing unexpected happens, your opponent in the next round will be her, Kakashi said to Obito. Haruya Moriyama performed averagely in the preliminaries. If he hadn't hidden his trump card, Kakashi felt that Haruya Moriyama couldn't even last a minute against Midorumi, because Haruya Moriyama was a fire escape ninja. Obito nodded, facing Midorumi, who had defeated him before. He didn't dare to be careless. If he lost in the second round because of carelessness, Obito felt that Kakashi would laugh him to death, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. The result of the battle was similar to what Kakashi expected. Knowing that his strength was a little weaker, Haruya Moriyama wanted to win with a surprise move, and wanted to use a series of fierce attacks to prevent Midorumi from releasing ninjutsu. But he underestimated Midorumi's overall strength, and the plan failed and he was injured by Midorumi's boiling escape. Midorumi naturally couldn't let go of this great opportunity, and directly took down Haruya Moriyama with a water escape, winning within a minute. Midorumi wins. The master nodded with satisfaction at the scene. Although Midorumi took longer to deal with her opponent than Might Guy, they won more. There are currently 4 battles between Kirigakure and Konoha, except for one battle won by Might Guy. All the others were won by Kirigakure ninjas. The atmosphere in the audience was a little subtle. The officials of the Land of Fire said nothing. The rich businessman's client showed a thoughtful look. The Konoha ninjas looked disappointed, and the Kirigakure ninjas couldn't control their smiles. The 7th game, Zabuza vs. Osaki Shinya. The 7th game was still a battle between Kirigakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas. Osaki Shinya didn't want to lose, because there was already a Konoha ninja who lost to Kirigakure in front of him, and it would not look good if he lost again. But the victory or defeat of a battle depends on strength rather than his willingness. Although Osaki Shinya has been fighting hard, it can't make up for too much of the gap in strength. However, Osaki Shinya did what he could do, that is, not to lose so badly or so quickly. He fought with Zabuza for 4 minutes before he fell down. Zabuza wins. Hiruzen announced the result of the battle. Another victory of Kirigakure. The officials of the Land of Fire frowned, which made them somewhat unacceptable. Konoha had won many battles in the war, and Kirigakure had even surpassed them in the Chunin exam. Many Kirigakure ninjas were already opening champagne in their hearts. Is there anything better than this to prove the strength of Kirigakure? It's just luck. If they met Obito, how could they win? Uchiha Yashiro noticed Kirigakure's expression and snorted coldly. In his opinion, Kirigakure just drew a good lot. For example, in the battle between Obito and Asuma, if Asuma, who lost, was allowed to fight Zabuza, it would be most likely that Asuma would win. The atmosphere on the high-level side did not change much, but Danzo's expression became a little cold. Even if Kirigakure won many games, the Yuan-Shi would just smile and not be too arrogant. He knew that the combat power of Konoha's candidates for the Chunin exam was no worse than that of Kirigakure, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat the Kisame team and the Turumi-mai team in the Death Forest. Even though Konoha had 3 teams, the 8th match, Hyuga Goichi vs. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi walked out of the lounge without any hesitation, and Hyuga Goichi followed closely behind. If the opponent was Obito or Turumi-mai, he felt that his chances of winning were slim, but with Kakashi, Hyuga Goichi felt that he could do it. Theoretically, his Byakugan and Gentle Fist were very restraining against this kind of speed-type ninja. In other words, the advantage was in his hands. The battle begins. Obito shouted, "Byakugan, open!" Hyuga Goichi immediately activated his chakra to open his Byakugan. Veins popped out at the corners of his eyes, and the world in his eyes began to change. Thunder breathing, breathe with full concentration. As soon as Hyra finished speaking, Kakashi instantly entered a highly concentrated breathing state, and his physical ability and explosive power were greatly improved. Flash! Kakashi took off the White Fang short blade, held the White Fang short blade tightly in his hand, and the lightning chakra burst out on his feet, and the whole person rushed out at a very fast speed. Hyuga Goichi's white eyes saw that Kakashi was about to launch an attack, but he had just made a soft fist posture, and the White Fang short blade emitting a cold light in the sun had reached his neck, and a scratch appeared on his clothes. The battle was over. Although Hyuga Goichi had not yet made a move, he knew that the battle was over. If Kakashi had not held back, he would have been killed by Kakashi's sword. The venue fell into silence again. Some people just didn't look at the battlefield at the first time, and chatted with the people next to them for a while. When they looked at the field again, Kakashi's sword was on Hyuga Goichi's neck. Those who watched the whole match were not much better. They only felt a flash of yellow lightning and the battle ended immediately. What a fast speed! Even if you just saw it clearly, you can't react in time. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head as he watched this scene. It was not unfair for Hyuga Goichi to lose. With that sword just now, Hyuga Hayashi could say that Kakashi was definitely the strongest candidate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi wins. Hyra was stunned for a moment and announced Kakashi's victory. The fastest victory time was refreshed again. Hyra felt as if he had just started the battle and it ended. He is the child of Lord Whitefang, so it's not strange. Hyru suppressed his envy. Kakashi's performance made Sarutobi Hyruzen nod his head. Such a fast and clean battle even reminded him of the former Konoha Whitefang. It was worth it for him to help Kakashi change teams many times. Second kills are the best way to show strength. Many viewers cheered for Kakashi's strength. Kakashi was not excited about the cheers. Defeating Hinata Goichi was nothing. In his mind, only defeating Might Guy and the others could prove his genius. What a show-off! Obito couldn't help but complain as he looked at Kakashi standing in the center with a calm face. However, seeing the gleam in Nohara-rin's eyes, Obito wondered if he should learn from Kakashi next time. Obito had to admit that Kakashi was really good at being cool. You are worthy of being a close friend. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Kakashi who came in. He couldn't wait to have a youthful battle with Kakashi. The end of Kakashi's battle represented the end of the first round. After a short break, the second round of battle would begin immediately. This chapter is 4.6K, and there should be another 4K chapter next. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.